We're gonna get this meeting started. All right, it is 9:02 on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. We're gonna call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Let the record show that all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Church arriving momentarily, and Supervisor Lopez, who will be arriving, you said on his way. He will be, he's on his way. Are there any additions or corrections to the closed session agenda from County Council?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we do have closed session items number 1A through B. Is there any public comment on our closed session for the Board of Supervisors? I'm seeing no one in chambers. Is there anyone online for public comment on closed session this morning? I'm seeing no hands raised. We'll go ahead and close public comment for the Board of Supervisors. We'll call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency with a roll call showing that all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Glenn Church stepping into the room momentarily, and Supervisor Chris Lopez will be arriving slightly delayed. Are there any additions or corrections for the closed session for the Monterey County Water Resource Agency this morning?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we do have one item on 1A on our closed session for the Water Resource Agency this morning. Is there any public comment on item 1A for closed session this morning? There's no one in chambers approaching the dais. Is there anyone online for closed session public comment? I'm seeing no hands raised. We'll go ahead and close public comment. The board will recess into closed session for both the Board of Supervisors closed session and the Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We will reconvene back here in chambers at 10:30 this morning. Thank you.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Testing 1, 2. Mic check.
Okay, it's 10:36, and we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Chair Root Askew is going to be back in just a moment, so I'm going to go ahead and, as Vice Chair, convene this meeting. Can we call for a roll call by the Clerk of the Board?
Yes, let the record reflect Supervisor Daniels, Supervisor Alejo, Supervisor Church, and Supervisor Lopez are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly.
Wonderful, thank you. And is there an announcement of the Spanish interpreter services available today?
Yes, good morning. This is Kenya Cobo, Spanish interpreter. Para las personas que requieran de interpretación en español, si gustan obtener audífonos para escuchar toda la información interpretada de forma simultánea en español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. And Supervisor Church, since you are standing, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, are there any additions or corrections?
There is one, and that is under adjournment, and that is to add adjourn in memory of Richard Nutter by Supervisor Church.
Wonderful, thank you very much. We will note that. In regards to ceremonial resolutions, we have one ceremonial resolution that's being presented today, and this is a resolution commending Jose Areola for his dedicated public service and leadership to the City of Salinas and Monterey County. And presenting today is, we've got two different names on the chair's agenda. I've got presented by Supervisor Lopez, and I've got Supervisor Alejo listed. Is it you, Supervisor Alejo? Yes. All right, Supervisor Alejo. Oh, a motion to approve. Public comment on the ceremonial resolution. Is there any public comment on the ceremonial resolution? All right, I will take a motion to approve the ceremonial. There is a motion by Supervisor Alejo, second by Supervisor Lopez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Wonderful.
All right, good morning, everyone. Today, we're taking a moment to pause and recognize one of our most dedicated public servants in the Salinas Valley. We want to call up Mr. Jose Areola to come and join Supervisor Lopez and I, who will both be making comments here today. And you want to stand here in the middle? Everyone, as the county supervisor and also as the co-chair for the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, otherwise known as CASP, an organization that includes dozens of our local nonprofits, criminal justice partners, community leaders, law enforcement. It's an organization that has really made a tremendous difference here in Salinas and throughout our county. And for us, this is a bittersweet moment, celebrating past work accomplished and for our local communities, but also celebrating new chapters as well. So today, the Board of Supervisors is recognizing and commending Jose Areola for his dedicated public service and leadership in the city of Salinas and throughout Monterey County. This resolution that we just voted on, and for the public that doesn't know Jose, I want to read just so we know what service he did for this our city here for the last several years. He served as assistant to the city manager for the city of Salinas and as the director of the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace since 2013, where he demonstrated an unwavering commitment to improving public safety, advancing equity, and strengthening community well-being. He was born and raised in San Diego originally, but we're glad he's here now. And he later relocated to San Jose, pursuing his higher education. He began his professional career in the fall of 2000 for Downtown College Prep, San Jose's first charter high school, where he served for more than 12 years as a physical education teacher, student activities and athletic director, and as a founding school principal. That I did not know about you. Upon moving to Monterey County, Jose Areola continued his service to youth and families as education specialist and extensions coordinator for the Boys and Girls Club of Monterey County and Salinas, further demonstrating his lifelong dedication to education, mentorship, and opportunity for our young people. Jose represented the city of Salinas for 4 years as the liaison to Barack Obama's National Forum on Youth Violence, contributing to our national efforts to reduce violence and promote safer and healthier communities. Jose served as the lead for the City of Salinas Governing for Race Equity, Community, and Staff Steering Committee, and as the city's representative towards a racially equitable Monterey County Regional Collaborative, completing 5 years of professional training with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity through Race Forward. Outside of all this work that he's done, he also volunteers for numerous nonprofit and government boards, including the Board of Directors for the Monterey County Juvenile Justice Commission, the Monterey County Children's Council, Siembra Latinos Advisory Board, the California Violence Prevention Network, and also serves as chair of the Harmony at Home Board of Directors, further reflecting his deep commitment and sustained commitment to community service and justice. Throughout his career, Jose Arriola has been widely respected for his integrity, collaborative leadership style, and tireless advocacy for youth, families, and underserved communities throughout Salinas and Monterey County. So with this resolution, Jose, the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby acknowledges, commends, and extends its sincere appreciation to you for your outstanding public service, visionary leadership, and enduring contributions to the safety, equity, and visionary leadership, and enduring contribution, and prosperity of the City of Salinas and the greater Monterey County community. So with that, we want to present you this resolution and say thank you very much for all your tremendous work and commitment to our families, youth, and communities. We'll give him a round of applause, everyone. And then I'll pass the mic to Supervisor Lopez.
So Supervisor Alejo said it's bittersweet. I have the sweet side. So for those who don't yet know or yet recognize, Jose's going to come down and be the new city manager in King City. He steps into big shoes, as last week here we honored the retirement of Steve Adams, but there's nobody better prepared. When I think about what you've been able to accomplish in the city of Salinas, there's things that happen around noise. And by that, I mean media picks up on certain stories and highlights often the negative. And that noise is died down in Salinas around youth violence. And it's not an accident. It's intentional. It's the work you've done, working from the bottom up to make sure this entire community feels supported, heard, and upheld. That's a key part of this resolution and a big part of the work that you've done that's really stood out to me. So as we welcome you with that sweet side down to South County, I want to thank you for the work you've done here in Salinas. You've created a better path for families. You've shown them what's possible, and you've really elevated them to a point where they've become the center of all of our work in a unique new way. And in that, we've seen that data show that drop off in violence. And it's hard to bend data, but you've done it through hard work and making sure that families are centered. So today, I wanted to join Supervisor Alejo in thanking you for all your efforts here in Salinas, and thank you for taking the job in King City. Sorry, Supervisor.
I forgot to read the last line, which said, and congratulations on your new leadership role in the City of King. But Jose, before I pass the mic to you, we did honor outgoing city manager Steve Adams last week, and we mentioned last week how the difficult times were back in 2014 for King City. And it took a lot of effort and commitment from city leaders to change the relationship between the police department, the city, the community, our immigrant workers and families. And I said it's night and day. So much progress has been made since 2014. I hope, and we know you will, continue to elevate the community and build upon that good work that has already been done in King City. So we're very proud that you're not leaving us. You're just going to serve another area with a lot of need and a lot of good work to be done there. And we know you'll continue to be partners with the County of Monterey, the Board of Supervisors, in your new leadership role as a city manager in King City. So now we'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you both so much. To see it all in writing like this, the work I've gotten to do and had the privilege to do here in Monterey County, I'm incredibly proud of it. And to be recognized as a leader in Monterey County is very special, because what I found when I came to work here is how many incredible leaders there are here. And I had a chance to continue work through CASP that started before I got here. And it's my goal, certainly in King City, to continue the great work outgoing city manager Steve Adams did and that current city council have done, to continue to grow and achieve and continue to, like we did here in Salinas, change the narrative. Because when I got here, I couldn't believe what it was known for, because it's such a beautiful city. It's such a beautiful county. So many incredible people. There's so much we should be known for, not violence. And I think that's happened. I think people do see Salinas as a destination for so many things. Our youth sports, the incredible network of nonprofits, our progressive and out-of-the-box thinking local government. I really want to shout out the city of Salinas, where I got a chance to to really get to work, but also the county of Monterey, because their leadership and partnership and allocation of resources towards violence prevention. And I want to also recognize the race equity work, because it's had a huge impact on making government, I think, stronger for people, giving more people opportunities for everyone that live in our city. And that work continues in so many ways, however we recognize it or call it. But I'm incredibly grateful and humbled by today's recognition. So thank you so much, and I can't wait to get to work in King City.
All right. And for the photo, we want to invite your wife, Brenda Granillo, to come up. And also, you have 3 daughters in this community, too. And you're a resident of what city? Soledad. Soledad, right on.
Congratulations, Mr. Ariola, and thank you for your service. So with that, we are going to move to the consent calendar. Is there any board member who wishes to pull an item from the consent calendar for comment or questions? Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull an item from the consent calendar? Okay, with that, thank you very much. Motion by Supervisor Alejo and a second by Supervisor Church. Wonderful. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. We'll move to general public comments. These are public comments for any item that is not on the agenda.
Morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Chris Bunn. I'm the president of the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. And as you know, the Groundwater Sustainability Agency this year is going to be discussing and making some pretty big choices on big issues. They're going to have effects and repercussions for decades and generations. And chief among those is, what kind of project are we going to build to address seawater intrusion? And whichever road we go down with that, it's going to have big implications in terms of land use, taxes, property taxes, jobs, production in the ag community, you name it. It's going to be quite far-reaching. And it always makes me a bit nervous when these kinds of things occur in silos. So my ask to you guys today is, if you could sometime in the near future spend some time discussing that project and the implications it has for the county and for your jobs as supervisors and for all of us as citizens. I would hate to see that proceed without some attention from this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn.
Peter Zelai, Salinas. I sent you an email this weekend. Before last week, I never attended one of your meetings. I was appalled, from having to be searched to witnessing how cavalierly you spend our money. Now, I had a couple of questions, so I contacted Supervisor Root Askew's office, but no one answered the phone repeatedly. I didn't bother contacting Supervisor Alejo, since he and his office failed to respond to me when I wanted to know why he had voted against giving Salinas an extra $150,000 for the Bronda Road project at Tamsey, only to be apprised later that Alejo has some personal problem with Andrew Sandoval. Seriously, you vote on your personal feelings and not on what's best for the residents you serve? You're not earning the $13,900 a month you're paid each month. So I tried to contact the General Counsel, but there is no email available to the public. Why? I was told to phone. There is no identifying message, just a generic leave your info at the tone. Of course, no one called me back. General Counsel Blitch, aren't you paid $318,000 annually? You can't have your office be more accessible to the public? It seems possible that all of you were misled into voting for Alejo's Arch. I'd like that looked at. In the meantime, I'd like you to rescind $100,000 to the Community Foundation of Monterey County. I'd like you to not take any action at all regarding Alejo's Arch unless and until Salinas decides whether or not it wants to spend $2 million on a ridiculous arch. And I want none of you to have any discretionary funds whatsoever, since you demonstrated breathtaking arrogance regarding the public's money. You are not in a friendship club, and any amount of tax dollars is not a small amount, even if it's for an official Alejo fly swatter with the official seal on it. Supervisors misspelled, but I don't think the flies will matter. Let's see if it works. A waste of money.
Thank you, Mr. Zelai. Is there any other public comment in the chambers? Is there any public comment online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, so
Madam Chair, if I could just say, any promotional items my office uses, no public dollars are used whatsoever. Thank you.
thank you, Supervisor. I seem to have lost my place. My apologies.
I don't know if this is really appropriate. I just want to address Mr. Bunn's comments, and that I, do think it might be advantageous, maybe if the board did get a presentation from the GSA at some time in the future. Just wanted to throw that out.
And I would jump in on the same point and concur with that. I think there's a lot of things moving very quickly, and the sooner that we're apprised of the potential options, issues, and ability to at least get our opinions heard in that process as elected members of the community, I think it'd be important.
We have our general manager from the Water Resources Agency at the podium.
Good morning. So the Water Resources Agency is working very closely with the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, working on feasibility studies to examine not only the potential of the Brackish Groundwater Restoration Project, but potentially other projects as well. These efforts are being grant funded. And the aim of all of this work is to have feasibility studies complete by the end of March. So I would anticipate April would be a good month to schedule a presentation from the WRA and from the GSA in order to present the breadth of information that we've been looking at. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ejdarian. And having heard from two other members, Sonia, with mine included, I think you have some good direction that would be the desire of this board. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to move to scheduled matters. And our first item on the agenda is item number 5. We will be considering recommendations from the Legislative Committee to adopt the 2026 legislative program, to approve the 2026 legislative workshop agenda, authorize the development and submission of potential state budget and federal appropriation requests, and approve the 2026 grant services program. This is a 30-minute presentation from our legislative program manager, Nicole Hollingsworth. Try again. I'm not sure if that microphone is.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint here. Great. And then I'll go to slideshow. Great. Well, thanks, everyone. Good morning. My name's Nicole Hollingsworth. I'm with the County Administrative Office. I'm your Legislative Program Manager. So today's recommended actions are to approve the recommendations from the Legislative Committee to adopt the legislative program, adopt the legislative workshop agenda, authorize the development and submission of potential state and federal budget appropriation requests, adopt the strategic grants program, and receive annual reports on the county's legislative and funding activities by the county's federal lobbyist, Maria Triplar, and state lobbyist and funding advocate, Ashley Walker. I know that's a lot of things to cover. It's okay. We're going to speed through this. But your board has been very engaged in this process throughout the year. So I'll move through these items as quickly as I can. And at the end, I'll hand it off to Maria and Ashley for their presentation. And then I'll take your questions and direction. So for a county our size, we have a very robust legislative program that ensures county interests are well represented in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. Our level of engagement has steadily increased over the past few years, especially related to the increasing numbers of disasters that have occurred in our area. Our extensive efforts in 2025 are outlined and written in annual reports, Exhibits G, H, and I in your agenda, and all the board's legislative advocacy correspondent is posted on the legislative program's webpage throughout the year. We've been averaging about 150 letters a year, but that doesn't really capture the many meetings and the interactions that our board, county staff, and our lobbyists engage with at the state and federal levels. We appreciate the board's interest and engagement in this program, and with these priorities, we're seeking approval for today as we expect 2026 to be another very, very busy year. Notably, the legislative program is developed under the direction of the Legislative Committee with all input from board members and county departments. Once adopted, the legislative program and policy direction allows the board and legislative team to quickly advocate and support in defense of our county interests. Okay, I know this slide is difficult to read. I just wanted to put it up there. You're all very familiar with this text, though. This is the Monterey County Legislative Platform, so our statement of values. And please note the department heads and legislative committee this year have not suggested any changes to this platform at this time. So this is the same thing you've seen before. The platform reaffirms the county's commitment to providing a welcoming, safe, and sustainable community for all those who call Monterey County home, and that our community should be able to access public benefits free of fear, hate, or retribution. So let's get into our priorities for the year. Again, we're in the second year of a 2-year legislative cycle, so most of these projects aren't new. None of this information is new to you. In Exhibit A, the legislative platform document, starting on page 9, is the list of proposed projects for 2026, and I'll go through them here today. And this is the same list of projects that will also appear on the legislative workshop agenda, which we'll get to a little bit later. There are 4 recommended priorities, most of which are carryovers from last year. So we will continue to, of course, prioritize the San Lucas Clean Water Drinking Project. And I don't want to steal Maria's thunder, but we do have some good news in terms of that project. And we will also continue to prioritize dam safety projects, which you are all very familiar with. And just so you're aware, we are working closely with Ara, who's here today, and Randy with Public Works to update this and other projects in terms of scope and planning. So this year, the Legislative Committee and the CAO's office have agreed to prioritize county projects that directly impact public safety. It's no secret that that California and the federal government are currently clashing, and Monterey County is certainly prone to major natural disasters. And as the state continues to struggle with FEMA reimbursements, disaster preparedness, all that fun stuff, we will continue to prioritize public safety projects and policies this year. Along those same lines, this board is well aware that Monterey County will also be negatively impacted by the drastic changes to the healthcare systems proposed by the federal government, mostly related to HR 1 implementation. I believe we talked about that at the last board meeting too. We will continue to advocate for DSS, Department of Health, and our partners at Natividad at both the federal and state levels. It is vital Monterey County continues to actively engage in these conversations with our elected delegation as we navigate unprecedented changes to our healthcare systems and major impacts to our community safety net programs. So I think it's also worth mentioning that the county has very strong working relationships with CSAC, RCRC, and NACO, and we will continue to work closely with these organizations to advance the county's priorities throughout the year. So once they post their priorities for the year, we'll also add that to our websites and make sure that all of our actions are in line with them as well. And several of our board members actively participate and serve in leadership positions on these organizations. Most notably, Supervisor Alejo was appointed first vice chair of CSAC this year. So I'm sure we'll be paying lots of attention to CSAC in our legislative committee work. So moving on to the next item, your board will host its annual legislative workshop with the county, state, and federal legislators on Friday, March 6th at 10:30 a.m. till noon in these chambers. I did have to move this due to the California legislature scheduling session on Friday, the February 13th. So my apologies to staff mostly for the shifting of days. But the purpose of this workshop, as you know, is to introduce county priorities to our legislators, hear about their priorities, and seek ways we can collaborate throughout the year. As I mentioned earlier, we're navigating some very complex policy changes, so this workshop is a very effective way for the board to engage in these conversations with our federal, state, and electeds very transparently in public. So the agenda includes welcome and introductions, a review of the agenda and objectives, a state of the county report, staff presentations on the 4 priorities that I just outlined and that are outlined in our legislative program, remarks by each of our states' delegation and our federal delegation, remarks by each board member, and some time to engage in some back and forth discussion with our legislators. So that agenda is included in Exhibit D of your agenda so far. And I just want to note that so far we have confirmed that Senator Laird will be there in person, and as well as Speaker Rivas, and staff from our federal delegation also plan on attending in person. Oops. Okay, there we go. Okay. I know this is also hard to read. I'm sorry. I like a chart. I like a chart. It's also included in your agenda packet. I find it much easier to read on paper, too. We, meaning the federal and state advocates and myself, use this chart throughout the year to track our projects. I thought you might want to see how the inside of my brain works here. You'll notice we have some projects on hold, some are being revamped, and this chart just really helps keep us all organized, keeps our whole legislative team organized. So I thought you might want to see that, but you can read that later. All right. Strategic Grant Services Program. So through the Strategic Grant Services Program, we work with county departments to identify grant opportunities and provide strategic expertise and craft competitive grant applications. This program operates directly under the Legislative Committee and works closely with the legislative program to develop future funding opportunities. So this program focuses on priority needs that align with the board's goals and priorities, have an available funding source, can meet grant requirements, and can put forth a competitive application. And what I mean by competitive application is the shelf-ready project. Please note this document is continuously updated by departments throughout the year, and it is posted on our website, so you can take a look at it there too. This program is resourced to work on a limited number of grants each year and does not represent all of the county's overall grant funding efforts by any means. There are several county departments with staff that have extensive grant expertise, and therefore they don't need the assistance, but we're always there if they do. So the program consists of a work plan and a grant needs inventory, and that can be found in Exhibit F of your packet today as well. So here's just some examples of what our strategic grant program is focused on currently. Of course, we have San Lucas Water, the dams, Carmel Lagoon adaptive management projects, water sustainability and drought-related projects, road, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements, county park facilities, Salinas River Habitats Operation Conservation Plan, and the Broadway Family Connection Project. So just to name a few. More information on these projects will be covered by Ashley today as well. All right, so I will stop talking for a little bit, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Maria Triplar with Ballard Spar, who is our federal advocate. And I believe she's on Zoom today.
I am. Appreciate the time to chat with you today. I'm going to briefly review what we were able to accomplish on behalf of the county and its residents in 2025. And then I will do some forecasting and a few updates looking ahead into the current year. And so as I think we all know, the first session of the 119th Congress did face considerable challenges in reaching consensus as a general matter to advance legislation. From a purely numbers perspective, Congress enacted only 222 pieces of new legislation in the first session, which is about the same as the limited 224 bills enacted in the second session of the 118th Congress, so that would have been in 2024. The reason I think that is a surprising figure is the fact that there is unified Republican government, that Republicans hold the House, the Senate, and the White House, which is typically an indication of a very active Congress, because we don't have that natural tension that arises when we have the chambers held by different parties. I will say that budget reconciliation and matters impacting the federal budget were very much defining themes for this Congress. And we did have the longest shutdown in history just earlier in 2025. So that was remarkable. And there seems to be a lot of just contention in general about how to fund the federal government, what the mechanisms should be. And that has bled over into 2026. And as we speak, the House of Representatives is currently debating the remaining appropriations bills needed to fund the federal government. We are unfortunately back in a partial shutdown as of January 30th. What was expected to be wrapped up by January 30th did not happen. There was a negotiated package, as everyone knows, but then the events in Minnesota really had many individuals receive a change of heart in the Senate about how they wanted to cast their vote, particularly in light of the funding for Homeland Security that was provided in that package. But it is, as I mentioned, currently on the House floor. And so hopefully by the end of today, we will have, both chambers will have passed this package and it will go to the president's desk. But just to give a sense of how challenging anything relating to funding has been in the last year. And unfortunately, still not done. So we will see that is a bit of an update since the time of writing this report. But we will see. The most important piece of legislation, I will say by far this Congress, was the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, OBBA, O3BA, OB3A. There's a lot of acronyms floating around. I don't think anyone's landed on one for that particular piece of legislation yet. And that passed over the summer in July. And the intention of that bill was to rebalance the federal budget. And it did include many permanent extensions of previous provisions that were in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, such as the elimination of tax on tips and overtime pay, expansion for HSA eligibility and child care credits were some pretty big hallmarks in there. However, there were many elements that Republican leadership has touted as savings provisions. Of course, Democrats maintain that those same provisions are funding cuts. And the most significant of those are those relating to Medicaid and SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Of course, from the county's perspective, these policies will affect already thin margins within rural healthcare facilities and local governments. And the county will be burdened with the task of filling those funding gaps. And most of the federal impact in 2025 did come, though, from action and policy change at the behest of the executive branch. In the very early days, right after President Trump was inaugurated, he issued several executive orders which sought to rescind previous executive orders, implemented various funding freezes, and restored in-person work policies. Those orders were followed by efforts to decrease the federal workforce and eliminate non-statutory functions of agencies to reduce the size of the federal bureaucracy. For the county, though, this brought challenges to ongoing efforts to obtain federal funds from several agencies, including FEMA, which, due to those reductions, are moving at a much slower pace than previously. And as we all know, some of the funding the county has sought reimbursement for from FEMA in particular was not moving at, I think, what anyone would have called a fast pace, even before the reduction in workforce. We also saw the administration impose many new tariffs, which impacted trade policy and acutely impacted the agricultural industry. And while these tariffs did lead to some new trade deals, they've also significantly strained the U.S.-China trade relationship, and exports to China have dropped by over half. and the country has not purchased a single cargo of soybeans for this season. In order to support farmers, the administration through the Department of Agriculture did announce an $11 billion stopgap measure for row crop farmers at the end of 2025. And we're continuing to monitor the impact of tariffs and other federal actions on farmers, particularly those in California's Central Valley. I will say that despite the challenges and uncertainties for the county with the rapidly changing federal landscape, we are working closely with the legislative committee and county staff to address the federal policy priorities within the county's congressional delegation. We do work very, very closely with Representative Panetta and Representative Lofgren's teams, as well as those of Senator Schiff and Senator Padilla, who are very, very vocal partners and advocates for the county in DC. Turning to our engagement with Monterey County officials, as a brief recap, the Ballard team did virtually attend the board's legislative workshop last February, and we did assist the county staff with the preparation of issue briefs for that meeting and secure the attendance of representatives from the county's congressional delegation, including representatives from Senator Schiff's office and Representative Lofgren's office, and then virtual attendance by Representative Panetta. And we do continue to provide monthly written and oral reports to the legislative committee on federal matters impacting the county. I'll briefly summarize the legislative advocacy that we undertook on behalf of the county in 2025. So in the spring of 25, the county submitted 9 community project funding congressionally directed spending requests, which we know colloquially as earmarks, to the congressional delegation as part of the FY26 appropriations process. Representative Lofgren championed several projects, as did the rest of the delegation. And your report does detail exactly what that was. I will say that of those 9 projects, I'm very pleased that 2 have ultimately moved forward, and that is the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project, which was awarded just shy of $1.1 million, and that has already been enacted. So that is money that will be coming to the county as soon as the EPA does disperse those funds. And then hopefully, as I mentioned, House is debating the package, but the Transportation and Housing Urban Development Bill is also awaiting final passage. And that one is expected to include $500,000 for the Salina Soccer Project. Those are terrific wins for the county, and we are so happy to have been a part of that, because that is, almost $2 million coming to the county for very important projects for residents. In support of, turning briefly to federal legislation, in accordance with the county's legislative platform, the Ballard team recommended action on several pieces of federal legislation. And as a result, the Board of Supervisors officially supported 24 pieces of federal legislation that would benefit the county and did oppose one that would be detrimental to the county if enacted. And you can find the details on that in the federal bill and issue track that is attached to the written report. In relation to the federal budget and funding, the County of Monterey had several concerns relating to executive branch action and federal funding in 2025. We do regularly work with the county to ensure that we are communicating those concerns to the congressional delegation. In February, in response to a memorandum from the Office of Management and Budget stating that federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities relating to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance, which we all know was simply, it was a broad stroke federal funding freeze. The lobbying team did coordinate a letter to federal offices advocating against this action and outline the harmful effects on the county. Additionally, in May, after discovering that the EPA intended to cancel a grant to the Community Water Center for the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Water Consolidation Project, we did advocate with the federal delegation against this cancellation and continue to communicate that impact to the delegation. Likewise, in June, when it looked like the SNAP benefits would be cut in budget reconciliation, the lobbying team at Ballard did quickly inform Representatives Lofgren and Panetta of the county's position and advocated against the bill's cost-shifting provisions in advance of the House vote. Later, we drafted and sent a letter to the delegation formalizing the county's opposition to the bill provisions that would cut funding for federal safety net programs and urged the congressional delegation to protect federal funding for programs like Medicaid, SNAP, CalFresh, TANF, and CalWORKS. In July, we did express to the congressional delegation the county's concerns for protecting funding for the migrant education program, which was eliminated in the president's draft 2026 budget. In August, as well as in December, we advocated to the congressional delegation to urge OMB, this was in August only, to release impounded education categorical funding. And then also in August and again in December, we also worked with the county to draft a comment in opposition to the proposed rule that would allow for offshore drilling in the outer continental shelf. And that is one we are still very much engaged on. I will say that Representative Lofgren responded to these efforts very clearly, as did all of our congressional delegation. They are very responsive. I will say that, this week alone, I have had meetings with Senator Schiff and Senator Padilla on behalf of the county, who are never shy about reiterating that the county should never hesitate to reach out for any assistance. And of course, Representative Panetta is always incredibly responsive. And it's so rewarding to see that all 4 members of the federal congressional delegation are so attuned to the needs of the counties and wanting to be the county's voice in DC. Regarding FEMA reimbursements, and I know this is one we've talked about quite a bit in the last several years, and ensuring that we are receiving the appropriate reimbursements for various needs in the past. We did continue to coordinate outreach to the federal delegation regarding appropriate communication with USAC and FEMA in order to facilitate reimbursement of expenses relating to the 23 and 24 winter storms and the COVID-19 response. During the January and 23 storm events, Monterey County sustained over $80 million in damages. And you'll see in the detailed report what those communications have been. But in particular, I will say that in April, FEMA did announce federal grants for the state of California. And in particular, there was approximately $3 million in federal funding to Monterey for emergency protective measures relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that was quite rewarding. Of course, we do continue to liaise with FEMA. There's the amount that is still owed is staggering, so we will continue to be working on that, and I'm sure I'll be speaking to you again about that next year. I will say in relation to CR Free, the county did secure funding in the FY24 earmarks to close the funding gap for that project. But we did learn that in February of 25 that Public Works had not been contacted by the Federal Highway Administration for guidance on how to access that funding. And so we did meet with members of Representative Panetta's staff to address those concerns. And then in March, Caltrans reached out to county staff and helped county staff access the information that was needed so that county staff could continue to move forward with that disbursement. And then we did confirm that in July, the county had received a $1 million grant from Caltrans. And of course, and since then, Public Works has confirmed that FEMA is working to release the remaining funds, but it is going a little bit slow. We are continuing to work with Public Works as well on applications for federal grants, primarily in the form of support letters. As you'll hear from Ashley Walker, she is the lead on strategic grants for the county. However, we do assist her and the departments as needed to ensure that federal delegation members are providing letters of support for those particular applications. And I did briefly discuss earlier some of the advocacy regarding the offshore drilling, which is also detailed in the report. I will say this is one that we are particularly engaged on with the federal delegation to ensure that we are working hand in hand with federal partners so they are well apprised of the county's concerns. And of course, they share those concerns and the deep feelings of opposition across the federal delegation. But we will continue to work with them. And as I mentioned, we've already submitted several letters and several comments on the county's behalf. And we'll continue to monitor that closely. Briefly on the outlook for 2026, I know I am over in time. I would say the biggest piece, of course, is that we are continuing to look at federal funding opportunities for the county. As you saw on Nicole's earlier slide, there will be several earmark projects that we're submitting. I do have one update to the chart she had shared, and that is on the Porter Vallejo Mansion Restoration Project. We have learned from county staff that they have identified alternate sources of funding that would be more expedient than the federal funding process. So that is no longer a project we anticipate filing for federal funding in the form of an earmark for. So I would expect to see that one come off the list, which is not bad news. It's good news that the county is able to identify more certain funding in a shorter timeline. And then we are also working on a potential WRDA designation for the Salinas River, I believe. And we are continuing to pursue that with Mr. Panetta's team. And we'll keep you apprised of any developments there. And with that, I will conclude. And again, I apologize. I know I went over in time.
And then next up, we'll have Ashley Walker give our state report.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. I want to give a brief overview, just as Maria did, of what we accomplished working together in 2025, and then also go into what we can anticipate in this coming year, which has already started off with a bang. We took quite a few positions in 2025 on legislation that would impact the county and its residents. We drafted over 85 position letters and memos throughout the year. We also, of course, then testified in those committees to support our position among the entire legislative process. In total, we supported 25 pieces of legislation and we opposed 8 bills that we felt were harmful to the county in some way. But in addition to legislation, we are often very active in state budget proposals or just other policy issues that are outside of legislation. So we actually advocated on 12 different issue areas that I'll talk about in just a bit. With regard to our state budget funding request, as you know, every year we put forward to our entire legislative delegation a project or list of projects that the county could use funding for. And should members be awarded the opportunity to prioritize and put forth to leadership in the governor's office projects for their district, project-specific funding, they do so. This last year in 2025, we did prioritize, based on the Board of Supervisors' direction, the community of San Lucas and providing a clean drinking water project in that community. That project does need quite a bit of funding. The final enacted budget for the current fiscal year did include $4 million for the community of San Lucas to be able to implement a clean drinking water solution. But in addition to that, we advocated on a host of budget proposals and policy issues, as I've mentioned. Those are detailed in the report, but I would like to just highlight a few of them that are, most important or priority. All of these are, of course, but we did work very closely with the State Water Board and specifically the Division of Water Drinking on which project we felt was best for San Lucas, working closely with the community and analyzing the engineering report from last year. We worked on battery energy storage system facilities, which of course was a very high priority for the county in 2025. We worked on very important issues such as defending California values and a budget line item to support those issues against any threat from the Trump administration on several issue areas that are critical to the county and its residents. We supported multiple requests for important programs like My CAVAX, CalWorks, IHHS, and others. With that, we worked also, of course, on other issues related to these policy priorities. That includes attending some of the immigration rights ad hoc committee meetings as needed or requested to be able to help implement and at least provide updates on legislation that the county supports or is working on. During special session, of course, and this seems like so long ago when I talk about special session, But right away at the beginning of 2025, there was special session legislation to move and pass not only funding for the wildfires that we were facing, but also to fund those protecting California values items from the governor, which we did fully support, relayed our support to our legislative delegation, and worked on supporting those in budget hearings. We worked very closely on Proposition 4. We are a part of the Dam Safety Coalition, and we are actually a founding member of that coalition, working closely to advocate for the inclusion of funds for dam safety projects. In fact, we were a part of the development and success of the very first ever dam safety grant program in California. That was started with a budget earmark that was moved forward, and a lot of credit to Speaker Rivas for his support of that program and all of our delegation. And then there was an additional inclusion of Proposition $4 for that first ever program as well. We are working closely, as I'll state in my annual grants program, to access those dollars now, which hopefully will be very helpful for the county and its reservoirs and dams. We did put together a May revision letter that outlined all of our priorities once the May revise was outlined. We did several engagements throughout the year with not only County Board of Supervisors directly, but also staff to ensure that we are accurately reflecting the board's vision, taking up items on the legislative committee agenda and at the full board that align with your values. We are consistently engaging with CSAC, RCRC, and our legislative delegation and staff on a regular basis. So it was a very busy and successful year working together. Looking forward to 2026, we do have new leadership in the Senate. There has already been shifts, of course, in the committees, the policy committees and the budget committees, with our own Senator John Laird now chairing the Senate Budget Committee, and some other shifts that we will be monitoring and watching as well. As we enter the new year, we're definitely seeing already focuses on climate change, focuses on energy and transportation policy. For us, there's been obviously some bills already introduced, and we're taking a closer look at housing and homelessness issues. That's something that's been on the state's agenda for quite some time, but now we're taking a closer look at how to accelerate housing production, how to work within frameworks for local governments, and to expand behavioral health and supporting housing models. So that'll be an important part of our advocacy this year. And then again, as Maria mentioned, just ensuring that we are as well positioned as possible with anything that happens at the federal level. The legislature is committed to doing that. They are also working on a No Kings Act, which I know you're all well aware of. We're going to be taking that piece of legislation forward to the legislative committee for recommendation just next week, along with another host of bills and budget items that the legislative committee will be reviewing for positions. With that, I will move over to my Strategic Grants Services 2025 annual report. As Nicole mentioned, we have a very long list of needs in the county. We try to identify what is most competitive, what needs and projects are most competitive with funding streams that are available now. We take into consideration a whole host of different criteria, including, not only the availability of those funds, but are we able to meet the grant requirements? Is there a matching fund requirement that we need to come up with? And then we might, meet all of the requirements, but are we really competitive for funding? And that's where we work very closely with all of your department heads to analyze whether or not we should move forward with a grant application. We regularly check in with county departments and have been mostly monitoring Proposition 4 as the next big wave of funding. As you know, there is a current debate in the legislature, and there is a bill that has been introduced, AB 35, that would help streamline Proposition $4 to get out the door to local governments. We're actually going to be bringing that bill to the legislative committee on Monday for consideration, as I mentioned. So we will be working on that. As of now, Proposition 4 has been slower to roll out because of some of the requirements. So we are hopeful that the legislature considers some streamlined approach to getting Proposition 4 dollars out the door. I have had the honor of working with the county and representing the county in various capacities. Of course, I started working with the county and Nossaman representing the county in September of 2014, solely focused on funding. To date, we have secured almost $75 million for high priority projects working together, which is incredible. Your department heads are, I just have to say, and give them all some kudos and some credit here, that they are on top of it. They are committed to the county. They're committed to their projects, and they are responsive and wonderful to work with. So you all have a great team, and I think we make a great team together. The total secured funding for 2025 was $4 million, as I mentioned, for the community of San Lucas. We have a pending applications that total just over $32 million right now that are being worked on. Throughout the year, the IGLA office and Nossaman, we work together to just alert the county department heads of what funding opportunities are coming down the pipeline. So we will continue to do that. In 2025, we focused on many different projects. I'll highlight some of them, not only San Lucas, but the CR Free project. We focused on the RAISE grant proposal for Davis Road. We focused on Prop 4, as I mentioned, but also wildfire funding. We know that that's very critical and important to the county. We participated in a Coastal Conservancy webinar to learn more about how they're going to roll out those Proposition 4 wildfire resilience funds. We participated in the CPUC hearings about last mile federal funding, helped put together testimony on that, supporting Monterey County accessing those funds. And then we also supported Maria and her team in gathering letters of support for all of your congressionally funded requests, which was, we had several as listed in my report. So that was very successful and an effort that we tag teamed together. Opportunities coming up in 2026, there are several that I outlined, but I will say what Nicole had in her PowerPoint presentation are the main projects that have been identified by our meetings with the Board of Supervisors and our department heads. So continued work on San Lucas, the dam projects, the Carmel Lagoon, all water sustainability and drought-related projects given the influx of Prop 4 funding. That includes county parks as well, because there is some park dollars allocated in Proposition 4, which had been running dry from previous Prop 84 dollars. The Salinas River operations, any road, bicycle, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements through the ATP program at the state level, and then finally that Broadway Family Connection project. So in addition to requesting funds through our state delegation and the state budget, we will also be monitoring the opportunities for competitive grant funding for all of these projects. And with that, I conclude my reports. It's an honor to continue to represent Monterey County, and I appreciate your time this morning.
Well, thank you, Ashley and Maria. In closing, I think it's important to recognize the success of these programs relies on extensive collaboration, starting with the direction and support of this board, your ongoing guidance from the Legislative Committee, and work with all county departments. So thanks to everybody. This year, I want to note the Legislative Committee will consist of Supervisor Alejo, and we'll be welcoming Supervisor Daniels on board. Both will bring a huge depth of state and federal advocacy to the table, so we're really looking forward to our first meeting on Monday. I sincerely look forward to working with all of you to navigate governmental challenges and to advocate for policies that impact Monterey County. Thank you so much to the team that supports the Legislative Committee, Nick, Karina, Sophia, Rocio, and the CAO's office. Susan Blitch, thank you so much. Ashley and Maria and Caitlin Kogel with Ballard Spar. Thank you, everyone, and I'm happy to take direction and questions now.
Thank you so much. Sorry, thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you to Supervisor Daniels for stepping in as vice chair while I finished up some phone calls earlier too as well. Thank you. And with that, we will also say a big thanks of appreciation to our entire team that represents the county so incredibly well, both at the federal and state level. It really is a team effort, and I think so often when I'm talking to residents in our community, they don't realize how strong and significant the county voice is in spaces beyond the county. And I'm always pleased to share our legislative program, information about our legislative program with them. But with that, I will bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you very much, and I want to commend Nicole Hollingsworth as she's really stepped in the big shoes of Ned Diadamo. And obviously, I want to thank our legislative advocates in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, Ashley Walker and Maria Tripler, and their team of other staff that also helped throughout the year. I think Monterey County has the most robust legislative program in the Monterey Bay region, and I think that it's been very intentional. We know that unless we speak up on issues, many of our 435,000 plus residents won't have a voice on many of these issues that will directly impact their lives, not to mention our county services in many different ways. So this legislative platform doesn't change too much from year to year, but it does give us the authority when issues come up to be able to react and speak up for our residents, whether through a letter, whether through speaking on a legislative hearing in our state or federal national capital. We're able to have that flexibility because of this platform that you just outlined here for us. And I said, if nobody's going to speak up for us unless we do it for ourselves, for our residents, whether it's on a bill, whether it's on a budget that's being proposed, sometimes on legislative requests to get additional resources for these projects that we just talked about. If we don't speak up, nobody's going to do it for us. But you just highlighted, or Maria highlighted on the federal side, those potential $2 million coming to our county only because we put that information out there and told our legislators what is needed, what are our priorities, so that money could come in and really benefit our community. Some things have been ongoing, like our reservoirs, like San Lucas. The fact that we've kept it year after year, I think we're making progress on it. Not everything, but certainly progress, because we've kept that community a priority. Our reservoirs definitely need more, but we scored some victories along the way. But there's other big issues coming up this year. Like there wasn't no homelessness funding for this fiscal year, and only next year the legislature promised only half of what we used to get. Instead of $1 billion for California, it was only $500 million. But we're even working for the next round after that, which would be HAP 8. And there's new issues like on immigration enforcement. The legislature just voted on the No Kings Act, which imposes potentially liability for agents that violate civil rights. And we've seen plenty of those play out, not just on the undocumented, losing out on due process or violence committed when no justification was visible. But we know that Americans of all statuses, citizens, lawful permanent residents, and then immigrants with other types of valid legal status, like asylees, refugees, and dreamers, have also been victims to a lot of civil rights violations. I only wanted to raise some other issues, right? There is new federal rules impacting homelessness dollars. I just talked to Katrina McKenzie yesterday. Luckily, the rules that they were trying to impose at the end of last year are subject to a multi-state lawsuit on funding. But we only got a 1-year pass, perhaps. There's funding to restrict the amount that could be used for housing on homeless, 30%, where right now we use 64% of our money in our continuum of care to keep people housed. If they drop it at 30, that's going to impact those families, those individuals in a dramatic way. But they're also now trying to require immigration verification on the people trying to serve with those homelessness dollars, which again is going to put more obstacles to serve people who are trying to get off the streets and put them into a better place. So I think those are the only issues I wanted to mention. I do want to just thank you because even though education isn't really the primary services provided by the county, our school districts are, but when you're cutting categorical funding for migrant education, our most vulnerable children of migrant farm workers. It does have a tremendous impact on our school district and our most vulnerable, our children. And we were able to speak up on that for them. And most recently, the proposed offshore drilling, our board came out unanimously on that as well. And for me, these are all just examples of the key issues that come up. But throughout the year, we're able to weigh in on them in a united way on behalf of our residents. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nicole Hollingsworth, for that presentation. We're really happy to have you in this role, and it was great to hear from both Ashley and Maria. I am really looking forward to working with everyone on the Ledge Committee this year. It's going to be a whole new area of supervisorial service that I haven't had yet, so I'm really looking forward to it. I do want to ask a couple questions. It says in the board report that it's currently unknown if the county will be invited to submit state budget requests. Do we know, or when do we have an idea, of course, we know the budget that's being proposed, but is there a deadline? Is there a timeline? When do we usually find this out? And I understand the chances are very slim.
Right. I'll let Ashley speak to that. The state, it's different with the state every year. It's a little bit. Ashley, have you heard anything yet?
Yeah, I'm happy to take this one, and it's a great question. So member requests are really sort of a last-minute call by leadership. Mm-hmm. And so what we do to prepare to ensure that we don't miss that is exactly what we're doing today. We're going over what are the priorities of the county so that we hand over our list of projects or our one project or whatever we've decided to all of our delegations so they're aware, should you have the opportunity to put forth member requests, this is what the county needs. So there's really no deadline. I would say in years past, when we have had surplus years in the budget, there was more of a sometimes structured approach to member requests where, I'll give an example, Senator Caballero one year had put out a form where we could fill out a form and submit a project, and we could only submit one. And that year we decided to submit San Lucas as an example. That is not the case so far this year. It's very early in the budget year. Typically, member requests are included in that sort of last minute iteration of the budget at the end of June, mid-June, end of June. So we'll continue to monitor that process. We're very involved in discussion with all of our legislative members should they have the opportunities to submit requests.
Okay, and in your board report, it lists the projects in order of priority that the Ledge Committee recommends, and I'm very supportive of those projects and in that order. I also wanted to. I think this is a question for Maria, but it was actually Ashley who brought up Carmel River Free. And just because I have this opportunity right now, I'm curious if at the federal level, our federal lobbyists are aware of a backlog that exists because of the new requirement for the Secretary for Homeland Security to sign any contracts that are $100,000 or more. And I have a real concern about the remaining nut for CR Free to get signed by the Secretary, and I'm just curious if you're aware of this and if there's any help that can be provided to the county to get that contract signed and off her desk.
Thank you, ma'am. So I am aware of that requirement, and it is certainly something we can pursue with the federal delegation. There may be some strategic elements to consider. And the potentially how and when to shine a spotlight on this particular project. But that's something we can work through with our federal delegation, and I'm happy to coordinate further with your office as those conversations move forward.
Great. And just I wanted to just also mention that the word of request was for the Carmel River. I know it's a long shot, but that was a project for the Carmel River, and just looking forward to working with you all and and having some success in 2026 when I know that the chances are of federal support and state level support are slim to none, but we're going to get it done and figure out ways to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. I mean, I think your job of trying to keep track of what's going on in Washington and Sacramento at the same time is not something I envy. Things change fast. There's a lot of information there, and there's a lot of priorities that we've placed out. So, really appreciate what you put together, and the team and our lobbyists and everybody putting us doing this together here. My only go off of the legislative committee now, but the only thing that I see on here that I would hope that I'm going to urge the legislative committee to take a look at as a concern is really anything we can do on wildfire prevention, because we're prone to that. District 5 has had them a lot. The last fire, when was the last fire? 21 down there, it burned down.
Depends on size. But yeah, 21 or 23.
That's right. Depends on the size. It happened in the South County there. My particular part in the north is very vulnerable with the eucalyptus and a lot of growth and a lot of people in there. So there's a lot of vulnerabilities. I mean, affecting economically and people both. And we had a eucalyptus program that we got $1 million from a couple of years ago, which, by the way, we're hoping to come back and do a report on that here in a couple of months on how that worked out. But if there's some other ways to find some funding, whether it's eucalyptus removal countywide, other kind of fire prevention programs, I would like to see if there's something that can be brought in from the legislative committee, and just some better coordination and better prevention, and for residents and for businesses and for the environment. So, thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for the efforts that have gone in thus far, and appreciate the willingness to work with me as I kind of operate in my own way. And staff's always there to support, and so I want to be very clear that I'm appreciative of the constant support in those modes. Two things that I'm hoping in the future we can add to this, not sitting on the committee, is fire insurance, just reform, just understanding what that's doing to the market. And that's both on the state and federal level. And I know looking through the documents this weekend, I didn't really see that highlighted. I think that's something we can take a strong position on. And the other is the large debate, which will occur over the next year, if not 2 to 3, around VMT. I know it's been a hot topic at TAMC. I've staked my position for the last 4 years very clearly that I am not supportive of a vehicle miles traveled basis for charging folks for their road tax or use of our public infrastructure. I personally would like to see a vehicle license fee that's matched to the price of the vehicles. I think that makes the most sense when we're looking through the lens of equity at the challenges our rural communities face. I recently heard a business owner in Big Sur share that he had folks that travel all the way from Soledad daily out to Big Sur, and to think that because those folks can't afford to live closer to work, they're going to be penalized on the basis of that distance is really worrying. I know that there was a bill put in and signed earlier that really is more of a study, but given that, I think we have to be clear about what our values say in rural communities about how we approach some of these challenges. And so two things that in the near future I would love to see the county take a position on. I've personally already taken some positions on those, but it would help in terms of backup in that dialogue to be able to say that the board has taken a position on some of those issues.
Absolutely. I'll bring up the fire issue. The fire insurance issue is certainly an ongoing issue. Absolutely, that's something that we talk about quite a bit. I should have noted that I also participated in the TAMC legislative workshop this year. So TAMC has taken a look at our legislative program. They have added comments and they've updated their projects. Of course, they're their own entity, but we don't conflict with each other. We complement each other.
Thank you. And lastly, I'll just share that the priorities as laid out, I'm wholly supportive of. The support we've been able to bring to San Lucas and continue that conversation. Just last week, I was able to bring Darcy Houck, CPC Commissioner, down to walk the streets of San Lucas for an afternoon and walk through some of the challenges we face to help her really understand the impact of future rulings from the CPUC on systems like San Lucas. And yesterday I sat down with the residents of San Lucas in my office and had a wonderful meeting to connect on what the latest is. So thank you for the continued support around that. We will hit officially 15 years here, I think in 2 months, of no drinking water in that community. And so continuing to leave that as our number one priority is very meaningful to that community. When I shared that yesterday, it meant a lot. There were tears in the room. So thank you for that continued help and advocacy. Thank you.
Great, great feedback, suggestions and comments. I did have just a couple questions in terms of how the priorities are drafted, and I appreciate the work that's done throughout the year by the legislative committee. I did have the opportunity to sit on that committee for a few years. Were there any projects or priorities that were the committee considered but didn't bring forward, didn't choose to put forward as priorities?
Are you saying in terms of priorities or projects?
In terms of priorities.
No, I think everything. So what we do as a team is we meet with every single supervisor. We meet with all the department heads. I attend department head meetings. We try to encapsulate all those notes and all of those projects and put them forth. And then we take an iteration of that through the legislative committee twice.
Okay.
So I think we got everything in there, but again, this is a living document. It's your document. We want to make sure we're not missing anything.
Okay. And I asked the question because in different committees, there's sort of different prioritization ways in which projects are prioritized. Sometimes we have a scale or a rating, and so I was curious if there was something that fell off of the rating list.
I think for us, what we do as a legislative team, we meet and we kind of try to forecast what the topics du jour in the government will be. Of course, right now we're very focused on public safety projects. We think that that's where the money will be next year. So we do try to be strategic when we think about that. And then, of course, things just get thrown at us, too, as natural disasters just occur in this area.
That's the truth. So I'm looking at page 9, for instance, and we sort of have the chart that speaks to the project and the issue. It highlights a few projects for state legislative advocacy priorities, a few projects for state budget requests. I think to Supervisor Daniel's question, 1, 2, and 3 as priorities, a few projects that are listed as priorities for federal legislative advocacy, a few projects that would be prioritized for federal budget requests if that opportunity arises, and then a list of projects or issues that would be put forward for grant priority work plan issues. So thank you for answering that question. And then I'll just reiterate to my colleagues who are speaking about wanting to include wildfire concern and fire insurance issues as adding those as concerns. I think I would add a second to that concern as well. And then TMZ and just the idea that the gas tax replacement is something that is going to affect our ability to maintain our infrastructure. It is an issue that we are looking at and studying at the Transportation Agency, but it is one that does pose, I think, an existential threat for the county as a whole. And the idea of looking at options beyond, miles traveled as the only path forward is one that I would, I think, just add support for that discussion to continue. I did also want to let's see here, comment to all of our residents, as we talk, as I oftentimes will talk to residents and employees about our legislative advocacy efforts, I've oftentimes shared copies of the legislative platform with residents and encouraged them to take a look. And if there's something missing on our legislative platform, please do let us know what that is so that it is a living document and we do appreciate feedback. So that's an employee resource group or whether it's community organizations or any of our commissions, whether Commission on the Status of Women, Restorative Justice Commission, any of our commissions, we do welcome, it would be a good topic of a study session to take a look and understand what's on our list of priorities and bring forward suggestions if there's things that you see that we could do better or include differently in our platform. And then one item that I think we've talked about sort of on a side bar, and that there's always opportunity for us to pursue issues and things. But the city of Seaside and we've been working through the capital improvement process but adding some western access points to the National Monument is something that is a priority that we continue to hear from our community. We have somewhere around 1 million visitors who utilize access to the Fort Ord National Monument, and many of those folks are utilizing non-formal access points without any formal BLM support. And so getting some formalized BLM support for that access would be a priority. We're looking to create our own access points in the interim, but when the time is right for that to occur, we would love to be able to add that to our priorities.
Absolutely.
So with that, I'm going to open this up to public comment and it is doing a quick time check. It is noon. We have one more item that we'll figure out what we're going to do with that. But let's open this up to public comment. This is public comment on legislative committee recommendations for our 2026 legislative program. Anyone in chambers for public comment on this item? I'm not seeing anyone approach the dais. All right, we are going to take it out to public comment online, and we do have 2 hands raised. If you're with us online for public comment on this item, I welcome you to raise your hand now so that we can call on you. We do not want to miss anyone. We're going to start with a phone number ending in 902 and then move on to John Huerta Jr. Thank you for joining.
Good morning. This is Needham Beatty. 2 comments on telecommunication services. I support language added on continued access to POTS and copper line telephone service, which function in power outages and provide reliable 24/7 access, including to 911. It is essential for public safety. Secondly, I oppose the county's goals on military installations. The economic figures are false, lacking independent review, and with no mention of the huge costs for military installations such as air, water, and soil contamination, ongoing cleanup efforts, public health damage, housing availability and pricing impacts, traffic, jobs and wages, etc. Military bases and activities grossly pollute. Red Hill, Hunters Point, Treasure Island, Maryland bases, Camp Lejeune, Fort Ord, a national priority list Superfund site. What is the extent at Hunter Liggett and Camp Roberts? More facilities and missions mean more deadly contamination in Monterey County. And the Naval Postgraduate School has contaminated Monterey with microwave radiation for years, increasing greatly with 5G. The Navy partnered with AT&T to put 5G cell towers on the beach and in the bay, and to use its civilian 5G network for military projects. City cell towers now pulse at higher levels. Camp Roberts SATCOM radiation harms South County. Cancer and disease clusters, DNA damage, birth defects, neurological damage, infertility, and health degradation are costing Monterey County and the public. Inability to sleep, microwave auditory effect, heart arrhythmia, blood vessel breaks, electromagnetic sensitivity are some immediate health problems for me and others. Microwave radiation also stresses trees and wildlands, causing increased flammability and fire danger. Base reuse can't happen if the land is contaminated. New disclosures are that Chartwell School on Numa Watson Road has massive PFAS contamination from years of Army dumping. The Naval Postgraduate School has radioactive contamination and dumped radioactive water in the bay. The Army is now drilling 3 wells in downtown Marina to monitor carbon tetrachloride spreading past Fort Ord boundaries. Salinas and Castroville drinking water and Salinas Valley ag wells are of concern.
The timer just rang. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Other sovereign countries are working.
Thank you for your comments.
And devastating, reducing and eliminating
military bills. I'm sorry to interrupt. Thank you for your comments. We're going to go next to John Huerta Jr., and then it looks like there's one more hand raised to Jack Murphy. So we'll go to John Huerta and then to Jack Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Ask you and the board members. Appreciate the legislative update today. I want to point out that your state lobbyist mentioned AB 35 from Assemblymember Alvarez, District 80, I believe. Because I want to thank her for doing so, because the Prop 4 Implementation Acceleration Act is written to deliver critical funding efficiently and quickly to our communities. Being here in the community of Greenfield, we understand that Prop 4 is been heavily targeted this last legislative calendar for funding for critical projects throughout California. So Again, I want to thank your lobbyists from the state for mentioning that, AB 35 from Assemblymember Alvarez, and thank you for the opportunity and look forward to your workshop on March 6th at 10:30. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Jack Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to take a brief moment to thank the board and our ledge staff and all of our partners on behalf of the 17,500 veterans, over 6,000 service members and families. And this is because of the board's support for Senate Bill 694 and its predecessor, AB 53, which protect veterans from deceptive and predatory claims practices with respect to VA disability claims. It took a 2-year cycle. And it was frustrating at times, but it finally passed through the Senate last week, 25-6, with bipartisan support. So Monterey's military and veteran community hopefully will be better protected and better respected because of your support, further demonstrating the board's commitment to our community. We look forward to having this bill signed into law by Governor Newsom here this upcoming week, further deepening the precedent nationwide. So I just want to express my gratitude for that support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and thank you for all the work you do on behalf of our veterans. I see no further hands raised, so we're going to close public comment, bring it back to our board. Was there any additional direction needed today on this item?
Yes, there's a few items that I need from you. I need you to adopt the legislative program, adopt the workshop agenda. There's a couple things outlined in my first slide here. I'll go back.
On the first slide. Okay, let's go back.
I will note, just while I go get that, Maria just texted me that the House just passed their bill. So Supervisor Alejo, I believe that includes the soccer complex funding. Great. We'll get that information back to you today.
Awesome. So approve items 5A through D?
Please.
It's recommended by staff.
Okay, so it's considering recommendations, so it's approving the recommendations and receiving the reports. So it's actually item A and then receiving the reports.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
So do items A through E include the state budget federal funding recommended projects?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion. And Madam Chair, if I could just speak on the vehicle license fee issue, I agree. We had two larger discussions at the TAMZ Board of Directors meeting, which includes all 5 of us and representatives of all 12 cities, and then some of our sister agencies on transportation. I don't think anything's going to move this year because it's the election year, perhaps not next year for the governors, for the first year of the new governor that will come in. But nonetheless, conversations are happening. There was a bill last week, AB 1421, which is to do a study bill on the road usage charge, which is basically the vehicle miles traveled fee. But there isn't discussion or emphasis on the alternate that Supervisor Lopez is raising on the vehicle license fee. So TAMZ took a position to push for both options to remain on the table, not just looking at one. And maybe we could agendize that discussion first in the legislative committee and then bring that back here so we could take an official position on that soon, so at least our state legislators will know what our position is on this issue.
Absolutely. And what I'll do is I'll contact our friends at TMC and see maybe if they want to join our legislative committee for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion for the staff recommendation, a second, the motion from Alejos, I had a second from Daniels. Was there more discussion?
Just wanted one final piece on that. I did have the opportunity to meet with the author, and I think it's important that we take a position sooner rather than later based on that meeting. And then my second is just that I will not be able to make the legislative session with our legislators. I've reached out to all of them to let them know that I do want to stay married, and my wife had booked a trip, and for that reason, I will. I'm going to put my marriage first on that Friday, and so my apologies to my colleagues for having to miss that meeting. But thank you.
We support
we know.
you in that, Supervisor. All right, let's do all in favor. Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. All right. With that, this item is approved. It is noon, and given our long meeting last week, we are going to break for lunch. Item number 6 will come back at 1:30 after our lunch recess, and we will continue on with the remainder of the afternoon agenda at 1:30. Thank you all.
1 2 1 2 mic check, mic check.
I think it's high
Okay.
because you don't.
Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Monterey County. Let the record show that all supervisors are present, and if we could please have an announcement of our interpretation services. I believe we have Jordi Vidalis with us via Zoom.
Muy buenas tardes para todos nuestros hispanoparlantes. Servicios de interpretación serán dados en la recámara y de forma virtual. Si usted necesita un aparato para escuchar la interpretación simultánea, por favor acercarse a la secretaria de la Junta de Supervisores para darle entrega de un aparato. Gracias.
Great, thank you so much. The first item on our afternoon calendar today will be an update in response to the Planning Commission's request to address the regulations and enforcement efforts to curb unpermitted food vendors and to receive an update on enforcement actions and open cases. And we have a presentation from our environmental health team.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Armando Gonzalez. I'm the supervising environmental health specialist for the consumer protection team in Monterey County Environmental Health Bureau. We'll be providing an update on the current response to complaints related to unpermitted food vending in unincorporated Monterey County. On October 25th, 2024, Environmental Health Bureau received a Planning Commission referral 24.8 regarding unpermitted food vendors operating in unincorporated Monterey County. An initial update was provided to the Planning Commission on February 12, 2025. At this time, the Planning Commission requested that a subsequent update be presented to the board. This update will outline Environmental Health Bureau response to date and include recommendations and a request for coordinated enforcement resources from Monterey County Sheriff's Office, local law enforcement agencies, the District Attorney's Office, and Monterey County Code Enforcement. For a little background, unpermitted food vendors are operators who are selling, peddling food on a cart, truck, trailers, tables, or under a tent without a valid health permit from Department of Environmental Health, or Bureau, sorry. This presentation will focus on specific unpermitted pop-up taco vendors that are operating in unincorporated areas. We believe the recent increase in pop-up taco vendors is largely attributed to Senate Bill 972, which took effect January 1st, 2023, and decriminalized sidewalk food vending. However, Senate Bill 972 does not apply. I lost my train of thought, sorry. Does not apply to pop-up taco vendors who are considered full preparation operations. The law only applies to vendors engaged in limited food preparation. Senate Bill 972 does provide limited exemptions for certain types of street food vending. Vendors selling only prepackaged, non-potentially hazardous foods or whole uncut produce with a display of 25 square feet or less are exempt from obtaining a health permit. For example, an individual selling whole uncut oranges from a small display in a parking lot would not require to obtain a health permit with our Bureau. This exemption does not apply to local city or county requirements related to zoning, right-of-way, or other non-health regulatory codes. Environmental Health Bureau mission is to protect and serve the residents and consumers of Monterey County by ensuring food safety, preventing food misbranding and adulteration, and reducing the risk of foodborne illnesses through education and issuing of health permits. In response to these unpermitted taco vendors, our office has initially focused on food safety education and training, encouraging operators to obtain the required health permits. As non-compliance persisted, our office has escalated enforcement efforts to include issuing administrative citations, impounding food and equipment, impounding vehicles with the assistance of the District Attorney's Office, our Bureau have also conducted multiple outreach with radio and social media ad. This has not slowed down or deter the public from eating at these locations. Since the beginning of fiscal year 2024 to 25, our office has received and responded to 223 complaints related to specifically to these unpermitted taco vendors. Complaints distribution is as follows. Salinas area with 72, the Pájaro 38, Castroville 30, South County area with 27 complaints. The majority of the complaints in recent months have originated in the Pájaro and Castroville areas. Our inspectors respond to unpermitted food vendor complaints on a weekly basis. However, due to safety concerns, inspections of these specific taco vendors are conducted with only with law enforcement support. Investigators from Monterey County District Attorney's Office have provided significant assistance and support with these efforts. Some limitations currently faced by our inspectors include the following. Safety concerns without law enforcement. Inspectors have experienced intimidation by food operators and members of the public. Inspectors have been followed back to our office by the vendors, creating additional safety concerns. Inspectors are not peace officers and do not carry radios or defensive equipment. They do not have the authority to require vendors to provide identification for citation purposes. Inspector availability outside normal business hours. Inspectors cannot enforce other Monterey County Code violations commonly associated with these operations, including traffic, public nuisance, noise, right-of-way, and signage violations. Due to these limitations, the Environmental Health Bureau has updated its response procedure to require law enforcement presence when responding to these specific complaints. Environmental Health Bureau has updated its administrative citation procedure pursuant to Monterey County Code 1.22.200, authorizing the issuing of administrative fines beginning with $100 for the first violation, $500 for the second violation, and $1,000 for the third. These fines are used for both enforcement and tracking mechanisms. A key challenge has been many of these vendors frequently change locations or rotate staff, making it difficult for inspectors to determine whether these violations constitute the first, second, or third. Environmental Health has also begun impounding food and equipment during enforcement responses. This approach was previously limited due to the large volume of food and equipment involved, as well as storage constraints. The District Attorney's Office has provided critical assistance in equipment impounding, including heavy lifting and storage support. Perishable food items are discarded within 24 hours due to its perishable nature and to prevent odors. To protect vendor property rights, an administrative hearing is required when food equipment is impounded in accordance with Health and Safety Code 114393. An administrative hearing will be scheduled by the enforcement officer within 30-day notice. Our office has conducted 8 administrative hearings before a third-party officer who issues a final written decision. Of the 8 vendors scheduled, only 2 appeared. The outcome of these court orders are as follows. Orders to pay administrative fines and recuperation of environmental health staff time. Cease of operation until compliance is achieved. Authorization for the county to dispose of the equipment at designated landfills. A note, these vendors often appear the very next day after the food and equipment is impounded. The impoundment of vehicles by the District Attorney's Office under Vehicle Code 22655.5 has been the only measure that has sent a strong message to these unpermitted food vendors. The following photographs were provided by Merced County Environmental Health, and they document enforcement actions conducted at unapproved commissary kitchens where the majority of these vendors originate from. These images illustrate the types of health and safety violations that could lead to foodborne illnesses. Key violations depicted include food from unapproved sources, lack of proper temperature control, inadequate hand washing, and sanitation, and lack of food safety knowledge. These are photographs from a complaint at 499 Salinas Road in Royal Oaks, or Pajaro area. The images document multiple health and safety violations, including food from unapproved sources, inadequate refrigeration, fire hazards, lack of hand washing stations, unsafe food practices, and improper use of cooked meat. A similar setup is often observed in multiple locations, leading to the conclusion that it is an organized operation. Through coordination with the District Attorney's Office, it has been determined that the majority of these vendors are not small or independent operators, but part of a large organized operation headquartered in Merced County. This organization operates across multiple counties in California. Within Monterey County, there may be several types of organizations: vendors directly affiliated with the Merced-based group, vendors that originated as a subordinate operation but now operate independently, and smaller pop-up vendors not affiliated with the Merced group. The District Attorney's Office and Environmental Health Bureau continue to evaluate these distinctions. The District Attorney's Office is actively investigating the responsible owners of these operations. There has been an increase in complaints regarding activity at 499 Salinas Road in Pajaro, or Royal Oaks. The site is an empty lot located in the corner of Railroad Avenue and Salinas Road and is owned and managed by Union Pacific Railroad Police. Multiple unpermitted food vendors and other unpermitted merchants operate at this location on a weekly basis, resulting in food safety violations, traffic, right-of-way concerns, improper signage, and public nuisance. The Union Pacific Road Police responded to this site on Saturday, January 10th, 2026. During that response, they issued 15 no trespassing notices and posted 2 no trespassing signs. These signs can be used now by Sheriff's Office to issue citations. Ongoing discussions are taking place with the Union Pacific Railroad Police and Monterey County Public Works regarding the installation of fencing, concrete barriers, or K-rails, or trenching of the dirt surface to deter vendors from setting up at this location. Public Works indicated that they are able to install concrete barriers. However, Union Pacific would need to assume ownership and liability for the barriers. Assistance from the board in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Currently, under California Retail Food Code, there is no available health permit for these specific pop-up taco vendors due to lack of essential facilities such as restrooms and hand washing requirements and other safety concerns. Some of the available permits that we do offer are up on the screen. For example, a full mobile food truck and a compact mobile food operation and other similar permits. Our office strongly believes that these specific taco vendors have no intention of complying or obtaining a health permit. Environmental Health Bureau has not received reports of foodborne illnesses related to these taco vendors. The public is very protective of these vendors and may not report or complain food illnesses. This is one reason our Bureau believes that public outreach and education may not be the best approach. There is a report of a foodborne illness that occurred in Mariposa County, Arizona, where 17 people became sick with diarrhea and vomiting. It is Environmental Health Bureau belief that these specific vendors have no intention of complying. To enhance enforcement efforts, our office seeks additional resources from law enforcement and Monterey County Code enforcement. Responses to these complaints require frequent site visits and often necessitate advanced coordination with law enforcement due to safety concerns. Enforcement capacity currently is limited to the availability of the district attorney's team. Assistance from multiple law enforcement agencies would allow increased enforcement responses to these vendors, including requesting operator identification in order to issue a citation, running license plate numbers, impounding vehicles under Vehicle Code 22655.5, confiscating food and equipment, and responding to other violations like traffic and public nuisance, noise, and right-of-way. As mentioned in the previous slide, these taco vendors often reappear the very next day. Their food, the impoundment of vehicles by the District Attorney's Office has been the only measure that has sent a strong message. For reference, the City of Salinas established a task force of 6 retired police officers dedicated to enforcing unpermitted food vendors after hours. This task force operates in 2 teams, and both proactively patrol the city and respond to complaints. Since these enforcement efforts, the current unpermitted taco vendors have left the City of Salinas and are now operating outside in unincorporated Monterey County. Merced County Environmental Health recently received board supervisor approval for 2 dedicated staff positions, an environmental health specialist 3 and environmental health specialist technician to support the unpermitted food vendor task force. Our recommendations are as follows. General fund allocations to support 2 environmental health, 3 positions, and district attorney support. Environmental Health recommends law enforcement impound vehicles operated by these unpermitted food vendors under Vehicle Code 22655.5. Our office can provide cross-training for law enforcement on how to spot unpermitted food vendors. So no visible health permit, operating roadside or in parking lots, no hand washing facilities, no refrigeration. These are the most common things to look out for. Operating without a food permit is only the tip of the iceberg. These activities often involve unfair business practices, tax evasion, right-of-way violations, traffic, and public nuisance. The last recommendation would be installing fencing, concrete barriers, or K-rails, or trenching of dirt to prevent vendor setup at location 499 Salinas Road in Pajaro, Royal Oaks area. And this concludes our presentation and open for questions.
Great, thank you. We'll start with Supervisor Church.
Thank you for the report. Excuse me. So obviously it's been a big issue in North County, District 2, I know in District 3 as well. I've reached out to Environmental Health numerous times on this and appreciate all the efforts to try to deal with this rather difficult problem. Let's just call it at that. Obviously, people, when they go out and they buy food, they expect their food to be safe. And you know, we do that with restaurants, we do that with food trucks. You got to tag on them. And these are set up and they're not inspected, and you've listed all the reasons that they're unsafe, and it's a real concern. It's a real health risk out there that's just in many ways just a time bomb, just waiting to have a situation here like happened in Arizona, as you discussed, and and then that's what's going to get the public upset, and they're going to wonder, why didn't we do something about it? And we have to make sure that there's safe food out there for people wherever they're going to buy it, and that's of course our responsibility. So I really appreciate this coming back here for a discussion. I have a few questions on here. I know we're tracking this down in Merced. Have we had contact with Merced authorities or state authorities, and on what response that they have had and what they've been able to do?
Yes, so we're discussing with them pretty often now, and we are discussing multiple agency response as well as coordinating to see what they're doing versus what we're doing. I think at this point we're in the same level of response and resources.
Okay. And I know there's environmental health, the health department is limited enforcement, and you need assistance from the DA and the sheriff. And that, for the public to understand, we're not, the county is one entity, but it's also split into a lot of different parts, and those are separate elected officials who have their own budgets and their own priorities to do separate here from the board, and what they can do on resources. So I know it makes it difficult. So I'm going to throw out here something just to see why we aren't thinking about this instead. And as I saw, there's two positions being considered, and I'm looking in the same cases. Yes, we have the sheriff, we have the DA, which are law enforcement. Well, we have in our parks, which is generally involved with recreation, rangers are also law enforcement officials. It seems to me on environmental, with not just environmental health, but the health department in particular, there's a lot of enforcement that has to be done on various levels. Have we considered hiring a law enforcement health employee, and what would be the problem with doing that?
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Actually, we did hire enforcement officials during COVID to go out and do enforcement for us. That is an option, but they just need to be able to enforce the citations and everything in the same manner that the district attorney could.
But it gives us a little more flexibility in terms of we don't have to coordinate with the DA, we don't have to coordinate with the sheriff. It's all within your department, and that's what I'm looking as the advantage, correct?
That would be an advantage, but the district attorney's office has the storage capabilities. They have the warehouses for the impounded equipment that we do not.
Okay, that seemed like that should be achievable in some way. Storage is storage, but I understand where we're at currently. I think that's all the questions I have at this point.
Yeah, so I think I've got more statements, but I'll take this opportunity to make them. I think often we hear as elected officials from the public the question, what's it going to take? Somebody dying for us to finally do something? That's a phrase you hear often around different challenges. I've already lost a resident. Somebody crossing the road in Soledad trying to get to one of these vendors was hit by a car and died. And I'm done with this. For those who know, this has been a passion issue for me, given the fact that I have visited every roadside vendor, given them my business card and said, I will help you. Reach out to my office. I will get you permitted. Let me walk you through the process. And some of those same vendors now, a year later, when I walk up and they don't recognize me, hold up my card and say, I'm working with this guy. It's just any method to extend and not come into compliance is being taken. And we did get a public comment earlier via email that shared that I think in Marina, somebody had an event. It was a resident from District 5 at an event in District 4, and 20 people at that event, based on that email's claim, wound up sick as well, based on an unregistered vendor. For me, it's a major concern to my community, having these places pop up, especially around food safety. They're popping up right next to ag fields and tossing the product. I've watched them walk over the train tracks outside of Soledad and dump them in the middle of a field. We can't allow this to continue. And I'm frustrated. I know a lot of staff in the room have received a late night text from me. The last 4 nights, the same vendor that I've called in about 10 times continues in Gonzales right at the exit. They've now put up an 18-wheeler to block the wind for them, and they just set up, and it is continuous. I want to support entrepreneurs and starting businesses and becoming part of our community, but to do this with a premeditated, right? We know the vans come out of Merced. You see the license plate. It's crystal clear. And now I've lost a resident. I've kind of lost my patience on this to a large degree. My concern on the proposal would be general fund requests for these positions, in my opinion. I think this needs to be a priority, and we should realign the funding we already have to get this done sooner. And a second piece of that, I know that I've talked to restaurants in my district who say they would be supportive of paying a slightly larger fee in order to have enforcement on those folks outside who are not following the rules. So rather than putting us in a position where we're saying, oh, go find general fund to do it, I think there's other ways to approach this that I would be supportive of, given the fact that that's a direct impact on those businesses who are raising the flag on this as well and saying this is of concern. So again, I've tried, I've been out there talking to folks, I've shared my business card, many of them carry them around, and unfortunately they just know nobody's coming to enforce, so they're gonna just keep doing what they're doing. We do now have copycats, and they've told me that. I'm not part of that, but I see that you guys haven't enforced on them, so I might as well. And they're popping up, buying equipment. You can see the lights are a slightly different hue of blue. But it's just enough. I mean, this is one of those things where we have the facts. We've seen it roll out through the different pieces in the media. Is the DA has done a great job and is in partnership with the health department in putting out the information about what we know. And we can't just continue to turn a blind eye. Again, I've already lost one resident, and that was one too many. So I hope we find a way forward. And again, not necessarily interested in the general fund based on some of those conversations I've had. I would rather realign existing resources, because I'm also hearing from restaurants, you're breathing down my neck, showing up and complaining, finding every little thing within my restaurant to complain about, yet they continue to go unchecked outside. So I'm hearing that from them and want to support that request to enforce on those people who are clearly outside the bounds of the law.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for your presentation, and certainly want to recognize the District Attorney's Office. We're working with your office in the enforcement actions that have taken place. So I really appreciate that, and the efforts that have been done so far. I think it was good messaging last night in the news that there were education efforts, but they were not producing the desired results. So the county's now having to explore other options. The other good part of that was, I think the photos say 1,000 words, right? The photos that were put out there where the public could see, the dangers that are real when food is not handled well, when it's not stored well. And I think it's real. And I think nobody wants to end up getting themselves or their family or their children gravely ill. Because they put faith on a roadside vendor that wasn't properly handling the meal that they were going to be eating. I'm supportive of this request. I got a call from the reporters last night. I said, this really in Supervisor Church's and Lopez's district, but it is, like you saw, your report on how many complaints have come in, is most of them from the Salinas area. And that is because as the city has done more enforcement, these folks have now just moved on the periphery of the city, on the unincorporated side, saying, okay, the folks that are enforcing aren't going to get me because I'm on the unincorporated county side. So it's really an issue for the city that I represent. Not to mention, Pajaro started out that vacant lot by the railroad tracks, started with a few vendors. Now, if you go there, especially on a weekend, it's filled. Not just food vendors, but there's, other types of people selling a variety of things, but just food vendors alone, they're like side by side. It's something that I wonder, how do they make any money if the competition, so much competition is right next to each other? But as you rightly pointed out, even in those cases where they've confiscated, they must be making enough money to then be right back there, even with different equipment. They're right back there because it's obviously penciling out for them to keep violating our local policies and regulations. So even after today, whatever board action we take, I think it's important to continue the bilingual education, that whatever action we take today, that's going to be like the next step. The one thing I don't want anybody to say, the food vendors and the community at large, customers, right, is that they were not aware or that we haven't done enough before getting to a point where we're having to impound vehicles. So any opportunity to put the word out that this is coming, whatever action we take today is coming, I think that goes a long way to put those folks on notice that we are going to take this next step as a result to protect public safety and public health. On the portion for, do we have an estimate about what the two positions and the district attorney support that you listed? What's the number for that? Obviously, the city started their program. It was $250 to hire the retired police officers. Is that an option for us? I'm just trying to find what is the most cost feasible way to give you the resources you need outside of the needing the two environmental health positions.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I believe that there are quite a few options to consider when thinking about the law enforcement piece. And we'd be more than happy to put together a couple of ideas to move forward with that. But I'm not sure the exact cost of a district attorney professional. But with the support that they provide to us, I know that it definitely is higher than probably an environmental health specialist 3, given that they carry weapons. But I think for two EHS, probably 250,000 would get our budget solid for those 2 positions for sure. And if we wanted to do something, we could put different, not 2 EH3s. We could do EH3 and EH2. It just depends on the level that's decided to move forward. And then anything else that's left over would be used for public outreach, radio and social media, to make sure that those educational messages are out there.
Appreciate that. I guess maybe if you don't have an answer today, if whatever we approve, I think we'd have to come back just on that, whether we purchase or provide resources for the district attorney support, or looking at other alternatives like the retired police officers. Those are folks that then you could just use in specific times when you're going to be out there and needing that kind of support. So it doesn't have to be all day, but in those targeted periods during the week where the environmental health officer will be out there. So I look forward to getting that back, getting those numbers back from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions. Since it sounds like this is a statewide sort of operation, is the Attorney General's office looking into this? Have we heard anything or made any kind of complaint at that level? Or the district attorney made it? I mean, I don't know how the system works, but it seems like if there's an operation outside of Merced that's working statewide that is not operating legally, it would be of interest.
Yes, Supervisor Daniels, there is a larger case at play that we are currently working on in coordination with other law enforcement agencies. The district attorney is pursuing those avenues.
Okay, thank you. And I sat on the Planning Commission when these conversations started at that level, and with one colleague in particular, there was a really deep frustration because of they were a small business owner and were contending with this. But on the health and safety and just legality of what is happening, I'm struggling with the recommendations, because I realized, yes, there is a lot of these operations that are happening and we could find ourselves sort of playing whack-a-mole. But at what point is it not law enforcement's job already if someone is operating without a valid health department permit?
That's a very good question. We have tried to communicate and work with the sheriff's office, and resources for them are thin as well.
If you were to guess how many of these operations were operating, let's just say unincorporated Monterey County at one time, a busy Saturday or Sunday, like, I mean, are we talking about 20? Are we talking about 100?
At one point, we have 10 confirmed these taco vendors specifically linked to Merced County Group.
So 10. Because what I'm hearing in variety of meetings that I'm attending, whether I'm sitting on a committee, is that feel like I'm hearing over and over again, with support, with financial support, we can do A, or we could do B, or we can do C. But A, B, and C are already part of your portfolio. So at what point do we politely ask our law enforcement partners to please just do their job? I guess that's a rhetorical question, and I won't have you answer that. In regards to EHS 3 positions, is there other things that these positions would be providing for? I can't imagine that you would have these 2 positions all be on taco trucks that are unpermitted.
That's correct. So I did get numbers back from our finance manager. It's $190,000 for an EHS 3, $140,000 for an EHS2, and about $100,000 for an EHS tech. So those are the requirements for those positions. And the goal and the vision of the Bureau, our director and myself, is to create this team that can have the resources to get this done, but then hopefully move into the fiscal recovery that it takes. Because what happens with the vendors is they don't pay their fines. We issue them, we take them into a hearing. This is all a very expensive process that's outlined for us that we have to do. And so hopefully it would be a revenue generator so that they can actually receive the cost that it's costing us to do these things. File the, attest to all the complaints that we're getting. And then eventually, hopefully, when they move outside of the county and leave, these positions would pay for themselves.
So in essence, funding one of these positions, it over time is a cost-neutral position, like we have with some positions like planners in housing and community development. I mean, do you think that that's something that you could say would be ultimately a cost-neutral position?
I would like to think that with all of the future things that we're going to be dealing with, that the position would generate enough revenue to pay for itself.
Okay, and I do want my colleague to understand that I did hear him, because I know that frustration, that there's a situation that exists that two colleagues have mentioned this, where there could be a significant crisis, someone could die, someone already clearly has, and that makes it incumbent upon us to proactively do something about this. But I'll wait for public comment, because as I shared, I do have some real issues with the idea that law enforcement will do it if they have some financial support, and I just don't understand that argument.
Thank you. I have a couple questions before we go out to public comment. So could you just help me understand the jurisdiction issue? So Environmental Health Bureau has jurisdiction within the unincorporated county and within our cities for food safety. So that's across all jurisdictions.
Yeah, we are the health inspectors for the entire county.
Okay, and the district attorney would have jurisdiction across all jurisdictions?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, and the sheriff would only have jurisdiction if a vendor was located in the unincorporated county. Otherwise, it would require calling in the police from whatever jurisdiction that would be.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so the request that's being made here around partnership between, sorry, I had it up. Requesting the board to require or request coordinated enforcement resources from the sheriff, local law enforcement, code enforcement, and the district attorney and law enforcement partners. The Board of Supervisors, we have some sort of crossing over of jurisdictional authority depending on who would be responding, where a vendor would be located. So there are some sort of questions and issues in that regard. So the question around how the city of Salinas handled their task force, and to the question of the state needing to be involved, because if we did, say, a fantastic job and we were to then push everything into San Benito County, where they don't have the same type of resources, we're just simply pushing issues from one community into the next, which is not actually helpful if our goal is health and safety of sort of our collective. So I want to be clear on that point. And then the other sort of issue is the staff report is asking for coordinated response, for us to direct coordinated response of the sheriff, local law enforcement, and code enforcement. And it's clear, we know that we don't direct the sheriff, we don't direct the district attorney. Those are independently elected officials. And we, of course, wouldn't have the authority to direct individual police departments of cities. So we, of course, could ask for that support and ask for our local law enforcement partners to participate in a coordinated enforcement action as they are already authorized and funded to do, but we wouldn't be able to dictate that. So just the jurisdictional questions there. The questions around foodborne illness, and the staff report didn't, I think, provide as much detail about that there are in fact foodborne illnesses occurring. I don't know that as the general public, that the public would know how to report a foodborne illness to the health department if those are occurring. So I do think that just in general, from a public outreach perspective, if people are experiencing foodborne illnesses, that they know how to report that. So if those are occurring, I don't know that we would actually be aware of all of those foodborne illnesses, just simply because of the lack of understanding about that we would want to be documenting those. And then in response to sort of the complaints and issues, just to make sure I'm understanding, the concern or the reason why this is a problem is both because of a health and safety issue in terms of foodborne illness being a concern. It's also a concern because of the safety issues, as was experienced with vendors setting up in locations that are not actually safe, as was the cause of a fatality in Soledad. And then also it creates a competition with businesses who are going through the legal process. Are there other reasons why it's problematic to have vendors operating without a permit that I'm missing? Are there additional reasons why this would be of concern?
I think you mentioned the major...
The three major reasons, okay. And then you mentioned the position. There were some... it sounds like there is a need for us to give some clear direction moving forward. I'm not sure that those options were clearly articulated beyond the ask for clear coordination. And it sounds like there might be some additional specific requests of us around what that looks like that we'll need to be clear on. I'm not sure that positions that we create are going to end up cost neutral. I'm not sure how much recovery we would actually get from this. So I just want to point that out. And then let's see here. The other question that I just had in regards to the enforcement that's happening, it sounds like there's a couple different sort of pieces of this issue. There's some organized, sort of blatant violators of this, of our food, of our ordinance, of people who are going out of their way and blatantly violating our license and licensure ordinance. And I guess I'm trying to think cautiously. We want to address that issue, but I'm also worried that we would inadvertently get other individuals would be swept up or caught up in a very aggressive enforcement mechanism. And so as we think about how we move forward, I do just want to remain thoughtful about how we address that and allow for there to be some discretion used, so that if we don't find ourselves with kids having a lemonade stand who find themselves swept up with their lemonade stand, being put onto the back of a pickup truck and impounded because it technically falls underneath the criteria of what we're talking about. So when we're actually attempting to focus on something that's slightly different than that. So just want to put that onto into the thinking. But with that, I'm going to take it out to public comment, and then we can bring it back to this. And I'm going to just put back to our team in terms of the direction that's being asked of the board right now. The staff report speaks specifically to receiving an update about the regulations and enforcement efforts, and to receive an update on the enforcement actions and open cases, and then to provide further direction, which is fairly general. There was some explanations in the presentation about what other communities have done, but there isn't, I'm not seeing a clear staff recommendation about what the specific ask is beyond us asking for coordination from folks that we don't actually have authority to direct for that action. So let's take it out to public comment, and then we can bring it back and maybe get some more specificity around what that direction might look like. But with that, we'll see if there's anyone in the room for public comment on this item. If you're in the room, this is public comment on item number 6. If you're with us online and you'd like to make public comment on item number 6, please raise your hand now so that we can hear from you. I'm seeing no one in chambers, and I'm seeing no one online. This would be the opportunity to weigh in, share your thoughts with us in regards to regulation enforcement of unpermitted food vendors. All right, with that, we have no public comment on this item. We'll bring it back to, we have one public comment, one hand raised. We'll go to Javier. Thank you for joining us, Javier. We have 2 minutes on the timer. We appreciate your comments.
Perfect, thank you. Francisco Mendoza, thank you for taking on this subject. I really appreciate it. I'm actually one of the persons that was talking in reference to the illegal food vendors throughout the county. And I think part of the problem is sometimes these mobile food businesses come in to environmental health and get their permit. And once they get their permit, there's no follow-up in reference to if there's a restroom facility where they're stationed for 5, 6, 7 hours or what have you. So that seems to be a problem. I think we need a little bit more enforcement in that sense. The other issue is that a lot of them know that they get off about 4 o'clock. So at 4 o'clock, it seems like they all come out of the woodworks. And that's another thing. If somehow we can coordinate where we have some inspectors working later in the afternoon, where they're targeting some of these specific areas, would be a big help. And another idea would be a lot of these illegal food vendors, if that's the proper terminology we're using, they have vehicles. So if somehow, they're taking a vehicle to the site to do an illegal activity, maybe somehow being able to tie the citation to the vehicle to where now they're going to take that more into consideration. Another thing would be some of the properties that they're using for the illegal activity, for instance, the 499 Salinas Road. That is a piece of property that maybe we can pass an ordinance or land use where if the people that own that piece of property, they should be to a certain degree liable for allowing that type of activity on that railroad yard. It's just like, yes, we own it, but we don't allow them to do this, but they do it. So what do we do about it? So tying that up would be greatly beneficial. We just have maybe passing an ordinance of land use ordinance where we go after some of the people that own these properties as well that are allowing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. All right, we'll bring it back to our CAO.
One item that could, one recommendation might be to have staff go back and work with the district attorney to see how potentially we could develop this enforcement type of agreement. And in texting with the DA, and I don't know if she's in the room right now, but she mentioned it's about 50,000 just based on these 10 that you have, right, in overtime. So that's a number. And the other thing to consider is also looking for other revenues. In Fresno, they actually used waste tire revenue to have 2 investigators in the health department. They were paid with waste tire, but they were also available for other inspection duties when you had an entity that was probably going to respond not in a very friendly kind of way. Or if they went into specific areas, your inspectors going into areas that are were considered hotspots. In Fresno, we had some of those, and we probably have them here as well. But that's another avenue to explore, and I'm not sure if waste tire dollars are used here, if we're tapping into that resource, but that gives some flexibility. But it would be good to just have the perspective from the DA, and I know that she's listening, to maybe understand what that would take, and if it is overtime in the amount of $50,000 for now, that would be helpful. In terms of the jurisdiction, the DA would be able to go into different parts of the county with their investigators, but usually there is a partnership that occurs between the DA investigator and the local law enforcement, because at times you do require a broader response. So I think maybe asking the board to direct staff to work on a potential proposal or two of what it could look like, so that it's not reliant on general fund dollars.
In regards, so I have some thoughts on what you just said, but in regards to the high activity location, 499 Salinas Road, I think this is a question for council. Is there some sort of letter that could be drafted that's just sent to the owner of that property versus us? Okay, it's a meeting on Thursday. No. A letter that, I mean, I'm even thinking like a cease and desist. You know, you're operating illegally, and you have a responsibility. If you need to put a fence up, you need to put a fence up.
The board could direct me to do that.
Okay, so that's one thing. And then in regards to what the CAO was saying, if it's, I am struggling still. It is $50,000 approximately in overtime. How do you distinguish what would be overtime versus what somebody's operating without a valid health department permit? That's the issue.
So I think what's helpful for the health department is to actually have resources within their unit to be able to respond at any time. And when you are working with the DA, obviously by day there are prosecutors and investigators in the courtroom. In the evenings, they could actually support environmental health. So most of these operations, they go up at either 4 o'clock in the afternoon or 8 o'clock at night. Everybody knows where to find them. My kids know where to find them now also. But you don't have staff typically working in those hours. So I think it is a lack of staff within the DA's office to possibly cover it, completely. So that's why bringing in another resource would actually allow for the health department to have at least 1 or 2 investigators on site. In Fresno, we had 2 investigators, and they were retired annuitants from the sheriff's department, I think, that served as DA investigators, but stationed within the health department.
I'm just asking, at what point is there this sort of request could happen in perpetuity in any variety of actions that you would expect law enforcement to do? And so us being here from the dais doing budgeting is never going to be something that I'm comfortable with. But I could think of many different situations where illegal activity is happening. And if the response is that it's overtime, it means it's somehow not part of the normal portfolio of duties. And the issue here is you're operating without a valid health permit to run a restaurant or a food operation. And I guess if you're saying we don't ever prosecute for that violation, that's one thing. And then maybe it is a new course of duty, but I don't think that's the case. So I'm just trying to understand the process here.
I think maybe asking the DA would be great. And from the sheriff, what I've heard is just in terms of bandwidth, But again, I think hearing it from the DA would be helpful.
Yeah, is the district attorney available? Is it Emily Hitchcock?
Yes. Hi.
Maybe is the question clear? And I think, are you able to comment in response to the question?
If you would restate the precise question, I'm happy to respond to it.
Yeah, Supervisor Daniels, can you restate your question clearly? sorry.
Was that a challenge?
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you so much for joining us. And we've just got a presentation and a response that I think came from the district attorney's office, which was that in order to support environmental health in this request to tackle the issue of unpermitted food operations, it would be about $50,000 in overtime. And the question was really simply, what part of your portfolio is on the clock time that you deal with this sort of illegal activity, and what part qualifies as overtime?
Right. So as has been mentioned, that this is activity occurring after business hours. I see Janine has joined too. After business hours, so we are sending investigators to assist with the health department late at night so they can conduct these enforcement operations. So all of that is subject to overtime hours.
Thank you. And I see that we have the sheriff's office online as well. And I'll just ask if the sheriff wouldn't mind answering that same question.
Hi, it's Jason Smith.
Yeah,
Chief
thank
from
you.
The Sheriff's Office. I can tell you from the perspective of the Sheriff's Office, I can speak on 20 years ago. Yeah, when we had patrol numbers up, and myself even, yes, we used to address those issues during obviously 24 hours of patrol coverage. But with the numbers that we have right now, yeah, we're essentially going call to call with the higher priority details. That's why when this all started, it has kind of deferred over to the DA's office to enforce it from, I believe, environmental and the other aspects of their investigators. With us, we'd be in the same boat. If we were able to hire the overtime to be able to put deputies on the street, so you have 2 marked sheriff units that roll up there to support our fellow county partners, because we would approach it from a health part. There's the health part, there's the code enforcement part, there's potential trespassing on the property. There's a bunch of issues there with these issues. So I concur with what the CAO said. I'm sure we're in line with what DA Paccioni is going to say, and they're all kind of speaking the same language.
Okay, thank you very much.
Helps.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick time check. It is 2:30. There's a suggestion for some direction from the CAO about moving forward. And there's some additional recommendations from our county council. Let's go to Supervisor Church.
Well, I'm with Supervisor Lopez on this, and that this has been kicked around so long. I don't want to kick this back and have another report come back. I'd like to see some real hard action coming out of here today, frankly. And it is right. This does happen after hours. It happens on weekends too. I mean, you go down, these folks they know when we're not working. And so I understand the overtime concern out of that, which kind of brings back my whole issue of why don't we just have the enforcement arm within the health department, where we're going to have more flexibility. It's not going to be overtime because we can stagger those hours and put them in so that it's somebody who can do the actual law enforcement at the same time that the food inspections are taking place. So I mean, that's the direction I'm going, because it seems like it gives us more flexibility and direction, and we're not having to coordinate with the limited resources that the DA and the sheriff have in this way. So, and I understand, hiring 2 positions here, environmental health analysts, I can't remember the position, management, but they're still going to need law enforcement backup. So without having that part, we're not getting anywhere, I don't think, in terms of the real enforcement. The other thing I want to say is that I think Mr. Mendoza gave quite a few good suggestions that are all things that we really need to consider and utilize into here. And I really want to take some note onto those, I think, in terms of how we go about enforcing this. The issue out in Pajaro, which I've had constant discussions with different departments, there's food vendors there. but it's also a really large flea market, an operation there. It's illegal operation out of there. And I've reached out to UP repeatedly over the years, and lately I haven't got much of a response. And I went to, we talked about should a letter go out. Well, I reached out to Mr. Spencer from Housing and Community Development a couple months ago, and he sent out a letter to UP on a warning letter, and that might have helped prompt them to do something in January. They never responded unless they've responded recently, which Craig hasn't shared, hasn't said no, they haven't responded. So I've also started to reach out to Congressman Lofgren's office. So, I mean, I'm glad that there's some steps that are going on here, and would just urge you to keep my office informed, because I didn't realize you were that far along in contacting with them, with the frustrations that I've had from my end. I did have one question before we try to push for some action here, and that is, one of the suggestions was to put up some kind of barrier there, but that's on Union Pacific property. So I'm, their suggestion was to provide some resources. Are we going to be doing it on our part of the easement, or working with them? What was the suggestion? Could you give me a little more explanation on that? Because I understand that would keep people off better than a fence would.
Our Public Works Division stated that they would help install barriers, but that Union Pacific would have to take ownership of it and maintain it.
And what has been Union Pacific's response?
No response yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what I like to do is get some action here going onto this, and I think that's a good way to deal with this particular problem down there is to put up some kind of barrier, and whatever resources we need to do that. I'd like us to put those forth. If we, I don't know what we have in our contingency fund at this point, but this thing needs to have some action. And if we need to hire some people for this and also some enforcement for it, I'm in favor of that. I would like to see us come back with some hard numbers, and within the next month, I would say, and on all these suggestions right here, and so we can get this really going and moving forward and try to address this issue.
Okay, Supervisor Lopez.
So, yeah, given the conversation, I think what I'm looking for, and I'll see if I have board support on this, it's much in the vein of what Supervisor Church just put forward, and that would be, at this point, I'm not comfortable saying let's hire some more positions for environmental health for the same concerns that I don't think long run they're going to pay for themselves. What I'm asking is to reprioritize staff to focus on this issue, given the fact that we're telling you here today that it's a priority, right, to look at this, because the hope is if you hit it repeatedly enough within 3 to 6 months, hopefully it's no longer an issue, and when it pops up, strike it early rather than waiting. So in terms of the staffing on the environmental health side, that would be my ask or direction. The second piece would be around the question of the law enforcement side. I'm comfortable if you bring me back a number to assigning a number to some retired law enforcement to assist you at your control, to be out there with you when you feel it's most effective. Long run, what I'm hearing here is just a misalignment of perhaps job responsibilities and duties, meaning when we hire folks, we should be clear. Sometimes there's going to be evening. We're going to ask you to shift schedules. I know that takes negotiations with labor unions and everything else, but long run, having a few positions where that flexibility is built in so that we're not having to have it's overtime negotiation when clearly criminals don't take the evening off, right? And they know when to move so that they're not seen. So I'm asking overall that we start looking at that as an issue within some of these units that we need to be responsive with at night. So in terms of direction, the request is reprioritization of existing staff to focus on this in the short run with support from retired law enforcement with a budget ask of us for that component, and to come back within 30 days with a plan for that. Is that a motion? I can make that a motion of direction based on the agenda.
I'll second it if you will allow a friendly amendment of potential barriers down there in Pajaro, because there's a train station going in there in 5 years, and that place needs to be cleaned up, and it needs to be needs to be safe.
Yep. Okay. Good with that.
I just want staff to know I'm supportive of a compromise, and we've already been hoping that they could put time aside on this, and here we are. I would support at least one staff position and reprioritizing staff, and at least 50,000 to start for the continued DA assistance with that, which I really appreciate, or some retired sheriffs kind of a program, or other law enforcement. I think staff was also asking for direction on the impoundment to take that next step. So that should be addressed in the motion, because it should come from the board rather and get that clear. The only concern I have on that is if in some of these rural areas, when you impound a car, what happens to then the workers? There is some concern, right, that those workers are perhaps being exploited. We don't know the full story yet because it's being investigated, but some of those workers could be exploited and be sent by these folks from Merced County. And if their vehicle is taken, then they could be left in a dangerous situation, right? If they're in Jolón or Las Lomas, it gets cold at night. If there's no way to get back home or get to a safe place, then that could create liability as well, right? And that needs to be thought through. The K-rail on Pajaro, I'm very supportive of it. The only concern there is maintaining it. Those cement barricades end up getting graffitied. That just happens, and I could just see how unsightly it could become. I just want to raise that. And then as to the letter from the Board of Supervisors to Union Pacific, I think that's good, better than just coming from HCD. We might get a better response, and we might get a better response about their cooperation to put up the K-rail on that lot as well. So I just want to make sure those other points get addressed before we leave this presentation.
Okay, are those friendly amendments to the motion? Is that what you're requesting?
I put them out there for the maker of the motion to decide how to address them.
So at this point, I can support all except for, I think, the position. Right now, I'm just not comfortable adding a position in the middle of the year given this context. But other than that, with the 50 for the DA, I'm good with, as well as the additional requests that you mentioned there around concerns around transporting folks and impoundment. So yeah, I'm good.
K-rail, the letter from the...
K-rail was already in.
Yeah, a letter from the...
the letter for you.
County councils. And then the training also is what mentioned, the training for law enforcement.
I'll find with Nandy as a second, too.
Okay, additional discussion from Supervisor Daniels.
I just want to clarify, because in the second time, Supervisor Alejo, you said letter from county council, and the first time you said letter from the supervisors. I do think that a letter from county council is what's warranted, even if that comes from the Board of Supervisors, but something with some legal teeth to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying in the letter it said this was at the direction of the board, the county council sending that letter.
Great. Okay, so I think we have a motion. We have some friendly amendments that have been added. Is our staff clear?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's a robust discussion. I'm just going to, I think, add in that I hope our law enforcement partners have been listening. I think we're all clear that we don't get to dictate action, but the idea that law enforcement only works between 9 and 5 on working days that doesn't make any sense, and that I hope that part of this conversation is us urging that our law enforcement partners from across the board are available as partners when necessary to engage in the activities that are part of the full range of enforcing laws that are on the books when and where those laws are broken, whatever time of the day or week, or location that those laws are not being followed. So I hope that that message is also being heard loud and clearly. Thank you. And just for the sake of clarity as we move forward, I think it would be helpful. We're going to be going into budget season soon, and I think we've given some sort of stopgap direction on this item, but I think that there's probably a need for some additional collaboration between the district attorney, environmental health, and probably HCD on this particular issue. So hopefully those conversations can continue to happen, and if there's a need for this to come back to the board, we can have that come back and have some very clear sort of proposals for what direction you would like to have us consider, so that we can consider clear direction as packaged with exactly what would be most helpful moving forward in the future. So please don't hesitate to keep us posted and let us know exactly what would be helpful. So thank you. And we'll, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None? All right, thank you. That motion passes. And we'll move on to our next item. Thank you. Okay, this is item number 7, to consider our Board of Supervisors appointments, various standing committees, non-county entities, and ad hoc committees for calendar year 2026. We have what is listed as a 20-minute presentation from Karina. I don't know that we need 20 minutes for a presentation, but we can do a brief presentation and then maybe a little discussion. Thank you for the delay on bringing this forward to us as well.
Sure, no problem. Karina Bokanovich with the County Administrative Office. It's not going to take 20 minutes. It'll go pretty fast. The item before you is to consider the board's appointments for 2026 as outlined in the consolidated list attached to staff's report. The list includes standing committee appointments for 2026 based on the revised rotation schedule, which was adopted by your board earlier this year. Non-county entity appointments recommended by the chair with board input from the December 2025 meeting. And ad hoc committees. Staff is recommending that your board consider disbanding the battery storage facilities, standing committee appointment procedure, and tenant commissioner selection ad hoc committees. In addition, staff is also requesting direction to update board policy G10 to reflect recent changes to the standing committee rotation and non-county entity selection process. And if approved, staff will finalize and post the updated appointment list and revised policy. And this concludes staff's presentation. We are available to answer any questions that you may have.
That was the fastest 20-minute presentation ever. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Comments?
Just the one, as I did last year, I have to ask, I know on that LAFCO piece, with the biggest item, I think, coming before that body being this year, the Gonzalez project, I would ask to be a primary to have that ability to vote. And again, I just have to do that for the sake of my community, who's reached out to me and asked me to do that, so.
Supervisor Alejo?
Sorry, Supervisor Lopez, you just talked about LAFCO. Yes, and I just same as last year, this county is 60% Latino, and there's no Latino representation whatsoever on LAFCO. There's a 7-member voting board. There is some alternates, but no voting members, and I think that's an injustice, and we'll keep raising that. There, in a diverse county like Monterey County, like ours is, we should be able to make sure it reflects the people, that when important decisions are being made, that a certain segment isn't completely blocked out from having a voice on matters that impact 60% of the residents that call this place their home. We've said it before, it's nothing new, but we have to be consistent. We have to keep calling the injustice that does exist there when there is a lack of representation, equitable to our population demographics.
Supervisor Daniels, any comments?
I'm not sure. I do want to stay on LAFCO, and I anticipate that there are going to be items this year that are impacting a variety of locations throughout Monterey County. We have some interest from the Big Sur Fire Brigade that LAFCO is currently coordinating right now to have a discussion about both Mid-Coast and Big Sur Fire, working more closely together. This is going to impact the whole county when it comes to fire, and if we have a fire in Big Sur, our response is critical because that moves quickly into the valley and into other parts of the county. We have other District 5 issues in terms of new districts that are forming, whether they're sewer districts, whether they're undergrounding districts. These all get annexed into their own special districts, and that's something that goes through LAFCO. We have anticipated proposals that have to do with the airport districts and with the city of Monterey. These are all potentially going to come before LAFCO. Most of the airport districts are in unincorporated Monterey County, and so I could go on, but there is the big one, and that's the one that I said last year that was super important to me, which was that, there is the potential and there's some movement in the courts that the decision that would allow for the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District to activate their latent power to sell water could potentially come before LAFCO again. And that is a conversation that I feel like something that wholly impacts District 5 and District 4 in Monterey County requires a voice from the region that has the largest portion of that district in her jurisdiction. And so I think that there are opportunities, and I think it's unfortunate that certain individuals have been selected as representatives on LAFCO against other individuals that would have allowed for more voices, in particular one Latina mayor that I'm thinking of, that someone who was not Latina was selected instead of her as the mayor's representative. There is opportunities for the public member and members from throughout South County to have more diversity, and for whatever reason, that's not what was selected. So I don't think that should punish this board and the opportunity to bring, I think, an important voice, which is my own, to the LAFCO board. So I'm not interested in stepping off that board right now, and I'm happy to remain in that position.
Thank you. Supervisor Church, did you have any comments regarding the committee recommended committee assignments? Okay, thank you. My comments would just simply be that I'm currently serving as the chair of California, the state California CalAFCO board, and I'm currently serving as chair of, will be coming in as past chair of our current LAFCO until May. And the issue of the activation of latent powers is one that is hugely significant to the district that I serve, and a reason that I ran for the office, this particular office that I sit in here, and a reason that I put my name forward for the continuation to serve on LAFCO. So I'm not interested in stepping off of LAFCO at this point either. So for those reasons and others, I put forward this list. Is there any public comment on our on this item, which is number 7, our standing committee, non-county entities, and ad hoc committees for calendar year 2026. If you're in chambers and would like to speak, please approach the front. If you're online and would like to speak, please raise your hand. We'll call on you. Otherwise, we will move on to our other items. I know we've got folks waiting. So thank you all for joining us. And we will close public comment on this item. Happy to entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, could we separate? I think we have agreement on everything else except LAFCO, so we take 2 motions.
Whatever motion you'd like.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve all the committee assignments except for LAFCO, and we'll do a separate vote on that. I did want to just say, though, that whatever the Mayor's Association decided, this board has a decision where it can appoint a Latino on LAFCO, and it refused. Same with the issue that you just mentioned about on the peninsula. When Supervisor Lopez and I were removed from LAFCO, it was after the vote was taken to approve housing for Soledad, a heavily Latino community, the city with the highest home ownership, where owners are living in their home more than any other city in our county, and yet we were removed just after that vote. It was an important issue for Chris's county, but yet he was removed. So all I'm asking is just have some fairness and not point to other groups when this board is empowered to appoint a Latino and not disenfranchise all the Latino residents from having a representative on the 7-member LAFCO board. I just wanted to just share that opinion. Thank you.
I'll second the motion, which was for the balance, right?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Said all in favor of the motion? That was an aye. Any opposed? None. Is there a motion for the LAFCO appointment as recommended, which would be District 5, District 4 as primary, with District 3 as an alternate? I'll make that motion.
Second.
Comment on the motion?
Please.
Just want to say that I hope that everyone remembers this conversation when bringing up in the future decisions that are made in other people's districts about what is perceived to be in the best interest for that district. Because that seems to be what the premise of what was just said about housing and decisions that were made at LAFCO. And I really don't think we want to start a tit for tat in that vein, because I think it happens far too often. And I've only been here for a year. And so I just want to state that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I'll just add, this was a good example. I think I talked to my son and his classmates about how we can talk about policy, and we can talk about policy in ways where we're talking about the policy and then continue to demonstrate what respectful disagreement looks like, and then move on to the next policy discussion. And I am really proud of the fact that that is something that happens at this board, where we can talk about the issues, we can agree to disagree about the issues, and then we can move on to the next item and let the next item be what the next item is. It is something that we do here, and that I think serves our community well. So for that reason, we'll call for the vote unless there's further discussion. Do we need to take public comment on this vote? Seeing nobody approach the dais, no hands raised. Well, there is actually a hand. It is a new vote, so. Okay, we'll take public comment on this item. Since it's a new motion, there's a hand raised from Michelle Clary.
Hi, can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us.
Again, if people were voted in, I don't agree that you just put someone in just to fill that void. If all the right people are in there and they've been voted in, I don't think, again, you guys represent the whole county. You guys represent everybody and should have everybody's. It shouldn't be just because someone's Latino that they understand Latino things. We all, as property owners, face the same things. We all, as residents, face the same things. So I don't think that that was a very good comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, there's a motion. There was a second on the LAFCO seat specifically. We'll take a roll call vote on this, since I expect that won't be unanimous.
Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Ruascu?
Aye. The motion passes 3-2. All right, and with that, we can move on to our next item, which is item number 8, receive the Measure AA Committee's funding recommendations and provide direction as deemed appropriate. We have another presentation from Karina. This also is a 15-minute presentation. Karina and Michael, sorry. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members. Karina Bocanis with the CAO's office, and with me today is Assistant County Administrative Officer Michael Beaton. The item before you today is to receive the Measure AA Committee's funding recommendations and provide direction to staff. Measure AA is a 1% sales tax passed by voters in November 2024 to support unincorporated services and projects. On your screen is a text of the ballot measure. In January 2025, following the passage of the measure, an ad hoc committee was established by your board to review potential projects for funding recommendations. Recognizing the ongoing need for oversight, your board transitioned the ad hoc into a standing committee at the end of 2025. The FY 2025-26 budget priorities were reaffirmed by the board in August 2025. The board directed priority be given to highly visible projects including road repair, infrastructure, water and sewer, parks, and homelessness initiatives. In December 2025, the committee met to review potential projects and develop recommendations aligned with the board-approved priorities. Today, staff seeks board direction as to committee recommendations, which are to approve, adjust, continue to next week's pre-budget workshop, refer to the committee for additional review, or a combination thereof. The committee's funding recommendations were grouped into two tiers. One, fully fundable at this time and able to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. Two, would be addressed as additional funding becomes available within the fiscal year. In addition, the committee recommends carrying forward any unspent balances. And on your screen, in your board packets and online, you will find the most updated list of recommendations. I have included screenshots of those on the two following slides for your viewing. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to, I'm sorry? Yeah, there we go. This time I'm going to hand it over to our committee members for additional background related to their recommendations, and after which board direction will be needed. Thank you.
Sorry, wasn't expecting it was coming to us. Up here it was kind of, didn't mean to fumble that handoff onto there, but I mean, I actually, I've had, been looking at this for some time and thinking, might want to have some modifications to it myself. So my first question here, and I have a question, I'm sorry, before we get into anything here, is from the board report we have here, the last funds that we received shows November. And I'm sure we've received some since then. Can we get an update on where we stand at right now of unspent money?
Thank you, Supervisor. So currently we have received, since the start of Measure AA, about $16.3 million in total. So from the presentation that was originally drafted, we did receive the November payment, and that November payment, once we reconciled it, worked out to a total of $9.3 million this year. And then last fiscal year, it was a portion of $7 million. So right now we have about $16.3 million. Of that $16.3 million, we have $5.8 million in the current budget that has already been assigned and included into the current fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget.
So we have received nothing since November in the last 2 months?
No, I apologize. So we received the payments from the state. We received them in arrears. So traditionally we receive them about 2.5 months late from when you think the month would actually end. So the last payment we did receive was for November. We should receive, which we just received about, I want to say about 10 days ago. We should receive December here at the end of this month. So we're talking about February 25th or so is when we've been receiving the payments, about the 25th of each month. So we'll receive December's payment in February 25th. So the last payment we did receive was for the month of November, and we actually received that about 10 days ago.
Okay. All right. That's clear. I'm sorry. When I was reading the report and it said November, I thought I was reading to say that the last time we received our payment was November, not for the month of November. So,
I apologize for the write-up.
No, that's fine. Just going into some, I think this really helps address a lot of projects that have been neglected, and it's I think it's just a real critical resource onto here. We brought this up during the major AA meeting that, and I'm happy pretty well with things are laid out here, possibly with a suggestion or two, but it's a little heavy down and onto District 3, which has most of the roads, which I understand, but not much as the population as Districts 2 and 5. So while I'm generally happy with the way we have things laid out here, I would hope that in some of the future ones, we're going to be a little bit more oriented where the population is on here while still addressing those needs down in the rest of the county. I think it's important to address issues in all the districts substantially. And I don't know if I have anything really more to add right now at this point, but go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add, as we took this up as a committee, I think what I remember in that day was we actually reformed a lot of what had been initially proposed. It was even heavier than this in District 3. So I just want to be clear, that day we did give up quite a few projects in the 3rd to prioritize projects, specifically in the 4th, as well as some additional into the 5th. And that was in recognition of the desire to meet the goals of the board, which was to create the highly visible opportunities within as many districts as possible. Obviously, the question about allocations, I think, is always going to be tough given the fact that I've got 2/3 of all the road miles. And as we look at the data that outlines the actual condition of roads, most of the failing roads are in my district. And so I think it's tough when you're looking through a equity lens and looking through data to say, well, that's not where we should invest. And I think that will continue to be an issue as we move forward, but happy to continue to have those conversations as we did in the committee to come up with a balanced solution, which I think we mostly accomplished here. I acknowledge that I think the blade overlays throw me over in terms of the balance. If you take the rest of it and break it out, as I'm looking at the tier 1 proposals, if you throw out the top 3, assuming those are kind of a county-wide balance, you come down to the first set of road projects. And as I tally them, it's 1.6 for 5, 1.6 for 3. These are districts, 1.6 for District 2, and 800,000 for District 4, right? So it's sort of this even across the board. And then what throws me off is that next balance. And that is an approach that we discussed in committee. We've been taking in the 3rd district to try to extend road life by doing an overlay rather than a complete rebuild. It allows us to do a lot more in terms of road miles without having to do a complete ground up rebuild. And so with that approach, we can make those dollars and those roads in South County a lot cheaper in the long run by getting those done. Then as you jump into the next series of projects there for parks, those are 5, 2, and 3 based on the location of parks at $300,000 a piece. So again, fairly balanced. There's a bathroom at $200,000, which was the estimate to complete a project like that at Giggling, and that was the $200,000. And then obviously the water system is at San Antonio, and the disc golf would be across all 4 parks. It would be an investment, not in one, but all 4 parks would get disc golf opportunity. So again, acknowledging that, on the road side, it slightly leans to 3 based on those overlay projects, but those are an attempt to ameliorate future costs by addressing them early with an overlay. But acknowledging those numbers and the fact that we had drawn back more in 3 in the initial proposal, I think is important. So trying to strike balance, again, 2/3 of all road miles are in District 3. I think that's always going to be, I think 900 of the 1,200 are in the 3rd district roughly. And that's always going to be a challenge if we're intent on getting our roads up to snuff based on the failing grades by the data sets that we've got available to us. So with that, Madam Chair, I think we can turn it back over to you and our colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo, any questions?
No, I think I'm supportive. Obviously, this is the intent of Measure AA to get use this additional tax revenue to make enhancements, and I think it fulfills the commitments that we made to the voters to get the roads fixed, to enhance parks for our communities, and address some other critical needs as well, housing element being among those. So I think I'm supportive of this today.
Supervisor Daniels?
Yes, I think I have a newer version. I'm not sure how my staff was able to print this for me, but it has the San Lorenzo playground in as $300,000 as well. That's not what's on the screen?
The version I have had a question mark there, and I clarified with staff just ahead of that my intent was not. It was when we had the committee meeting, it was to flip out for the splash pad. For San Lorenzo, I would have preferred to have a splash pad opportunity, given the lack of access to water resources in South County for play.
So for whatever reason, I've got a newer version, and it's got 300 for the splash zone and 300 for the playground, both at San Lorenzo. And then where is the disc golf that's listed in the next category?
So it's all 4 parks would be getting them.
All 4 parks would get disc golf.
Correct.
And so that's San Lorenzo, Royal Oaks, Toro.
Brian, I think it was the other one, Manzanita? I don't think they were Four-doored.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to Rio Road, it's in italicized and it has an asterisk, and I'm not sure what the asterisk refers to.
We have Public Works here to respond to that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. The italicization and the asterisk was unfortunately an error on the document. It is clerical error. There's not a meaning to it. So our apologies for that.
So we know that Atherton Drive to State Route 1 would cost $600,000?
That is our best planning level estimate at that point in time when we prepared this for the Measure AA Standing Committee and as we are here today.
Okay. I understand, and actually had Supervisor Lopez added his analysis to the staff report, I would have understood a little better, especially about the extending the life in the blade lay program and what that accomplishes. That's, I think, somewhere we could focus our attention if we had the opportunity throughout the county and pay less over time. So that is certainly very important. I'm not sure how to advocate for this, but I really want to ensure that San Venancio Road is part of the complete project for San Venancio Road is on our radar, and we're planning to get it done, not just the first mile. And as I've said, I mean, this was literally used in the advertisements for Measure AA, and one way I approached this when we've had this conversation 2 other times is I have asked that we spend some time on the policy side and have the ad hoc committee spend time trying to come up with a plan, even if it's one that has so much flexibility that we can flex where needed, because sometimes there's going to be projects that cost more in order to get them done in different parts of the district where you're going to need to really invest in them. But come up with a system that allows for us to do something unique with Measure AA. And one of the ways I see that is I have a whole district of community members that don't have any expectations that their secondary roads are ever going to get repaved, right? Like some folks come to me and they'll say, my road was paved in the 1960s and county's never been back, never seen it ever get any attention. So that policy would be, we as a county are going to allocate a certain amount, a percentage, or we've got this formula that because we have this extra money, constituents are going to see a difference. They're actually going to see their secondary road get some attention. Or maybe the ad hoc committee decides secondary roads aren't important. Fine. But what is the policy? And it can't just be the condition of the pavement. I feel like you need to combine both condition of the pavement and the frequency of travel, right? Like folks, there's got to be both. And then I think another factor is what was described by this blade lay program. If you can invest money now, that means down the road, we pay less over time to maintain that road. That's a great investment. And I think we've referred to it, Mr. Ishii, we talk about our, it's not just the pavement management system, but we talk about the condition of the road and how much we are in, I'm not going to remember it, but our roads require a lot of attention that we are behind in providing that attention to our roads. And as a result, we're going to pay a whole lot more money over time. So Measure AA to me is an opportunity to give attention to roads where we're going to expand their lifespan. But I just feel like I feel a little bit like a broken record, because I feel like I said it in the last time this came up and the time prior. I think there have been 2 other times since I've been on the board that we've talked about Measure AA, and instead we're getting a list of projects. And I get the need to respond. I get the need to demonstrate to voters who passed this sales tax measure that we're doing something with it. So that's one objective, and I think we do need to move forward. But I'll say it another time. If there's going to be an ad hoc committee, let us know what the policy is around allocating those funds. If you could do that work on this committee, I think we're going to have a whole lot of less frustration in the future. We're going to know why certain roads were selected, and we're going to see some equity. We're going to understand that, that there's going to be roads in various districts for various reasons. They're getting selected, and we're going to be able to do something with this money that's not what we would have been doing anyway. Sounds like these are all roads, too, that would have been on a list, should have been done, and we now have the opportunity to. But I think the voters are looking for a little more.
Thank you. Okay, I have a few comments and questions as well, and then we'll do another round. So I think I appreciate the list. I appreciate the projects. I appreciate the urgency to get going with some projects that we can show the voters that we are acting on the promises that we made and delivering results. I think there's no roads here that I disagree with. Don't have significant need and wouldn't provide that demonstration to the public. I do though, I think share some of the frustrations and concerns that were just commented on by Supervisor Daniels. And I recognize that maybe the actual motion that was made at the time when the AA committee was created and tasked didn't include the actual direction specifically to focus on the policy creation, and that's on the board. But the discussion definitely did include a request and discussion around having the AA committee spend some time thinking about like what would policies look like if we were to think about how to allocate AA funds, not just the first allocation, but into the future. Are we thinking about whether it's formula, percentage, how to prioritize pavement conditions, but really more broadly speaking, how do we not create a shadow CIP and budget committee? How do we not create a slush fund for whoever happens to be sitting on that committee to have access to choose whatever project they want to move to the top of a CIP list outside of the typical project lists and processes that we've put in place, and I think worked really hard to put in place as a board. So if there's process, I think what my hope is that the AA committee would think about the process and policy side of a new pot of funding to ensure that they were projects that would be highly visible, to make sure that they were projects that were transformative for the community, to make sure that they were projects that were also in alignment with our CIP process in some parallel path and followed similar processes. And we're acknowledging and in parallel with the sort of the way that the budget process works, and the fact that we didn't include that specifically in the motion, I think may have landed us in the place that we find ourselves. So I would just ask, even if it's not in the motion, that the committee consider that desire from at least two of us here moving forward. And then as it relates to some additional CIP, it relates to some additional Measure AA reports that have come forward. We did promise the public that we would get a citizens oversight and citizens involvement committee up and running. And so I'm just noting that in this staff report that we're still promising that. I want to make sure that doesn't fall by the wayside. So I do think that we need to either get an update on that or ask the committee to prioritize that in the works moving forward, and maybe the Citizens Committee can help with some of those policy and process questions and recommendations. As it relates to the specific projects in here. I was just wondering if each of these, the additional, and I don't know if this was included on this, what was posted online, but there's an additional page that has the subtotal costs for each of the projects. Are there CIP project descriptions for each one of these items, or were these just things like disc golf, a giggling bathroom, a water system, a playground, a splash zone? Are these projects that have been existing in the works somewhere with project descriptions?
Chair Rudasky, thank you very much for an excellent question. Much of the project descriptions for each of these projects were discussed in more detail at the time of the Measure AA Standing Committee meeting back in December of 2025. There were presentations at that point in time, as well as staff who orally described these different projects, and they were ones that were on the list that we've had. I will allow our Chief of Parks, Brian Flores, to be able to speak in a little bit more detail for the project description of the parks projects, but generally speaking for the public works projects, these are generally contracted out road resurfacing projects here on your Tier 1, with the exception being the Blade projects, which would be done by the county's own road maintenance forces. And with that, I'll hand the floor over to you.
Actually, so on the road projects, were these all road projects that were included on our road? I know we have our road priority projects. Were these all projects, roads that were listed within our existing road pavement plan?
They are projects that were in our overall global pavement management program, which is the one we bring to the board during the CIP process that is prioritized by, as Supervisor Daniels had pointed out, the pavement condition index, or the health condition of that roadway, the traffic volumes, and pursuant to the county general plan, whether or not they're agricultural routes or tourism routes, which make them rank higher. These secondary roads that were brought forward are ones that are lower on that priority list, but they're ones that we recognize that we've received many public complaints about, as well as heard from the supervisor offices that there are complaints about these different roads that probably have lesser traffic volumes. They're not on agricultural routes. They don't see thousands upon thousands of vehicles per day, and the condition of them is not the best. However, they are ones that, with this general fund opportunity and Measure AA brought forward, it is one that we have brought forward, and as recognized by the committee, there are a number of them in District 3 because there's so many poor and failing road conditions in District 3. Staff proposed to bring a plan forward that showed bringing up the overall county's average pavement index.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you. Okay, so I think we've done one round of questions and comments from this board. Let's take this out to the public so that we can hear from the public, and then we can bring it back for additional discussion from the board. So with that, let's open this up to the public. So this is item number, if you'd like to comment, you can comment on item number 8. This is our Measure AA committee funding recommendations and then direction from the board. If you're with us in chambers and would like to make a comment, please feel free to approach the microphone. If you're with us online and would like to make comment, please raise your hand so we can call on you. We will see no one in chambers. We'll go online. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I see someone raising their hand? Yeah, please feel free to come up to the front. And thank you for your patience. We do love having the little ones in chambers. Thanks for being here with us.
So I'm actually here to speak on behalf of the battery cleanup, and I still want to wait for that issue, but I noticed that that's the first thing on your top tier is the battery storage systems. Are you talking about expansion of battery storage systems, or is that invested in the continued cleanup or any relief for people impacted thereof?
So it's a good question. We don't answer questions, but we'll take your question, and then maybe we'll talk about it when we continue our discussion. Thank you. All right, and then we have another question online. There's or comment online, public comment. So we'll go to Michelle Clary.
Yeah, seeing the budget, I can see how difficult it is for each of you guys to try to figure out what roads. Again, I know that, for District 2, we've been really on Church about, Dolan Road, and especially with the work that's going to be happening eventually on 156. That road is so bad. It becomes very dangerous. So again, when we're looking at some of these roads that were having to navigate on with huge potholes and people swerving off to the sides or are going in the middle to kind of get around these giant gaping holes everywhere that major trucks are using as thoroughfares, and plus the amount of traffic that's going down San Miguel Road at any given time. If you guys are doing these studies on the traffic ones, that would seem to be the best way than trying to divvy up a little here and a little there, and seeing almost $2 million go to bathrooms and parks and splash zones when you still don't have the majority of your roads that have like places for people to ride bikes, that you guys are pushing for green energy, like to keep like people like from in their cars. There's no safe places for those bikes to be using. So there's a lot of things that need to be done with these budgets. Roads are a priority. We all don't get to spend time in the parks or play disc golf, but we all have to drive these roads to work every day, or to drop children off, or to be able to go from point A to point B. And I think that's where everyone's frustration is nobody's seeing impacts because it's so sparsely divided amongst the districts. So, again, we would really understand if there were priorities based on the high amounts of traffic. So maybe there's a better way of doing this. Thank you.
We'll go next to LJ. I believe that's LJ.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I voted yes on Measure A because the messaging was clear. Like literally every piece of advertising I saw featured animals, and that led voters like me to reasonably believe that this funding would directly support animal services and the well-being of animals in our county. And that was the promise that motivated my vote. And now I'm deeply concerned. I've seen $16 million is what you guys are talking about, but I'm hearing there's a plan to fix roads of like $9.5 million. And I don't see any clear allocations for fire services, police services, or animal services. Meanwhile, our local shelter is euthanizing animals daily. That is a crisis. These funds could be used to hire some additional animal control officers to monitor our streets, enforce breeding laws, and prevent animals from ever entering the shelter system in the first place. Prevention is going to save lives and save money. I'm also troubled by the lack of transparency, like who is deciding where this money goes, who is invited to participate in the ad hoc committee making these recommendations, and who is not. Voters deserve clarity and accountability when public funds are involved, especially funds being approved based on specific expectations. I reviewed the slides that you guys just presented, and it showed for Tier 1 priorities, and I did not see any animal services listed there. And that's disappointing and frankly alarming, given how central animals were used for the Measure A campaign. Are there additional slides that we're missing that aren't presented? Are there different funding tiers? If so, then the public should see them. These funds must be distributed equitably across the county with special attention to communities that are often overlooked when resources are stretched thin. Let's honor voter intent, increase transparency, and make sure we're not squandering money that voters like me expected to see invested in the health, safety, and compassion of our communities, including animal services. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll say thank you for public comment, close public comment, and bring it back to the board. There is a need for some form of direction. There's a couple options in front of us. And again, I'll just do a quick time check. It is 3:30 when we have a handful of additional items to work our way through this afternoon. So we'll start over here with Supervisor, we'll start with Supervisor Lopez and then go to Church.
I want to just answer a couple of the public questions. So the question about the batteries, right, and then what this particular investment is for is for the development of an ordinance to make sure that what we ended up with last time doesn't happen again. So the board has been clear we want that to happen quickly. We were told if we invest up front, we can hire outside folks to help us move that as fast as possible, and this board gave that direction. So to your question of what that's for, that's the purpose of that $100,000. I want to be clear that we are now a standing committee, as I understand it. We're no longer ad hoc, and those meetings are public. You can go back and watch the recording. I heard some folks concerned about the transparency. This discussion between Supervisor Church and I was held in public, and it was recorded, and it's up on the county website. I don't want folks to think, oh, this is happening behind the scenes. This was all done out front, and I just want to be clear about that. We're not trying to hide the ball on anybody, and our discussion, as was outlined earlier, was crystal clear. What we're trying to do is get those highly visible projects so the community can see their dollars well spent. When we saw the polling for the desire for AA priorities, I believe the number was 83% of community priorities prioritize roads, and it's why this first round of funding is going towards roads in highly visible areas. Another part that wasn't part of the presentation today, but a discussion we've had is how do we create acknowledgement that this is where the dollars are coming from. We've talked about a purple sign. Purple's not a color you often see in the reflective signage around the county, but putting up a purple sign that says funded by AA, so as you drive by it, even as you drive by and see a flash of purple out of the corner of your eye, you will associate that with the AA expenditure and know that that is your public dollar at work in that particular area. I want to just briefly get back to Supervisor Daniels's comments earlier. One was about the overlay intent and getting a little more clarity, and I want to share that the reason the initial ones are in South County is we had a specific district office which took on the challenge of learning to do those, and they've done an incredible job. Each mile they do is getting better and better. We're doing a section of Halone right now with another source of funding, and it's got its detractors. Some people, it's not smooth enough when you're doing 80. I'm like, well, the speed's 55. You shouldn't be doing 80 anyway while pulling a trailer. But the point is that it's in-house expertise right now in the South County offices, and as Randy and his team and I have discussed, the hope is we bring in folks from other offices to learn as we roll out these projects how to do the same so that we can develop this expertise in-house and use our own crews in the future to do more of this. But right now, why South County? Well, that's where the expertise is currently housed, and we want to use those as training grounds to show others how to do it within our different yards so that they develop that same expertise. I hear you on wanting to see the continuance of investment in San Venancio as a priority. I just want to echo that and share that that did come up at the committee meeting as we looked at the priority options. We heard you the first time, but I'm hearing you to say keep that on the top of the list as much as possible as we move forward. And then I'm also hearing both of you, Supervisor Askew and Daniels, on the policy development side. And I think that's something we can work on. And we have had conversations about the oversight committee as well. It wasn't part of this particular presentation in depth, but it is something we spent a lot of time discussing back and forth, and I think we'll be coming forward in the near future. So sorry, I know that was a lot, but wanted to get that out there.
Thank you. So this is it's a new process, and I think we're seeing all that here. We're kind of feeling it out, and I think one thing that would be really helpful is that prior to the AA meetings, if maybe staff would reach out to supervisors and ask for input on issues within their district that were our priorities, and then we can include those in. I'm not so worried about whoever on this committee is. They're going to overload things on that district because it's going to come back to the board. And you got two supervisors putting everything in District 2 and 3, then the other three of you aren't going to be too thrilled with that, and that's not really what quite happened here. I understand, but we took what staff came to us on, and it's a new process, and they're learning what they want to present up and want to hear from the board. So I think that's a lot what's going on here. I did want to address one of the other public comments, two of the other public comments that came up. One person was asking about animal services, and actually the first bunch of money that came in last year did go to the sheriff's office, did go to Hitchcock Road Animal Services. So there was some money that went off that way. There was cameras for the sheriff's office. There was services for spay and neuter, as well as some some animal control officers. I think it was that were added. So that has already been kind of taken part early on in here. And I also want to thank Michelle Clary, who's on here, for bringing up Dolan Road, which, yes, exactly. That's something I hear all the time in Dolan Road. And that is exactly when I said, pretty comfortable with what I saw here, but I would like a little shifting if possible, because I get no road I get more complaints on than Dolan Road. And it'd be nice to to be able to show that, yes, with these first dollars we are responding to people onto that. So I'm going to let me see if there's anything else on here before I get into here what I would like to move as a suggestion for change. The citizen oversight, I think Supervisor Lopez addressed that, and Mr. Ishii addressed that we are, looking at, it's already in policy, sort of secondary roads, which are the ones that have been ignored for so long, and I've spent some years complaining about on here. So what What I want to do, and I do hear what you're saying, Supervisor Daniels, about San Venancio, and I think that's a nice policy to do when we're doing roads, whether it was like Vieira on here or San Venancio, is to finish that road. Because where you stop at, the people right past that are like, wait, what about us? You know, so you've got half the people happy, and then the other half are like, why did you stop at my door? And so it's good to try to finish them, or to go as far as is reasonably possible before the population really drops off. So I think that's important, you know, to follow through on and loop through. When I'm looking at the two in my district, and these need to be done, but there's about $600,000 allocated up on Blackie Road by Del Monte Avenue, and it's in Castroville, but Castroville right now is already having some major construction on Merritt Street, and it's causing some disruptions. And I think it might be better to really do this once Castroville is done, because it just adds another layer here where there's construction that is a problem. It needs to be done. I got that completely. So I'd like to have that kind of held off, and then. Interestingly enough, this is where I bring up Ms. Clary's comments, is I mentioned to somebody on Vieira Canyon, I go, well, we're looking at paving your road. And what did they say? They said, well, what about Dolan? That's what really needs it. Well, yeah, Vieira needs it too. But so what my ask here is, and I don't think there's quite enough in here, and maybe the next bunch of funds coming in here in a few weeks can augment it, but the $600,000 from Blackie and the $1 million, and maybe we get some input from Mr. Ishii if this is possible. The $600,000 from Castroville and $1 million on Vieira. I'd like to have those projects go, but maybe into early next fiscal year. Could we use those monies and whatever else we need here for the mixed major A coming in to do Dolan Road from Castroville Boulevard to basically where the railroad tracks are, which is where the former Moonglow dairy was. I think it's about 2.5 miles.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Supervisor Church, for another excellent question. Staff proposed to conduct these using our own design forces and in terms of execution, using the county's existing job order contracts or JOC contract process. Dolan is one that we've talked about before and have had in mind, and there are some things we already know about its condition that give us a step forward in how to be able to implement something out there. So in summary, should you and the board choose to make that what I'll call re-juxtaposition at this time, we could fit in Dolan Road, recognizing that in terms of rough scale for the board's understanding, that road is probably a $1 million per mile road rehab due to its condition, very typical of mill and fill projects. So 2.2 miles would need $2.2 million approximately. So using $1.6 million at this point in time is something achievable here in the next 6 months that we could do rough in approximate numbers, 1.6 miles of the total 2.2 miles of Dolan Road of which you've described.
Okay, well, thank you. So I will make a motion here, but I know you got some of the supervisors want to comment still, to approve this as it stands with those changes that I suggested on Vieira and Blackie, but also to ask that the next first dollars that we do get in here in a few weeks, that off the top of that it go to finishing that portion of Dolan, which you're probably talking about $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, something along that line, if I understand what you're saying. That would be my motion onto there.
Sorry, so just to make clear, so you're saying, do you want to replace the $1.6 million that's currently allocated here for Vieira Canyon and Blackie Road and move those dollars over to Dolan Road?
Right, and those two projects, those two roads would go into the next fiscal year. So it's just delaying those and bringing up Dolan.
Okay, so replace that 1.6 over to Dolan. And then those 2 roads would be pushed into a future funding cycle for AA.
Question?
Okay, yes, question.
Supervisor Church, are you suggesting that you move Vieira and Blackie into Tier 2 so they don't get lost?
That would be that's a really good suggestion. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
Okay. And did I hear, Supervisor Alejo, did you have a additional discussion before the motion was made?
Yeah, just another suggestion for Randy, because otherwise we get presented this list from the committee, the recommendations, and the rest of us, it's like an all up or down kind of a list. What other projects, what other considerations did not get put on this list for this approval would be helpful for us in case the rest of us have other opinions about what projects should be prioritized, rather than the committee making the list and we're just saying yes or no. I think it'd be helpful, just like we do in the capital improvement plan. We get those that are funded and those that are unfunded, and we're able to make adjustments if the board majority agree.
I think that gets to the point about process, that we're creating a shadow CIP and a shadow budget process, like that's in parallel to, we have a process where we identify capital projects and we prioritize them, and we're now creating another process that is, identifying additional projects and additional road, needs that is separate from those existing prioritizations. So that literally, I think the concern or the question of like how do we make sure we're not creating additional in parallel, and I get it, right? This is funding for unincorporated priorities, because it's money raised by unincorporated sales taxes, but I guess and thank you for acknowledging, Supervisor Lopez, the desire to have this sort of policy question of like how does this committee look at the priorities within CIP and within budget, and maybe pull out what some of those high-level priorities are that have been identified through CIP and through budget, and say, hey, this is one that would be great that we can pull out and uplift and get done faster without creating a secondary, I'm going to continue pushing District 4 priorities through the CIP process and getting them, getting a CIP project list completed. We're going to continue working through the department heads on priorities that the departments have that are, county mandated, deliverables, and the Brown Act of a committee that already exists. You two are going to sit on a committee and speak to each other on that. It's not even legal for me to come and advocate to one of you on a project that I need to have elevated to be added to a Measure AA priority list, because it would literally be a Brown Act violation for me to do so, given that you guys are on a committee together. So there needs to be a way where we can have if Luis, if you've got a project that you really see as qualifying for Measure AA funds, there has to be a way for you to continue to push it through the county process to bring it forward.
And that's why I think, as they said, it's a new standing committee. You're refining the process. I'm hoping in that with staff and the committee could just allow us some more opportunities. So if there's another road that said, hey, and I get it, I agree with that Supervisor Lopez has the most district. It should be proportional since most of the roads are there. So I factor that in, but also if there's opportunities to adjust this, right, as like Supervisor Daniels is bringing up, this full board should have the opportunity to be able to do that. And it's hard to do that when there's like a narrow list before us and we don't know what else was requested or what else was on the table, that would then allow us to make those adjustments once it comes to the full board.
So, Usher, I think you asked a question there, and the question was sort of what was not brought forward, right? And most of those were in Tier 2. I don't think anything completely fell off, but everything got pushed to Tier 2. We recognize everything staff brought forward was a priority in one form or another. So what you're seeing in Tier 2 was pretty much with that and what was on the front page. that is the bulk of what was presented to us. I can't think of anything that completely fell off. And then to the second point, I just want to share that I've never had the opportunity to serve on CIC. This will be my first year, so I think there's going to be a nice opportunity for me to cross-learn with the development and formation of this particular new committee, but also learning on CIC, that process better, and how projects come into being, and to see that ability to cross-pollinate to the extent legal and possible to make sure that we're seeing those projects and elevating them. And just the final point would be that our goal, again, this year was a little different, I feel, given the conversation we had, which was really to create the high visibility, right? And that's why Parks, we reached out and said, well, we need something that everybody feels benefit from. I heard the comment about roads, and we agree the majority's going there, but we want to make sure all communities benefit, and these little additional opportunities in parks for that ability to raise it up. And it's also why at the top of Tier 2 is the San Lucas community parcel, a community that has no park, right? And it was an opportunity here to buy a parcel to create a park there in the future. But right now, given the priorities and high visibility, we wanted deliverable things immediately, and why this list ended up the way it is. But I hear you.
Question for council, if I may, on.
And then I'm going to make a motion to move forward.
All right, I understand. Thanks. And to avoid, I want to see if this is not going to be a conflict for Brown Act, is if staff does seek input from other supervisors prior to, and it's added into the list of recommendations, and not necessarily identifying that, yes, this is from Supervisor Askew or Supervisor Alejo or Supervisor Daniels. If it's coming from when a staff presents it to the committee, but you've had some input prior to the committee, but is that going to be a Brown Act issue there?
Possibly. So, and I am trying to think of a way that I'm going to have to think on it, and there might be a way for staff, similarly to what we did on committees a couple of years back. We could staff could solicit, the person staffing AA committee could solicit interest from various board members, then publicly present the interest from each district, and that discussion could happen in public at the committee meeting.
Just like we did with the committees. So yeah,
correct.
If that's possible, I think that allows the other board members to have input, which I think the committee wants to hear. We want to hear that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion. I have a motion. Yeah. Well, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion just because we got to move forward here, and there wasn't one made.
There's a motion on the table.
Is there a motion on the table?
Are you making a
first and second already?
Okay, do you have a motion? Okay, you have a motion.
And there was a second by.
Okay, so there was a motion. Okay, the motion to, so it was all Tier 1 items, moving the Vera Canyon and Blackie Road to Tier 2, and substituting the $1.6 million to spend that on Dolan.
And to add in whatever is needed to finish that portion of Dolan with the first dollars of the next bunch coming in here in the next
so
few weeks.
that's a motion on the table.
One final question, please.
Okay, yes.
Whether or not, so can we, is Tier 2 understood as something that would be happening in the next fiscal year, or is there no time on Tier 2?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Excellent question, Supervisor Daniels, and I'll also look to the CAO's office for concurrence. However, the way that this was structured at the time of the Measure AA Standing Committee was that we recognize there are multiple needs, and there was only so much Measure AA money that was collected at that point in time. Again, these are all points in time of which we're able to make these types of decisions. So it was the committee's excellent suggestion to make these two tiers, where Tier 1, we knew at that point in time in December, those could all be fully funded with the amount of Measure AA that was collected, again, at that point in time and what was known. Now that more time has elapsed, the thought for Tier 2 was if more money had come in over those next couple of months to fund some of these Tier 2s, then the board could give direction to perform the work on these Tier 2s in the same timeline schedule as the Tier 1s here for this fiscal year of 26, hence making for a large set of early success projects, as the committee had said, to show the voters that their dollar is being delivered back to them, the voters who voted on it and are benefiting from it. And I'll look at the CEO's office if there's anything further to add to that.
I just to jump in, I just wanted to confirm, because that's part of the recommendation. We're approving our recommendation for Tier 1 and Tier 2, and I just needed some clarification of what Tier 2 actually meant. And I think I get it, but Mr. Beaton, if you wanted to elaborate, that's fine too.
No, thank you, Director. She said it very well. Really nothing else to add. I will talk about the money real quick. So with the last payment that we did receive about 10 days ago, there would be enough in the current fund that we have received to do the full Dolan Road of the 2.2 miles, if that were to increase the 2.2 million, based on what's currently been received.
And I'll just thank you for the question and clarification. And I think given that we're headed into a budget workshop and a budget season and we don't know what all is going to be facing us, I'm comfortable approving the tier 1 with the amount that's been received. And I think that the feedback that we've provided, asking for some policy side discussions and recommendations, I'd like to see that happen before we move on and make pre-allocations of the tier 2. So that would be my ask of the committee. So the motion, as I understand it, is for the tier 1 with the Dolan portion, not to include the tier 2 expenditures at this time. And that would ask for that to come back again. So that's my understanding of the motion as it's currently on the table.
Yes, and just to clarify, though, I heard, though, that now we are confirmed that it's the full 2.2 miles of Dolan Road in tier 1.
Correct.
I don't know if Dolan is full 2.2. I would, we need to do at least up to where the railroad tracks are. The area between that and Highway 1 is a little different condition. It gets a little more complicated.
Let me recommend maybe that when we come, so we're doing what we're doing today, but I have a similar question that it sounds like Supervisor Church has, because the full length would just be the moon glow all the way to State Route 1. So maybe when we have the budget workshop, we can talk about the rest, but we've got the allocation that's understood here today, and then next week we can maybe get some further clarification.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask you, Randy, because I don't know how this second tier was created. It might be just a couple supervisors making this list with staff, but I know I provided input on the roads question, even though none of this money qualifies for the city limits, because I did provide input on roads that are main arteries into Salinas, and not all of them are got on this tier 2. And there could be we weren't able to provide input on what parks or what other projects. I asked for maybe an arts master plan for unincorporated Monterey County. There's other potential projects that could be factored in, whether a tier 2 or tier 3, tier 4 down the road. But so far, this list, I don't know how it was created, but there were other roads that I provided input to your office that were not listed. One did make it, but there were others that did not make it on this first round of funding.
So we have a motion on the floor that speaks to tier 1.
But I asked Randy a question on the tier 2.
So the question is about tier 2, but that's not what's on the motion.
How did that? It's speaking to the motion. Just because you talked about going to tier 2, how the next round of projects is going to be funded after the vote today.
Sorry, so Supervisor, the motion is only tier 1, and your question is about tier 2.
Yeah, but you were giving direction on tier 2, how those projects, how they're going to come back for the next round of decision making. I just want to make sure the next time, whatever we vote on this motion, yes, but I want to just know the next time if we could have a more comprehensive list and not just only a select few deciding what gets put on here.
Certainly, and I can be very brief with the response as well. The Tier 2 list was created at the point in time of the Measure AA Standing Committee meeting in December 2025, and you raised excellent and incisive points, Supervisor Alejo. Some of the roads that your office had provided were in alignment with the ones that the staff have also seen complaints about and had brought forward. But again, these were just the subset, small, early success ones we were bringing forward to the committee at that point in time, and now to your board. The next step is bringing the totality of the different requests, the entire package we have heard, and bring it forward through the standard CIP process for the fiscal year 27 plan for these Measure AA funds.
To put it succinctly, Supervisor, we didn't get the call for those lists till after our meeting. So that list that you provided was not informing our process. That will inform the next phase, but right now we didn't have that to look at when we were considering. That call came out after our meeting.
Appreciate that.
So there's more needed. There's more discussion needed on tier 2. So right now we have a motion on the floor for tier 1 only with the one substitution. So are we ready for a vote? Kate?
I'm sorry.
Or Supervisor
I really
Daniels, sorry.
am sorry, but this leads to more questions than I had before. So my vote isn't the same as it was, because originally San Venancio, if I understand correctly, was in Tier 1 in its totality and went to the ad hoc or the standing committee, and then half of it was moved to Tier 2. So I just want some understanding of what Tier 2 actually means. And so I'm not comfortable separating them out and then being told half the road needs to go through the Capital Improvement Committee at some later date.
So I know this may split us, but I would support, back to the motion maker, including the projects under Tier 2 as the first projects at the top of the list. If that's what's being asked for, I would support that today, seeing that that's a total of 2.6.
And to the CAO.
Just a brief comment on that. That's exactly what was meant to happen. And this was a process that was used. Again, I think we probably use it here for CDBG. We used it in Fresno as CDBG, that basically all of these projects that are being done, if you end up coming under budget, then it falls into that next project moves up. So right now you have San Venancio, the next mile, I think, listed right under there. That would be the next project that would move up on the list. And that's how we managed our CDBG. If we got additional resources coming in, we already had it laid out. So it would be helpful to know that the order in which they're listed would be how you wanted to proceed, and those would be projects that would move up on the list.
I would certainly appreciate that.
So if the maker supports that, then motion second holds. I know we may lose a supervisor in that, but that will hold. That motion now includes Tier 2.
Are you clear on the motion? So now it does include Tier 2. The motion's been amended. I mean, we need to vote. We need to vote and move on. I'm really struggling with the process, and I'm really struggling that and I appreciate that the motion previously made for the direction of the committee was not as clear. But I'm willing to support this what's in front of us today so that we can move forward. But I'm not going to be able to support ongoing as AA as a slush fund if there's not clear process that is put in place about how process moves forward. And to be clear, I'm going to need that process to be clearly aligned with the capital improvement process and the budget committee. I'm not comfortable with just having supervisors submit district pet projects to an AA committee and have those be somehow put into a list. I need there to be a clear process that aligns with the capital improvements process and the budget committee process. So in order for me to support this list as it comes to us again in the future, those are things that I'm going to really need to see happen. So, but with that, let's take a vote. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Church?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Daniels?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right. Thank you all for indulging in that extended conversation. Okay, we're moving on to item number 9, which is a 2026 land use fee update. Public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution to modify our housing and community development county council fees that are statutorily exempt from CEQA. We have it says 30-minute presentation from Karen Riley-Olms and Craig Spencer. And maybe if we could shorten our 30-minute presentation to whatever is up, what's a necessary presentation. Thank you.
We will make it less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Or as necessary to convey the information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. We are here with a comprehensive update to our fee articles for building and planning at HCD, along with County Council, who's also updating their fees. Karen is going to go through a presentation. I wanted to thank her for all her efforts on this. We did prepare a comprehensive study for a fee study to set the fees. The last time we updated the fees comprehensively was in 2019. If you've seen our report and the study, fees are going up for the most part. Some are going down as we right-size fees, as we realize efficiencies in our process. We're spending less time with things, hopefully, but generally staff costs go up, so the hours we spend on the things, even if nothing else changes, our costs are going up, and the costs of construction continue to go up, so our fees are a portion of an overall construction project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen and let her run through a quick presentation. Thank you.
I promise to be quick. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm Karen Riley-Olms with Housing and Community Development. Am I on? Okay, there we go. The recommendations before you today are to find that modification of permit fees are statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to sections 15273 and 15378B4 of the CEQA guidelines, and to adopt the resolution to amend Article 9 Land Use, Article 17 County Council, and Article 19 Building Services to make adjustments to fees for processing applications for land use permits and entitlements. In 2025, Housing and Community Development contracted with Matrix Consulting Group to conduct a fee study to determine the full cost of providing development-related services for both building services and planning services. This was done by first determining the time spent per activity, by interviewing staff and combining that with recent permit data, as well as determining the cost of staff, which was calculated using the budgeted costs for fiscal year 2026. When comparing the FY25 fee-generated revenue with the total calculated cost of providing the associated services, it revealed that overall HCD is under-recovering costs by approximately $2.5 million, with building services coming in at a deficit of $1.7 million, and planning coming in around $830,000. In the following slides, we'll go through the proposed revisions to HCD's fee articles that will help bring the department's revenue closer to cost recovery. First, we'll review the changes made to Article 9, Land Use for Planning Services. Several fee items were added to capture costs for services that were not included in the current fee article. Some examples of that are the Historic Register listing, Local Coastal Program Amendment, and zoning verification letters. Some fees were also removed, either due to streamlining activities in HCD or because the services are now performed by another department. Some examples of this are design approvals that were very minor in scope will now be incorporated into the building services review process. Cannabis permits, which are now done by the cannabis program, and record of survey done by Public Works. Additional revisions to Article 9 include fee items that have been consolidated or divided. Some examples of consolidated items are appeals. Coastal and inland appeals will now be consolidated into one item. Lot line adjustments and mergers will be combined. And condition compliance and mitigation monitoring will be changed to a per condition or per mitigation measure structure. An example of divided items are subdivisions. Minor subdivisions were found to take significantly less time on average and were changed to flat fees, while standard subdivisions will remain as deposit projects. Other changes to Article 9 were to move from the tiered structure to alphabetizing by entitlement, which makes it easier to find specific services and aligns more easily with the land use fee matrix. And lastly, footnotes were updated as appropriate. Proposed revisions to Article 19 related to building permit fees include adopting the suggested method from the fee study report for calculating the building inspection and plan review fees for residential, commercial, and industrial projects. This includes new construction, remodels, and additions. And this change consists of moving from the standardized ICC multiplier method to a cost-based multiplier. This suggested method from the fee study uses a multiplier derived from the time estimated for HCD staff to complete the work depending on the size of the project. Additional changes include fees for grading will be calculated based on quantity per cubic yard rather than on valuation, and several flat fees have been added for specific work. Some examples of the flat fees are swimming pools and spas, patios and carports, decks, balconies, windows, skylights, and several other items. In addition to these changes, we'll be updating and clarifying some language and updating footnotes where appropriate. Proposed revisions that affect both Article 9 and 19 include renaming the General Plan Update and Implementation Fee to the General Plan Management Fee. This fee will be increasing from 10% to 15% and would only be charged during the building permit phase of a project rather than on both planning and building permits. Additionally, the technology fee and document storage scanning fees are proposed to be combined and called the technology fee. Currently, the technology fee and document storage scanning fees combined are 9.42% and would be increasing to 13%, a difference of 3.58%. On screen here is a summary table showing in the first column the gross projected increase to revenue for each of HCD's service areas, planning and building, as a result of the proposed changes outlined in the previous slides and the adjustment of hourly rates for HCD staff. This revenue increase would be spread across the roughly 200 planning permits and 3,000 plus building permits the department processes annually. The second column shows the summary of revenue lost due to several fee items HCD proposes to be below cost recovery as they provide a public benefit or an incentive. Most of these are carried forward from our current fee articles, such as continuing to provide address assignments, hazardous tree removals, and floodplain determinations at no cost, and charging less than cost recovery for solar installations, which would keep us in alignment with surrounding jurisdictions. In addition to these, HCD is proposing to add reduced cost recovery for plan review fees for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, as well as no fee to issue encroachment permits for tree removal and tree trimming in the right-of-way. The total estimated unrealized revenue due to these proposed reductions will be approximately $1.2 million. This would reduce HCD's projected increase in revenue to approximately $1.3 million annually. In short, HCD will be at approximately 88% cost recovery with the proposed revisions to the articles. The itemized list of all the proposed reduced fees and their impact to revenue are provided in the detailed discussion in Attachment C. Proposed revisions to Article 17 for County Council include adjustments to the hourly rate and updates to align with the new structure of HCD's Article 9. This concludes the presentation, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. It's a lot of work to put all those, put all that together, make sense of it all, reorganize it. Thank you. We'll start with the board. Any comments, questions?
So I have one here. In the board report that we looked at, there was an Appendix C in there, and then you kind of made a little reference to it about having lower costs or having lower fees below cost to incentivize, such as the solar panels, or for public benefit is what it was also. Generally, don't mean to put you on the spot, Craig, but guess I will. You've said usually the fees are to cover costs, and I caught that line in there, which struck me as a little off to the side from what we normally do. And I wonder if there's some parameters we have on that, because I know I've brought up a lot of times that there's needs to be lower costs for smaller homes, because we don't do by square foot now, we do by dwelling, and ADUs, for example, which try to be affordable. So just wondering, as look here as a part of the policy matters, we look down the line, what prevents us from taking those steps that way?
Could you clarify that question?
Sure, sorry. But you've always stated to me that the fees need to cover costs.
Yes.
But what we're talking about here is having fees below cost. for public benefit or to incentivize something. And we're not doing that with homes, for example. One of the later agenda items is about fees on larger homes, because usually people that buy a larger home have more money than those who buy a smaller home. So I'm always trying to look and find ways to lower the cost on the bottom level of homes. And so having taken that line out of Appendix C, I'm kind of wondering, is this something we can explore down the line in the future to have these lower costs for smaller dwellings?
Yes. So the current fee schedule, actually, I think it will be less expensive to build a smaller home because the fees based on the valuation of the construction and some other factors, the larger the home, the larger that valuation will be, the larger our permit fee will be. So it is built in that way. I think what some calculations we've run, and Karen can go over this if you'd like to see it, is that on average, people will pay less for a permit for a single-family dwelling than they were paying under our in-place fee structure now. There also is a board-adopted fee waiver policy that allows staff and/or the planning commission, if it doesn't comply with the staff approval, to waive fees for affordable housing components of housing developments. There isn't that. There are some other provisions if you're on a fixed income, certain things we can waive fees, but the board can elect to subsidize the fees. We are suggesting certain things be subsidized. You can elect not to subsidize those and charge cost recovery or add things that you desire to be subsidized, but that will change the percentage of the overall operating budget we're able to recover from our fee schedules.
Thank you so much. So I'm coming at this from a place where, for me, it's really important that HCD is fully staffed and that projects move through as fast as possible. And one of the ways that we get projects through the process, the permitting process, is that we have the adequate staffing. And I hear about this from constituents a lot. One of the things I've heard recently, though, is that, we as a county, in fact, because of delays, are leaving money on the table, essentially, because if projects were able to move through the system more expeditiously, they ultimately would result in an increased tax base, right? Because you do the remodel, the house gets reassessed, and more income comes into the county. And so I've even had people say, we'll pay more, just move them through the system. But hearing your presentation, I'm trying to understand, there's $1.2 million that would be still needed in order to have full cost recovery. But it sounds like you are already, from this presentation that you just gave, it sounds like you're fully recovering the costs per the permit fees. The unrealized portion is because of a different reason, not because your permitting fees aren't covering your costs. Can you just reiterate for me where this $1.2 million is coming for that we're not recovering?
It's for the reductions for the itemized items that I covered at the end. Let me see if I can get that slide back up.
The things we're not charging for. It's like they're special projects almost. Like I think I saw the local coastal program update on that list, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So there just happens to be a lot of things we don't recover our time for. Mm-hmm. Some of them we just kind of capture as administrative overhead. We're constantly working with other departments on responding to information requests. We get requests for comments on ZEQA documents from other agencies. We're not really getting a fee to do any work to review those and potentially comment on them. There's just a lot of things that happen that we're not getting a fee for. I think the specific calculation for the $1.2 million is an estimate of how much time we will have spent on projects that we're not getting full cost recovery for because we're suggesting the fee be subsidized and kept intentionally low to help promote the development of ADUs, the solar, rooftop solar, for various purposes and benefits. And there's a few others that we have suggested not charging full cost recovery on. That in doing the work on those permits and the numbers that we do every year, we won't have gotten full cost recovery. So we'll have spent the time, but not gotten the money. And that's approximately 1.2 million.
So would you say that to the extent possible where this new schedule that you're proposing today, that the fees, that the planning department is fully funded by the fees, and the fees are reflecting the true cost of the work you're putting in, with the exception of these special circumstances where we're reducing, for good reason, the permit fees. But otherwise, every circumstance outside of what you put on this slide, we're getting full cost recovery.
Yes.
Okay, so then our challenge as a board, future conversation, is figuring out how we cover the remainder of those costs. But for today's conversation, it's I'm hearing that this is a fair fee schedule that actually, to the fullest extent possible, is recovering your true costs through the permit fees.
Yes.
That's great to know. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Alejo, any thoughts, comments? Okay, I thought it was reasonable. I think it makes it easier for people to find the fees that they're looking for. I think it is, from as best as I can tell, it appears that we're incentivizing the things that we want, charging fee recovery for the things that we need to be charging full fee recovery for. My assessment appeared that it's achieving the goals that we want. I appreciated the questions. And if I was missing something, I'm hoping that the public will weigh in so that we can hear anything that I misread or misunderstood in my reading of this. So let's open this up to the public for any comments or questions, public comment. We will start with anyone in audience. Yeah, please come on up to you're getting a whole civic engagement lesson for the family here today. Thank you so much for joining us. And we do take public comment on every item that is on the agenda. We allow 2 minutes. We don't typically engage in back and forth, but we take the comments and then we finish our conversation and take back any feedback that we receive to finish out our thinking process. So thank you for being here and thank you for weighing in. We appreciate it.
I'm going to have a limit for what I can weigh in with the children today, but I'm here for item number 21, but it does affect me in regards to housing. So I wanted to address the situation with the Moss Landing battery plant, and I did read a little bit of your attachments for your projected plan going forward, and I'm so glad that this is a high priority. However, I wish that it would take the same kind of priority as being concerned about 20 citizens or 1 citizen dying from food poisoning when we're dealing with 200 or more citizens that have had health impacts and forced relocation, such as my family. I am wondering if there is any reallocation of tax dollars from Vistra back to Monterey County. It's my understanding, based on information from the California Arts and Science Institute, that on a small conservative number for state funds, we're talking $120 million of just state funds and about $500 million, including federal. And again, this is information published by the California Arts and Science Institute. These are tax dollars that were paid by people such as myself who have been forced to relocate due to health concerns. And at this point, I'm struggling to maintain my housing that we're living in at ADU, as well as maintaining my boat, which is my home, and I'm at risk of losing my home. Not to mention that all the other boats in the harbor are also extremely contaminated. I want to point out to the Monterey Board of Supervisors, you can use your own app on your phone to check the local weather. And if you check the local weather, you will see that there is also a pollutant particulate that is hovering over Moss Landing that flares up when the weather is when the wind is stagnant. And just recently, as of last, like 2 Saturdays ago, January 24th, we have a number here. It says 107 unhealthy force-sensitive groups. And what it says specifically is that these are PM 2.5 particles, and they're small enough to enter the bloodstream and typically result from wildfire, smoke stacks, bacteria, or dust particles, not to mention carbon monoxide, nitrogen dioxide, nitrogen monoxide, ozone impacts. I want to close this by saying that this is subsequently stating that people who are sensitive to this particulate pollution can experience respiratory systems. And this, I understand, I do, but we've waited a long time with our children and we're going to leave after this. I'm asking for the taxpayers that are affected by this area that we receive a refund or a relief to support our properties so that we can maintain them and continue to be taxpayers in this area.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my microphone. We are still on public comment on item number 9, which is our 2026 land use fee update. So this is item number 9. We have some hands raised online as well, but we'll go to our next in-chambers public comment.
My name is Adam Pinteritz on behalf of the Monterey County Association of Realtors and over 1,300 real estate professionals serving Monterey County. I do want to express appreciation to the staff for their presentation and explaining some of the reason and methodology behind these fee changes. I realize that that's a lot to go through. But in particular, I also want to express appreciation for Supervisor Church's comments regarding housing. I think just about every single elected official across Monterey County continues to espouse that housing is one of their top priorities. And yet, to be very candid, we don't often see that reflected in our public discourse and sometimes not even in votes. And this is a part of that, right? If you're adding costs to housing on the one hand and then recognizing that housing affordability is an issue on the other, there's a bit of a dissonance here, right? So just broadly speaking, obviously the costs of providing permits and planning services has gone up. That's a part of reality. The costs for everyone has gone up. The costs for landlords and property managers has also gone up, right? But this all does contribute to the rising cost of housing. And so I would ask broadly that we seek to find ways to streamline our permitting and building process, ways to bring that cost down in any way possible, because we really need all solutions on the table for housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? All right, we'll go online. We have a few hands raised online. We'll start with Michelle Cleary, go to David Stoker, and then Angus Jeffries.
Looking at the increases, and again, I know it's for a lot of like new builds, but again, there's a lot of stuff that comes up when we have to rebuild things or get things from county that need to be updated, such as decks or different other things. And again, I just want you guys to all understand is we're all living on limited incomes. We live in a very expensive place. There was a comment about, bigger houses versus smaller houses. Hey, when we all lived here, we bought what we could afford for whatever square footage it is what we got. And we had to put money in to fix it up or get permits to do stuff on that land. But, it's just the rising costs of all these fees. If something happens, I think I sent a letter to church with homeless encampment fires around our areas. If we have a fire and have to rebuild, we have to then again go through these permit fees. And what we're seeing in other places is it has to be an easy, streamlined process, and it's not. And it's expensive. And if I have to rebuild with these increases that keep happening, even though you're giving discounts to ADUs and other stuff, a lot of us, because we're in coastal commission zone, we can't put ADUs on our property. So we don't get those benefits of some of those lower costs. But again, we pay a lot of taxes to be here. Our property taxes keep going up. You guys keep increasing, or whoever does keeps increasing it to high amounts. But the thing is always just to keep increasing these fees. There's got to be some other ways too, because again, it's not affordable housing. Nothing here is affordable. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll go next to David Stoker and then I'm sorry, I can't see. Sorry, Angus Jeffers. David Stoker and then Angus Jeffers.
Hello, David Stoker speaking. I own a company called Stoker & Laird General Contractors. We build single-family homes, Monterey Peninsula down to Big Sur. I am in total support of the fee increases because the building and planning department really must be fully funded. In addition, Supervisor Daniels made a comment. I believe there should be a sliding fee schedule for the large projects starting at 4,000 feet, 6,000 feet, 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 12,000 feet. Slide it uphill. They should be paying a far greater share. The costs of carrying these projects through the planning and building department, it can take our projects 2 years to get through. There's a huge cost of that. I'd like to see the planning and building department not only fully funded, but fully staffed so we can move ahead quicker. That will actually reduce our total costs of the project and also, as Supervisor Daniels brought up, increase the speed of when the county will benefit from the increased tax base on those projects. So I am in support of this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have Angus Jeffers.
Good afternoon. This is Angus Jeffers, and I'm just voicing my support for the fee increases. The HCD has been hitting it out of the park in terms of hiring excellent folks. The difficulty is keeping them, particularly after they've been trained. And if these fee increases help, keep these folks on staff, that would be good. Also want to explain that when we have a fully staffed planning department, it's kind of a virtuous cycle in terms of you have across the board enforcement such that when folks call me with crazy ideas, I can tell them that's a bad idea, but also point to the examples why you don't want to end up like other folks. At the same time as when folks call to help me do folks ask me for help on a due diligence on a property in Pebble Beach that's got a tax base that's less than my home in Marina. We can quickly diagnose with staff what needs to be cleaned up, and then get that escrow to close, and that tax base for the county goes up by $10 or $15 million. Thereafter, when we can process the permit and consistent with our land use policies, the new construction can add another $10 million to the tax base as well. So lastly, I also support a sliding scale. Larger homes that are more complex should be charged a higher fee. And if that means having a fully staffed planning department, then the property tax savings alone on the delay processing those projects will cover that fee increase. I also agree with Supervisor Church's comments about some discretion for modest homes being at a different rate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands raised for public comment, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. I'm happy to entertain a motion or further discussion.
If I could just ask if staff had any comment or could just elaborate on the potential for discretion for modest homes at a different rate and the sliding scale that exists today, or what might need to be further implemented in terms of the public comment?
Yeah, so I agree with Mr. Stoker and Mr. Jeffers. I would like to charge more on a sliding scale, but we are limited. We cannot charge more than it costs for us to perform the services that are related to the permit that's being requested. And what the building fees are based on is the International Code Council's per square footage valuation calculation. And so the more square footage or the higher the cost of construction you have, the higher the fees will be. So it does slide that way. It's just doesn't start to escalate because you're getting into larger homes that most working people can't afford.
Thank you. Then, Chair, with that, I would be happy to move the new fee schedule and go with the staff's recommendation as it's written in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Is that the fees? Yeah, the fees. Aye. Okay, we got a unanimous support. We've got that approved. Thank you so much for all of the work that went into that. And I'll just say on the record, I would support the idea of like if there's ways to get to that sliding scale space, which apparently we're not there yet, but maybe we find a way there at some point. I would support that as well. With that, let's move on to item number 10. Receive a presentation from Department of Emergency Management regarding the Moss 300 site cleanup at Moss Landing Battery and Energy Storage System Facility. We have Kelsey Scanlon from Emergency Management here today.
Good afternoon, Kelsey Scanlon, Director of Emergency Management. Also on the line is Nikki Fowler from the Environmental Health Bureau. I'm here to provide a brief update regarding battery removal and debris removal operations occurring at the Moss 300 site in Moss Landing. Per the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, battery removal work continues steadily with approximately 19,392 out of an estimated 35,772 intact battery modules having been de-energized thus far. Approximately 16,000 batteries have been de-energized, and transported off-site for recycling. No flare-ups have occurred during battery removal work thus far. Demolition activities are currently paused until the team works through the remaining accessible intact battery modules. The second phase of building demolition is still expected to occur in mid-2026, and battery removal work is expected to continue until the fall based on current projections. And that is the briefest update I've been able to provide you thus far. I know. And with that, I'll hand it over to the Environmental Health Bureau for an update regarding their efforts. And I believe she's online.
Got it. Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kelsey, members of the board. Thank you. Sorry I wasn't able to be there in person today. As far as the Environmental Health Bureau's update goes, I just wanted to emphasize that the preliminary environmental assessment, or PEA report equivalent, remains on schedule for release in March of 26. County staff have invited subject matter experts from the state partner agencies involved in the Moss Landing Battery fire response to participate virtually in the Board of Supervisors meeting scheduled for next month on March 17th. Prior to that meeting, environmental health staff will reach out to the board members to inquire about any subjects in particular that they want to see discussed during that meeting. The state group plans to provide a brief overview of human health and ecological risk screening and results presented in the PEA report equivalent prepared by Vistra's consultant. Staff and agency partners will also be available to respond to questions from the board. And that is the end of my update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further for me.
Okay, great, thank you. And Kelsey, we do have, I think, a 2-hour BRA presentation scheduled on our advanced agenda.
That's correct.
And do you have, just off the top of your head, the date for that?
It's the same one that Nikki had just mentioned, which is March 17th.
March 17th, okay. And again, March 17th. Okay, great. We'll bring it back to the board for any questions for our team at this time. Okay.
I have a question, and it would be for Ms. Fowler, I believe. So the March 17th preliminary environmental assessment, there are 2 questions that I feel like we'll probably hear in public comment again today that we've heard frequently. And one has to do with an analysis of the debris that was on site. Will that be something that this preliminary environmental assessment will be able to provide to us in terms of what is actually in the debris on site at the facility?
Thank you, Vice Chair Daniels. No, I do not believe that the debris pile will be included in the PEA report equivalent. The reason being is that it is really focused on outside of the fence activities. The US EPA is overseeing and could speak more completely on on-site activities and debris management and that debris pile. But the PEA report is focused on testing that has occurred outside of the fence throughout the community and extending areas.
So in regards then to outside of the fence, there's one additional question that I feel like we've heard multiple times, and that has to do with the community's testing results and Dr. Aiello's testing results and the difference in what we have received from state and federal agencies from what the community got on their own and what Dr. Aiello reported. Do you think that in the PEA we'll be able to get a better understanding of the variety of data that we've received from the various entities that have engaged in testing?
Thank you for that question. And I think it's an understandable one. Yeah, really that is the purpose of the PEA report and why the county directed Vistra's consultant to prepare one. Ultimately, it's going to evaluate the results of the community sampling plan that was prepared at the county's direction and reviewed by state and federal agencies, but also to take into consideration and acknowledge all the other quality controlled data sets that have been produced, as well as respond to any agency or public comments that have been produced as throughout this process where appropriate.
Thank you. And then in regards to the debris pile then that's inside the fence, is that something we're waiting on Vistra for access to? Is there going to be any analysis at a future date that we can share with the community?
It's my understanding that the US EPA will be sampling the debris prior to removal from the actual ash footprint.
Thank you so much.
Just a quick question, because we didn't have clarity of where all the debris and the batteries are going to. Do we have any answers to that question?
Yes, there are two facilities. I believe one is in Nevada. In terms of the demolition debris, I will have to follow up with you with the exact answer, and I apologize for not having that now.
Thank you.
Okay, those are the questions. Let's open it up to public comment. And again, I'll thank you for your patience today as we've waited for this item. If you're in chambers, you can approach. If you're online, you can raise your hand and we'll make sure we get to everybody.
I'm Ed Mitchell.
Ned, can you move the microphone real close so we can make sure it all
Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm Ed Mitchell, Never Again Moss Landing's lead investigator. We are here to add our comments end of year one in regards to cleanup and not cleanup. Our assessment we've already sent to you. It emphasizes 12 fixes that are more of a jigsaw puzzle box top of what can be put into the emerging grid level BES safety ordinance that you are working on. I want to give you an example of one that we've developed. Grid level BES operators must inform and coordinate with the county permitting body, as well as fire and emergency response agencies on how to handle and respond to the worst case uncontrollable thermal runaway fire scenario, which is not in Senator Laird's amendment or bill. And so what we were doing at the end of the year was hoping that other entities would come forward with some type of analysis and or answer questions we've asked in the past. We have never and still do not have from the EPA what is a sample of the fire residue. It's absolutely unreasonable that they haven't shared that. Why haven't they shared it? Additionally, the CPUC is missing in action, has given no information to anybody in the state to help move forward on what was the cause, and we have done that. We are the only entity in California who's done it, unpaid and on our own, with photographic evidence of what went wrong. And we feel that you deserve to know some recommendations for fixes. We also, unfortunately, well, there's one other thing I want to show you. If you'll, it's one technical thing that we added into the last finding for this year. Look at those green. That is 0 separation for every box in that building. 0 separation. Not one box had any separation. No wonder it burned down.
Is there anyone else in chambers for public comment? Anyone else in chambers today? No, okay, not today. Okay, just want to make sure we don't miss anyone. Okay, thank you. We do have a hand raised online. Michelle Clary.
People want to attend these, but when they have no idea of what time this is going to happen, it's really hard. Like even for me to be on this call all day just to wait to see when this is going to come up. So I'm really hoping maybe for the March one, you guys can maybe start it after lunch, and so that the majority of the people that have concerns in the community can be a part of it, can be able to speak to it, because these updates are ridiculous. To sit and wait and just to hear like, oh, well, they're still working on battery removal. Oh, yep, the EPA still doesn't have anything to share, is a really waste of our time for as long as this group has been working on these findings. This Never Again Moss Landing has done more to give information of what's going on than any of these updates have been. So I really hope, and I know you guys have been really patient with us with these comments, but again, our frustration is it's a year later, and not much is different other than Vistra's just going to do what Vistra's going to do. And so, you know, again, it's like, what are we doing with the time here? I agree with the lady that left earlier that was here with her children. There was more worry about those food trucks and people getting sick or getting hurt by the unrevenue that you guys aren't getting from the permits than this Moss Landing battery fire. And it's just, this needs to change. It needs to have a little bit more priority so that your people can get involved. But all of a sudden being here at 4:30 to get a quick 6-minute update from the EPA, which is nothing, isn't really doing it. So I hope that the March 17th one is a lot better. And is there going to be time for the public to get some of their questions in for what we're going to hear, or is there time? Because again, once we get to comment on it, I think everyone just walks away and we don't see anything from the EPA that really addresses anything of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And again, thank you for your patience with the agenda items today. There are no additional hands raised and no one else in chambers approaching for comment. So we're going to close public comment on this item. I'm going to bring it back to the board. I will say for March 17th, we will do our best to make sure that we have, we try to do our 1:30 items where we know we have people who are planning to attend. And I do expect that for that item where we're hoping to have our federal and state partners present to be able to provide information and answer questions that I can assure you that this board also has and our county staff have as well present with us that day. And if you do, we've received questions. I know we've got questions from the public, but please do continue to communicate with our county team so that those can all be provided in advance. I don't know that there will be answers that we haven't been able to get from those state and federal partners. But we can continue to make sure that those questions are heard by those who are more positioned to answer them. So having said that, thank you for being here, and we'll engage in more discussion on this item. Yeah,
I would just like to say, because I just heard this in public comment, I want to be really clear that when this board is concerned about food vendors not having the proper permitting, it's not about getting the permitting fee. It's about sanitation. It's about following the guidelines that you must follow in order to get that valid permit. And so we're concerned about that. I don't even know what the fee is for a permit, and that's definitely not where I was coming from.
No, of course. Thank you. And I think I can just add too, I think the commitment from this board to continue to keep this particular item agendized on our agenda on a monthly basis is so that it remains at the forefront of discussion. It remains daylighted. It remains something that doesn't just fall by the wayside. We've made a commitment to continue agendizing this item even when we don't have we don't have answers, but it is important that it's not something that simply disappears or gets swept under a rug. The commitment of my colleagues and our county to continue asking for answers that have not been provided when the cleanup doesn't even fall underneath the authority of the county, but is under the authority of external partners who we don't have a jurisdiction over, but we will continue asking and making sure that it is at a question that doesn't simply disappear for lack of our
Madam Chair.
So I'm going to go over here first, and then we'll come back on the side.
You skipped over me. You started this way.
I'm sorry. There was no questions. I'm going to go. Okay, we'll go this way. We'll start.
Yeah, mine was
Continue here
going to be
then.
real quick. I just wanted to just agree with the speaker that we know these are, we get an audience for these for the North County residents, and if we could agendize it a little closer to 1:30, I think that's a fair modification or request to be made. The food vendors item was from the morning, so that was pushed off, but like that, this report could have been before 7, 8, and 9. These are all items that we kind of know that we're not going to get a big audience for, and would have been, so just for moving forward, I just want to be respectful and see if we could be as close to 1:30 as possible out of respect for the North County folks who come here for that presentation.
Yes, and I would like to take a moment to apologize. This was a late addition due to an administrative error. We had an illness go around our office, and so we were a bit short-staffed. So that's on me, and I apologize, and we'll do our best to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future. So thank you.
So I'll just sort of follow through on that there too. I think on some of these shorter ones, maybe we can even do them in the morning before lunch. Obviously, we're going to have a 2-hour one on the 17th of March, and that'll be better for the afternoon. But I know this was a little unusual on this one because of some glitches to it. But my main point I want to kind of get at here and just touch upon, and I'm going to write a little bit off of Mr. Mitchell's comments, is it's been a year since that fire, and when the fire took place, myself and Assembly Member Addis both asked for an independent investigation on the cause of the fire. A few days later, the governor gave that to the CPUC. That was over a year ago. That has not come out yet. I reached out to CUPC last year. It took me 2 months to get an answer. I was getting responses, I should say. It was like, well, nobody's in person to answer that is in the office right now, or I'll get back with you. And the response was, we don't have a timeline. It took 2 months to get that. And so here we are a year later. We still don't have an answer to it. I just can't stress how important it is to know the cause of a fire, because Vistra will start up, I'm assuming, sometime this year. That's their decision with the CPUC. We don't have any say-so on that. And we really should know the cause of the fire, because they have the same fire prevention process in effect now for those batteries and also for the MOS 100, which is enclosed and still not operating, that they did for MOS 300, which burned. And it isn't just that, the community needs to know this and understand this and have a right to know what caused this fire. It also rests with, if we're going to move ahead with battery energy systems, as we are planning to come to a carbon neutral future in 2045. Because the very worst thing you can have happen is have accidents like this. If you repeatedly have accidents, the public is going to lose faith in this technology, and we're not going to move in this a direction that we need to. So the transparency that is necessary really is for the community, it's for a green future, it's for the industry, it's for everybody. We need to know when you make mistakes, you've got to learn from them. We don't know the cause of this. We haven't learned from the mistake. And I am really concerned is that maybe we're never even going to get this truly answered, because it just seems like the CPUC is not taking it serious. And that is It's frustrating, I know, for the people in the community. I think it's frustrating for everybody that's been involved in this. It just isn't the right way to go about it. A year should be time to come up with an answer, and I'm hoping that they're going to come back with something very soon. Thank you.
Okay, so we're just receiving this update. I'm making some comments, and there's no further direction, it sounds like, at this point, other than we'll work on scheduling the March 17th item to be as close to 1:30 as possible. So if we could just double check the advanced agenda to make sure that's there, and that for future updates, either morning agenda item for that 10:30 to noon slot, or as close to the 1:30 timeline as possible.
You said no direction. I'm wondering, based on what I heard from Supervisor Church, can we send a letter again to the CPUC in writing from our board requesting the report or a timeline for delivery of that report based on the governor's direction? I think that would be a good direction to come out of today.
And CC our legislators.
Absolutely support that, and CCing our legislators 1,000%. I would. Yeah. Would you like
happy to, if you want to make the motion, I'm second, or I'll make the motion, or
I'll second.
Okay. I mean, I think that would be great. It'll have more impact than them just listening to me. That's for sure.
Motion from Church with a second from Lopez. Okay. And was that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. So we do have direction on this. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. All right. Thank you. Okay. And we'll make sure that letter gets posted up on the Legislative Affairs webpage. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to item number, and thank you again for those who waited so patiently for this item, and we apologize for the timing on this item today. Thank you. For item number 11, which is board referral and new referrals, establishing a local housing establishing a local housing fund through a special tax measure. I think that's a readout from. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That's our CAO.
I'm happy to read it out now.
Well, and I apologize. I'm a little slow on my roll here. So it is establish a local housing funding a fund through a special tax measure, and this referral was provided by Supervisor Daniels, and I'm going to pull up the referral as I'm sending it over to Supervisor Daniels for additional information on the request.
Sure, thank you very much. So my office did submit this referral request, and what we're asking staff to study is whether or not Monterey County should consider a local real estate transfer tax on the sale of high-value homes in the unincorporated areas. We've done some initial analysis looking at homes, even if we were to start this at homes that are $10 million and above. In the last 24 months, 22 homes have sold over $10 million. And so we're looking at the potential of creating a fund, a local housing fund that would come from a percentage of those home sales. The goal is to explore a dedicated funding source to help address workforce and missing middle housing needs in unincorporated communities. In District 5, I think there's a direct proportion between the high-value real estate transactions and the increasing unaffordability of the region. So we would look to be able to build affordable housing, workforce housing, missing middle housing in areas in proximity to where these high-value transfers are occurring. And any funds that are generated for this fund could support housing development, redevelopment, rental assistance, and related housing and community development planning capacity to help move such projects forward. The referral, of course, does not adopt a tax. It's only requesting the analysis and options for the board to consider. This referral does ask that staff look at other California communities and to learn from them, pros and cons, and report back to us. Also, to look at some possible exemptions, such as for nonprofits, community land trusts, or affordable housing developers. I have been conducting considerable outreach in the community, but a lot more is needed prior to moving forward. I think we have a date set for March 10th, if I remember correctly, for this to come forward. I will continue to do that outreach, but I also really encourage anyone who has questions, thoughts, concerns, support, to please reach out to my office so I can hear from you. As everybody knows, we do face serious affordability challenges. And as I said before, especially in these areas where real estate really is through the roof. So I'd love to learn from staff and have a conversation with my colleagues about the potential tools and trade-offs so future policy considerations can be well-informed. And so with that, I'm submitting this referral, looking forward to the feedback and see what we can do to address the challenges that every single one of our community members face, and see what we can do. Thank you so much.
Just to add additional information for the record, the referral was submitted on January 28th and was assigned to my budget team and Michael Beaton, our assistant CAO, over the budget. Will be reviewing it and working with Supervisor Daniels' office.
Thank you.
Thank you. We typically haven't had discussion on the initial readout, so unless there's a need for discussion, I do call for public comment on all items as their agenda is. So if there any public comment on this item as it's on the agenda, there's one hand raised.
There would be public comment, and I actually responded that March 10th would be the time. So I hate to have told people they couldn't comment.
Yeah, typically we do not do public comment because it's simply a referral. It's an administrative matter that there can't be substantive discussion on.
Okay, I'll refer to council, but I would, I'll refer to council. It's a listed item on an agenda, so we're not taking action.
I agree 100%. I misinformed folks who asked if there would be public comment, and so I feel uncomfortable with that, but you can do whatever you want.
Entertain public comment if she wants.
I will entertain public comment. My understanding is an agendized item. I will entertain public comment. We aren't taking any action on this at this time. It's been read out. If there's, there will be just discussion on this at a future agenda. I'm seeing no one in chambers. There are no hands raised, so thank you. We'll have it discussed at a future agenda. Board referrals, item 12 is to receive an update in response to board referral 2024-10 submitted by Supervisor Church for point of use, point of entry water treatment devices for new construction. We have a presentation from Cheryl Sandoval of Environmental Health. This has just been Environmental Health Day here in Chambers. Yeah, we will continue on.
Good afternoon. We're here to receive an update in response to the board referral 24.10 to allow point of use and point of entry water treatment devices for new construction on legal lots of record. Thank you. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive an update in response to the referral to allow point of entry water treatment devices for new construction on legal lots of records would include accessory dwelling units, and also to provide further direction to staff as appropriate. Monterey County regulates about 987 systems with 2 to 14 connections. Approximately 450 of these are out of compliance for things such as nitrate, arsenic, hexavalent chromium, and or 1,2,3-trichloropropane. This poses a great risk to public health. And the number has gone up a lot significantly since the state reinstated the hexavalent chromium last year. Current compliant options include consolidation with other systems, drilling a new well, installing centralized treatment. But these are not always feasible because they can be cost prohibitive, or there might not be things such as a new well might not be successful in finding good water. And for existing homes, they can now use point of use or point of entry, but that's not currently an option for building new homes. Just for some background, In June 18th, 2019, the board adopted an ordinance that allowed point of use to be used for local state small systems for existing homes and also to develop vacant lots that did not meet drinking water standards. It also allowed an individual property owner to use point of use to meet drinking water standards for a building permit. And it addressed public water systems that can use point of use as long as it was in conformance with state law. The county received litigation challenging the ordinance, and the ordinance was suspended except for what was applicable for public water systems. On November 28th, 2023, the board adopted an ordinance that allowed point of use or point of entry to be used for local and state small systems, but only for existing homes to meet drinking water standards. It did not allow point of use or point of entry to be used to build new homes. On October 1st in 2024, Environmental Health Bureau gave an update on the board referral to allow point of use and point of entry treatment to be utilized for new construction on legal lots, including accessory dwelling units. In this update, we indicated that the ordinance needed to be drafted and we needed to collaborate with a consultant for environmental review. So since then, we have prepared the draft ordinance, and we have met with and provided information to Rincon Consultants, and they are currently working on the draft CEQA document. We do anticipate that the draft with the amended ordinance and initial study will be available for public review, hopefully by the end of this March. So with that, we're just recommending that you receive this update in response to the board referral, and if you have any additional direction for us. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Let's start with questions. Seeing none, let's open it for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? I'm seeing no one in chambers. Is there anyone online for public comment? This is item number 12. It's our point of use, point of entry, water treatment devices for new construction on legal lots of record, including ADUs. I'm seeing no public comment. Okay, let's bring it back for discussion.
Thank you for the work and the presentation on putting this together. I put this referral forward because I realized that there were vacant lots and a lot of water systems that had contaminated water, and they were able in those existing homes to use the POU systems into there. But if there was to be a new home go in on a vacant lot, that couldn't be used, as you pointed out. So what would happen is a treatment system would have to be put in, and that means it was going to be a cost upon all the current homeowners who were not very enthused with the idea of having to put a $60,000, $80,000, $100,000, whatever it is, water treatment system into place. This is a way to kind of go around it so that somebody does build a new home, they can they're not hindered by their neighbors not wanting to pay for that expensive system, and they're able to put a home in and use the same kind of inexpensive treatment system as their neighbors are. So, looking forward to this going forth, it just is an opportunity for us to build out into lots that the people have purchased with the expectation they could build a home, and to increase our housing stock. So, thank you for your work on that. Looking forward to this coming back and hoping that we can move ahead with it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to agree with those statements. Obviously, the technology on point of entry and point of use has improved drastically just from 10, 15 years ago. Hopefully it gets better. They do need to be maintained properly, right, and cleaned out, and that dispose of whatever contaminants were extracted from the water. When we get to the point of approving the ordinance, it says we anticipate to draft the amended ordinance. Initial study will be available to the public review on March 2026. So next month, will that once this ordinance is approved, will we keep track of how many households or property owners are benefiting from the point of entry, point of use? Will we be tracking that just so we know the impact of this ordinance once it goes in, this amended ordinance once it goes into effect?
Yes, it will include a permit process for using the point of use and an annual check just to make sure that all the maintenance is done and that tests are done. So there's not a false sense of confidence in the device. We want to make sure it's tested and works well.
Great. Thank you for that.
All right, so it doesn't sound like we need to provide any further direction, and this will continue down the path that we're on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have one additional item from environmental health today, which is to receive an updated response to board referral 23-20 submitted by Supervisor Church addressing littering fines for illegal dumping, littering of solid waste and refuse. We have an update from Maria Ferden, Marty Flagg, and Rick Encarnacion.
Having us make an updated presentation. My name is Maria Ferdine. I am Supervisor for Solid Waste Services, and I'm here with my colleague, my senior staff, and she is?
Hello, my name is Angeline Shu, and I'm a Senior Environmental Health Specialist with Environmental Health Bureau.
So I'm going to be providing an update on the camera program so far and what we've learned and can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. We're number 13. Okay. So this presentation will summarize what we've learned so far in the full year and a couple of months since we've had the program going, and what we learned and the improvements that we're going to implement. Okay. Going forward. Thank you. The pilot program is, okay. The pilot program includes 6 reconnaissance cameras that were purchased August of 2024. We have a service agreement with Epic.io that who supports us online that allows us to view the images that the cameras produce. Lapis Road was the first road where we installed the cameras in September of 2024. The remaining cameras were installed on Trafton and Old State Road in February 2025. All are infrared capable, cellular enabled, and motion censored. Go ahead. Lapis Road, the cameras on Lapis Road were installed in 2024, and of course they're still there now. Up to date, we've had 41 illegal dumping events reported or observed. And the cameras help identify 4 illegal dumpers, and citations were issued in those instances. Go ahead. Now, when I say early successes, I mean the cameras were able to image an illegal dumper, and the images themselves are very clear. And in one case, it also resolved a license plate. The very week that we installed the cameras, we picked up this gentleman who disposed of a box spring mattress. But the way the vehicle was positioned, we didn't get to read his license plate. We're still looking to identify this individual, even after repeated attempts to ask the public for help. One more. This also happened that week, or the following week, where this individual driving this Toyota pickup dumped a sectional on Lapis Road. And we know this because the rope that he used actually imprinted on the fabric of the couch. So it's not showing you, the image is not showing you the license plate, but we were able to get the license plate, identify the individual, and send him a citation as well. Next. So I'm going to show you a more recent event that occurred on Lapis Road in July of last year. And this was reported by Region. Region is a fantastic partner. They have employees who drive that road before they go to work. And when they see something, they let me know. They take photographs. And the power of good photographs, I cannot tell you how much they can help. We got the approximate time of the disposal that is known, the assortment of garbage, including documents with names and addresses. But, next slide. You see that plastic container there? It's a very unique container. It's got stress marks that are unique to itself. And so when we looked up the address of the individual who had documents in the garbage, and I was able to Google it, and you zoom in on the place where he lived, where this individual lived, you can see this particular container with this very specific stress marks.
Stop.
So
Oh my God.
in this situation, the DA is a very proactive partner. And so they were able to do some footwork and identify the individual. Next slide. Same case. So I didn't see the vehicle that this individual drove, but I saw a U-Haul vehicle that entered from the south on Lapis Road at 1:58 a.m. and it exited to the north at 2:08 a.m. So that's a long time for a vehicle to be out there, especially a U-Haul vehicle. So I'm thinking, what is he doing out there? It turned out this individual who dumped all this material out there used the U-Haul to do that. So the DA got involved, did their footwork, and they positively identified that this individual rented the U-Haul, and they were associated with the address from the documents that we found in the garbage. So they were the ones who issued the citation. Next slide. So Lapis Road. Having a community who helps you find illegal dumpers, it's amazing. So Region, the mayor of Marina, the county, Public Works, the county and me, the DA's office, we all work cooperatively on Lapis Road. It's certainly a function of geography. You know, Region is just down the street, and they have their own staff members who go to work and use Lapis Road, and so they have an opportunity to frame the illegal dumping when potentially it happened. Providing good photographs, they're pretty good at that, and that often helps identify illegal dumpers. The interagency support, the cooperation, sharing information, sharing cameras, evidence from other cameras that we don't use. The DA is able to do that as well, using other resources. And in-field investigations, in situations like the one I just described to you, the DA's office were very instrumental in assisting. Next slide. So my next step. I have cameras out in Trafton Road and Old Stage Road, and I'm going to relocate them elsewhere. I think that at this point we can go ahead and potentially target a hotspot, like actually look at the hotspot and wait for something to happen. Lowering the cameras from where they're originally positioned, I think will also help. Just having more an eyeball to the license plate will help. I'm finding that the higher the camera is, you can't really see the license plate, and also the infrared technology is less efficient. So that's the next. Those are the next steps. Okay. Next questions.
Questions from us? All right. Thank you. There's so much happening with the community eyes on Lapis Road, and I think you're right that is, the cameras help, but having multiple folks from Region driving up and down Lapis Road, and the number of emails that fly back and forth with additional photographs and additional folks saying this was this exact time, and I was there at this time, and there was nothing there at that time, and I would love to be able to calculate the cost of the time. And the number of staff who are all participating in managing that couple mile stretch, just to literally address that one portion of high risk high-risk area. But let's bring it back to the board. We'll go to Church.
Sure. Thank you, Maria. I mean, I think this program's obviously taken a learning experience on where to put the cameras, how to use it. I want to appreciate your work onto this. Lapis Road, I think, is a really great example of a prime place to put it because it's right next to the landfill, which I know from some experience. They're closed. I used to work out of there at a composting permit, so I know how their hours roughly are. They're not open on Sundays. I've seen people drive up there years ago with garbage on the back of their vehicle and the gates closed, and I keep thinking about that, and that some of those people might run down there after hours and see Lapis Road as an opportunity to dump things off. Mm-hmm. So. That location right there is for cameras seems really good and a good area to keep the cameras. Do the cameras, are they cover just a narrow part of Lapis, or do we have them so they cover the bulk of the road? That would be my one question for you on that. Also want to suggest is, I'm from Trafton and Old Stage, might have a suggestion where they could be moved to, and you'll know better where to put them, but please reach out to me and I'll throw out a couple of suggestions. And I did notice that you said that you identified 41 cases but only got 4 clear pictures. Are the modifications you're suggesting about making, do you think that will increase that so that you have a better than 10% read on those, or what do you think needs to be done to make that possible?
Well, one thing for sure is that illegal dumpers really, really, really like going in the dark. And the infrared cameras, they don't really resolve the activity beyond maybe 150 feet from the cameras. But also, I think the cameras are a little too high to really make the infrared technology efficient. It's a trade-off. Lower the cameras, risk getting shot at or stolen, or put the cameras higher. So I'm still thinking about that. The 41 reported events were from Lapis Road, and that's because we have eyes on it. We would certainly get more on Trafton and Old Stage Road if we had eyes on it, but we don't. So I'd have to look. That's not to say illegal dumping doesn't happen on those roads. I know for a fact that they do. With Lapis Road, we have a camera on either end, the north and south, acting like a trap. And so far, it's been working. I mean, it's successful in its way, but there are some limitations.
Comments, questions?
Just a question, as you look at expanding this, are you looking at other areas? I mean, we've kind of been in the same area now, I think, for a couple of years.
Yeah. So the original thought about the cameras is to pair them and use them as a camera trap. Lapis Road, it works. Trafton, Old Stage, not so much. It might be time to separate the cameras and just position them separately and position them directly onto a known hotspot, like a known pullout.
I have a couple of those near Greenfield that I'd love to get a camera on, including at Thorn Bridge, which every weekend ends up with a pile. So,
yeah, we would be limited to cell service and an ability to put the cameras on a pole. So those are the things that we look for.
I know I said this at your last presentation, was just we get only a few of these cases where we're able to send a citation to somebody, but I think the power in having the cameras and being able to apprehend and having a few cases where we caught the illegal dumpers was to be able to publicize the cases without disclosing who they are. I know I asked last time, we didn't do that for the couch dumping case. I don't think we did it for the Lapis Road, but that's what has the impact. The first time we did on this, a September 19th case that was highly publicized by KSBW. The other two opportunities were not. But nobody's going to hear about it, or we're not going to remind potential illegal dumpers that these cameras are out there, that they should not do that if we're not best utilizing the cases to educate the public that we are enforcing. They could pay heavy fines if they do this illegal behavior. And I know you had some hesitancy last time, but why not try to maximize every case to be able to educate the public about the cameras and about illegal dumping?
Yeah, I'm open to that. I think for me, it has to do with due process and finishing the case on our end. So I'm all for educating the public and showing them, hey, this is an example of what happens when you illegally dump, and I'm open to that.
And on that last case, what kind of fine do we send them? It's a first offense, or
okay. So an actual illegal dumping case is $2,500. Right. We've been getting complaints from managers of multi apartment complexes, where they have on camera people who go to the garbage bin and dispose of stuff. We capture the vehicle, we capture the license plate, and in response to Supervisor Askew's question about and concern about just citing people who probably can't pay for it, what we've done in those cases is that we give a first notice. We got you on camera. We actually send them a picture of themselves in their vehicle, right, and let them know, if you do this again, we're going to issue you a citation for $2,500. We've had like 4 or 5 of those.
That's good to hear too, and that there's been some additional cases outside these 3 examples where you've been able to utilize that discretion. So thank you for that. But yeah, if there's those opportunities on the road to keep reminding the public, I think that's the impact that this camera program has.
Mm-hmm. And also, I'll let you know that Public Works put up no illegal dumping signs on that road. And interestingly, we've noticed. This is all anecdotal, of course. We've noticed a reduction in illegal dumping, but we'll see how that plays out in the year.
So because the questions that I just have about this, and I think thank you for the update. And this was a pilot program, and I did have concerns about putting such a high amount of the fine in. But how many people received fines?
4.
There were 4 fines over the course of the year.
And also, we had a hoarding issue, and I've issued a citation there. The other 2, the DA got involved in that, and we didn't issue the citation.
Okay. Were there any second violations within the 12-month period?
No.
So just 4 initial violations?
Yes.
Okay. And the cameras clearly worked. We've talked about, in some of the cases, like in for Lapis specifically, there's a second route along that same stretch. And I think we need to be thinking about, like, in some of these places, like, how can we deter, like, if it is a high problem area, just truly the amount of staff time that has gone into managing the issue on Lapis has been if we added up the cost for, we've got multiple DAs on the email chains, we've got multiple staff from region on the email chains, the number of hours that are spent of people driving up and down that road, taking photographs, going back and forth.
And cleaning.
And simply cleaning up. I mean, it is absolutely staggering the cost that has gone into just that one little section. So I think thinking about, like, is it actually worth it to keep that road open is a question that has crossed my mind when you have an alternate route along that section. There are questions that I think need to be added to the conversation when we have the task force, and we haven't opened up to public comment yet, but I see, Margie Kay is here. We have the illegal dumping task force. In some of these areas, we need to be looking at, like, what is actually worth the cost benefit of some of these spaces. I really appreciate that the signs, the no illegal dumping signs went up. We had to ask and ask and ask for the signs to be put up. We asked that the signs include the contact information for where Regen was located and how to contact Regen to find out how to get a free voucher for dumping. Just simply no illegal dumping here, contact the dump to get a free voucher if that's what you need. It's nearby. I think there are these things where we need to think about how to redirect folks. And maybe it's not that simple, but if we're not making it very clear and hitting those low-hanging fruit spaces, I'd love to see us do those things first. So the cost of this program and just dealing with our illegal dumping issues are not insignificant in the county. And so I appreciate that this is a pilot, the cameras are a pilot program. I'm hoping that the committee that's working on this can continue iterating and finding the right ways to dial it in. But I think that the part of what's allowed Lapis to continue to be successful, the cameras have helped in these couple situations, but it's really the larger community around that particular spot that has been part of what's allowed that particular road to work. So as we think about where to go next with the cameras or where to move the pilot to as a next location, looking at sort of the number of factors around the cameras that allow the cameras to work is something to consider. And with only 4 violations or 4 folks being able to catch them, again, like figuring out like where our cost, like how are we spending time to catch people versus like where are we, how are we figuring out how to direct people into the locations where they can get their waste dumped appropriately. So those would be my questions. Let's open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment in chambers? Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you. I'm Margie Kay, North County, Elkhorn Slough area. I'm the longest standing member on the Illegal Dumping and Litter Abatement Task Force. Over 20 years, I think, Maria. And all the different people who have led it. Teresa Rios, who just retired, was one of the chairs. So I really want to support this cameras. I know we thought that we could do better in catching people, but we got to just keep trying and all that. So I've dragged Supervisor Church out to illegal dump sites that you cannot see from the road, and I have been reporting a lot of illegal dumping on Hidden Valley and Strawberry, real close to Elkhorn Road, and they've been collected by the county or whoever is doing it, and I've been thanking everybody. So Randy just said, always send me emails when you see things that don't leave me out if you think it's important. So I just want to say we're trying. The Illegal Dumping and Litter Abatement Task Force really does try. We have no teeth. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's a hand raised online as well, Michelle Clary.
A great step in the right direction. What I don't understand is you have citizens all over with phones that see people dumping all the time, but we take a picture, we call law enforcement, they don't want to handle it. Why don't you, do you guys have something set up to where if we see something, say something, we can upload the license plates and what they're dumping and where they are so you guys can do the investigation? Because there's a lot more of us than your small amount of cameras that are out there. So it seems like this is where crowdsourcing comes well into play, because every time they dump on the side of our roads, we're all left to deal with it until someone comes and cleans it up. The other issue is again, you got 4. Did all 4 pay, or did they just get a warning because they couldn't? DUIs have to go up there and pick up garbage on the side of the road. If these guys can't pay, they all know that they're not allowed to dump. We see enough $1,000 fines, warnings for dumping. Why aren't they doing community service? If they had to go pick up the garbage that they drop off the side, I guarantee you they quit dumping, quit letting them off. It's always a sob story, but you know what? They have enough money to drive and pay for insurance and enough it's not that expensive to go to the dump, do these kind of things. So it's, again, letting people off for bad behavior. You got to do something to really enforce it. Again, what else? We see a lot of stuff. There's so much garbage on the side, but we could help. Let us know where to put the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional public comment, let's close public comment. Let's bring this back to the board. There's no clear direction request in front of us, just an update. So we'll bring it back. We've got a few more items to get through before we're done here today. Is there request for direction or? Yep.
Actually, just sort of a follow-up from the comment, because I think, there is an advantage with the public taking pictures. I'm just not sure, what we're able to legally do with that. I don't know if is there and I can see what would happen. Somebody takes a picture, they're going to contact the sheriff's office, probably is what they're going to do. Or do we have a specific number that somebody could pass that on to, or an email? And then is it enforceable is a real question. So just want to follow up on the.
Well, it just so happens that Monterey County has an app for that. It's called Monterey County
Very good.
Connect, I think. And you simply download it on your phone. And if you see illegal dumping or see someone doing something like it, take a picture and then send it. It goes to a number of people, including us.
So, and that, I know that will work for when you're seeing the garbage, but also that could be utilized for if catching somebody, if somebody got a good clear picture of their license plate,
yeah,
they're dropping something out, we can take a picture. Very good.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't recommend the public put themselves in that position, but I'm not going to not look at the picture.
So I think what we're saying is there's for the committee to continue thinking about and looking at and taking the feedback that was shared today, and continuing the pilot with the resources that are currently available. Clearly, the need is still there to address the issue, and I think continuing brainstorming ideas, and the public have some good ideas. So let's thank you for the update.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to our county administrative officer comments.
Very limited comments today, really just to let all folks know we are working with the departments and the offices on planning for fiscal year 26-27. We've already started looking into how their budgets are going to be made up, addressing some of the challenges that they're facing, but also taking a closer look at our vacancy reports and vacancies that may have been in place for over 3 years and still haven't been filled. There will be a pre-budget workshop next week as part of the board meeting, and it'll provide additional information in advance of the budget workshop that's scheduled in April. So that'll be forthcoming, and the presentation is being worked on as we speak. So we should have that out, hopefully with the agenda by Friday. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And any board comments? We'll start. Supervisor Lopez, comments?
I don't want to steal Supervisor Alejo's thunder. I'll just share I had the opportunity to spend some time with him this weekend in Salinas for a very special event, and want to congratulate the city of Salinas for their achievement there and the partners who made that possible. But I'll leave the rest on that front to him. Other than that, I know it's been a long day, but I'll be heading up to Half Moon Bay tonight for Coastal Commission for this week's meeting, and look forward to continuing to learn from our community. I want to appreciate, I didn't get the chance to make the comment last time, but Supervisor Daniels' willingness to bring together the community of Big Sur for a community session that was very insightful, illuminating, and helpful, including the letter I got to bring home from Magnus Tornson, who it's still in my car on the front seat, and so I've been reading it often, especially when stuck in traffic. So just thank you for putting that together, Supervisor Daniels. I really appreciated it, and I'll keep my comments there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass on my comments and save it for the in memory of.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Last Thursday, all of my team volunteered for the the point in time homeless count that happens once every 2 years. It starts at 5 in the morning, so we all woke up before 5, and we had been assigned a census tract in East Salinas, and we were able to it was eye-opening to see there is folks staying in RVs and in cars and on the street. And then we finished that relatively quicker than we thought. So we called the number and were able to get 2 precincts in Supervisor Church's district, 2 census tracts off of San Miguel Canyon Road. I just wanted to encourage, it happens once every 2 years, but for the supervisors, you could always pick a track in your district. And it is eye-opening to see who's out there at the early hours. And people ask why at 5 a.m. It's just a methodology that HUD requires all continuum of cares to follow when they do this count. And it is used for state and federal funding to come to Monterey County, San Benito County, because that is our COC as well. So it was certainly important, and I want to thank my team for volunteering for that count once again. Supervisor Lopez joined us at the Hebron Family Center ribbon cutting. That was an example of the state working with the city to fund a $14.6 million project in East Salinas. 8.1 of that was generated through a member request through Speaker Rivas and Senator Caballero when there was a surplus in the state budget. But then they used that to get other funding, federal funding from ARPA and some other CDBG and other grants to make the project pencil out. And it was a really nice day, a really big investment in that neighborhood that really needs it. And there's going to be a lot of activities from arts from the youngest children, teen activities, senior programming, and many other events. But it really turned out really beautiful. And there was a good turnout of the local residents and elected officials, community leaders celebrating that collaborative project. I also wanted to say I'm taking off tomorrow to a CSAC executive forum being held in San Diego, where I'll be till Friday. And also, let's see here. Oh, the last thing, Supervisor Lopez and I held our Immigration Ad Hoc Committee, where we had dozens of our local community partners. We hadn't met in several months, but we did get a good presentation from our new Mexican Consul General from the San Jose office, Neftali Said Gonzalez. We also got an update from our Rapid Response Network and from Supervisor Lopez on a lot of things that we didn't know, but I want to really commend Nick Pasculi and putting information out today, I think it was, bilingually on concerns happening in Supervisor Lopez's district near Fort Hunter Liggett. It is causing some unique issues because although commonly used roads are there and people travel through them, they are federal properties, and federal properties have different, carry different concerns for immigrants traveling through them. And thank you for putting that information out. It was very helpful. And the last presentation we had was from our new public defender, and everybody on the call really appreciated getting to know him and hearing what his office and Assistant Public Defender Alex Morris, who is the immigration specialist in that office, the services they're providing for our residents who are immigrants going through the criminal justice system. So just wanted to let people know what we reported on last Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Last week included many meetings with community members on housing in advance and in anticipation of reading out the referral today. There was also a Tularcitos Firewise community meeting, and it was the second year in a row. It's a very well-attended meeting that I was not able to make it, so I want to thank my team who showed up in my stead. And in order to answer some of the public works questions because of the roundabout, Juan Mesa also showed up and responded. But because it coincided, Juan, thank you. Thank you, Juan. I don't want to have that be in one sentence that I'm moving on. Thank you, Juan. And then a new sentence is, because this meeting fell the same week that a new Builder's Remedy project was announced for the airport site, unfortunately, there was a lot of public comment about that. And so I also want to thank Craig Spencer from Housing and Community Development coming to that meeting and answering the questions that that were asked. And I just want to take this opportunity, because it was so much public comment to my office regarding the airport property. I think it coincides with a lot of what I've been talking about today, reading out the referral, that when we leave it to the market and we don't have a fund to subsidize projects that developers bring forward on their own, what we get is similar to what we have in this proposal, which is 90 homes, 80 of which will be single-family homes that are going to be market rate homes. And if you look at the early proposal, these will be homes that'll sell for about $2.5 million a home. And what that means is for someone to qualify for a mortgage for one of those homes, they'd have to make $650,000 a year. That does not solve the problem that we have. So I'll further reiterate that I'm looking for ways to work with developers and incentivize building the housing we need. If we're not building the housing that the community needs, we really have to ask ourselves, who are we building the housing for? So that's going to be an interesting progression, and I know it's going to take up a lot of our office's bandwidth, really working with the community, hopefully working with the developer in this case, to make some progress in building the housing we need versus what the market can make. We also had this last week a meeting with Housing and Community Development and our partners on the CR Free project. And I mentioned it earlier in my comments, but we're pulling out all the stops to try to get to that pile of grants and whatnot that are over $100,000 that are sitting on the Secretary for Homeland Security's desk. And so I've got some creative ideas, but if anyone else on this dais has some creative ideas, please share with us how we can get that signature, because we have a March deadline that's fast approaching, and we need that remaining $27 million signed off on. It's already been allocated. It just requires a signature so we can move forward and don't sacrifice the other funding that has been raised for that project. And the last comment I will make is March 8th is International Women's Day, and the Commission on the Status of Women is planning a very cool event at Monterey Peninsula College that I hope everyone will mark their calendars for. March 8th this year, I believe, is a Sunday. Our office has contributed some to the Commission on the Status of Women to pull off this event. We haven't had one, I think, in a long time that was sort of county-wide and a big event recognizing this day. The topic they've selected is in line with the United Nations theme this year, but I think it's going to be super cool, and I hope you'll all come. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Just want to briefly invite folks. We're having an open house and District 4 Commissioner recognition event at our Marina office on February 11th. I think that's next week. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And it'll be easier to find our office because I just got a text message that Devarty Street has reopened. So the construction that has been causing some fairly confusing detours for our veterans who are visiting the Military and Veterans Affairs Office is now completed, resolved. So come visit the office. Join us on February 11th from 4 to 6 p.m. with our District 4 commissioners. We'll be recognizing them with an open house event. And we'd love to see anyone from the community who'd like to join us there. So thank you. And thank you. We've had a couple of long meetings last week and today, but I do just really appreciate the community who's taken the time to participate in the meetings and share your just to communicate with us. It's given me a lot to reflect on, and I will just say I've appreciated the feedback, but also I think left everyone feeling sitting in some discomfort last week, which I think is necessary sometimes for us to sit in those places of discomfort, knowing that so many of our neighbors are also sitting in those places of discomfort. So for everyone who joined us last week and those of our county family who also joined us last week for the meeting, thank you for staying engaged and present. So with that, we do have a few adjourned in memories today, and we have a readout from closed session. Yes, thank you.
And bear with me, this is longer than usual, but this is readout from the Water Resources Agency closed session. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.183, the Board of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency has taken action in closed session based upon a unanimous vote to approve a settlement agreement between the Monterey County Water Resources Agency and Monterey One Water to resolve a dispute arising out of the amended and restated water recycling agreement over costs charged by Monterey One Water to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency during fiscal years 2018-19 to fiscal years 2021-2022 for the operations and maintenance of the Salinas Valley Reclamation Project, the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project, and the Salinas River Diversion Facility. And that's it.
All right, thank you. And we do have 2 adjourned memories today. We have some photographs, I believe. Whichever one comes up first, we'll go ahead. All right. So our in memory of Dolores Pasculi, today we will be adjourning in memory of Dolores Pasculi. Ms. Pasculi is a beloved wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a friend. Dolores was born in Brooklyn in 1937. She carried a strength and a warmth shaped by her family and her heritage. For nearly 70 years ago, she met her husband, Mauro, and together they shared a long and devoted partnership marked by care, commitment, and love. She was deeply devoted mother to her sons, Nicholas and Mark, and someone who brought joy into the lives of those around her. Known for her cooking, her spirit, and the way she made people feel welcomed and cared for. We especially want to acknowledge Nick, who serves as a valued member of our county workforce and our county family. Today, we share his loss and hold him and his family in our thoughts. We stand with him during this difficult time. As we adjourn today, we honor Dolores' life and the lasting impact she had on the people who loved her.
Thank you for that, Chair, on there. And we're also adjourning in memory of Dick Nutter, who is a longtime agricultural commissioner. I knew Dick before I was in high school. He was my dad was on the board of supervisors when he was appointed agricultural commissioner, and I actually worked with him on some pesticide issues in the 1980s. But Richard Nutter served for 27 years as agricultural commissioner for Monterey County from 1971 to 1998. He was the longest serving ag commissioner in Monterey County history. Mr. Nutter was recognized nationally and throughout California as an expert on agricultural issues, farmland protection issues, and issues related to pesticide regulations. Mr. Nutter, a native of Aptos in Santa Cruz County and a longtime resident of Pacific Grove, previously served as Ag Commissioner for Santa Cruz County before he accepted his position in Monterey County. On June 8, 1981, Monterey County Agricultural Commissioner Richard Nutter filed and adopted a local emergency regulation requiring posting of areas treated with a pesticide that had a safety interval, now known as restricted entry interval, of 24 hours or longer. Prior to that emergency regulation, Monterey County followed the state's regulation, which required posting of areas treated with a pesticide that had a safety interval greater than 7 days. As Agricultural Commissioner, Mr. Nutter determined the state's requirement did not adequately protect the health and safety of workers while working in treated fields in Monterey County. The decision was made in part due to continued incidents which occurred when workers entered treated fields while they were still under a safety interval, leading to multiple workers experiencing pesticide exposures. At that time, Fostrin, a widely used pesticide with a safety interval of less than 7 days, had been involved in a number of major and minor incidents due to its application in close proximity to harvesting. The emergency posting regulation was put in place to protect workers' health and safety because it was highly likely a number of these applications would be taking place over the next 120 days from its adoption date during the harvesting season. So he's a real pioneer in pesticide notification. Mr. Nutter was also a longtime supporter of the Arthritis the Foundation of Central California, was a member representing agriculture of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council. For the last 3 decades, Mr. Nutter has served on the Ag Land Trust Board of Directors. He previously served as board president since its founding in Ag Land Trust. The Ag Land Trust has permanently preserved over 51,000 acres of prime and productive farmlands and open spaces in Central California. And we adjourn in memory of these two fine people.